Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Taitung County. We are here for the Taiwan Open of Surfing at the beautiful Jinzun Harbor. As you can see on screen, there are waves abounding on the horizon. It is a glorious day. Conditions in the water are pristine. Vaughan, we're both dripping wet, mate.
Yep.
You're completely out of breath. Just run up the rocks, did we?
Yeah, yeah. You got to get out there. Got to sample the goods. It's beautiful. You rock up here in the morning. The temptation is, let the kids have their fun. Get
Never.
a few waves. No way, mate. Not letting those little punks get all the waves. They're going to be out there with just 3 other people pretty soon. But
To be honest, they do anyway.
I know, yeah. Well, how many waves did you catch just as during that session?
Well, one where I did a turn and one where I came straight in on my guts. To
All
the
right,
beach.
so I caught 2 0.1s, and then I got a 1.1. And then I got 2 little 2.5s. So happy with the 2.5s at the end.
And 5 waves.
5 waves, yeah. But I'm actually one of those people who does believe in, like, let the kids have a couple of practice waves. They've come all this way. I don't like getting in their way. I don't like taking sets. So I just drifted right down to Waynesy's.
There you go.
And set a little 1, 2, 3, 4 for my old mate Waynesy back at home. G'day, brother. And, yeah, it was nice down there. Actually, a couple of little bumps, so pretty stoked. Look at this.
Speaking of nice.
Sunny Coast represent. Taj Stokes out there. Dylan Moffat from North Narrabeen. Widianto, okay. So looks like we've got Indonesia in this heat as well.
Yeah, and I think this is it Keiki Yamanaka in the green jersey from Japan. Taj Stokes has a 3.5 under his belt already. So plan of attack today, we are finishing off this men's round of 64, so there's 8 heats to go. And then we have the women's round of 32 on there in the gates. They'll be coming up after that. And then we have another 4 heats of the men's round of 32 on standby, so it could be a 20-heat day.
What was yesterday, 22?
22.
Yeah, so we finished in the dark. You and I managed to slip in a little late sesh as well, which was good. But such a, to give you folks a bit of an idea at home about sort of the power of this wave and stuff, it reminds me so much of like very nice.
Danny Widianto.
Danny is throwing some fins there, but it reminds me a lot of like an East Coast north wind swell. Like it's super, super fun, lacks a little bit of guts, but what it lacks in guts, it stands up enough to attack it. So I think what you'll see today is a lot of fins coming out the back, probably a lot of sort of cut downs really close to the pocket.
All right, here we go. This is Dylan Moffat taken to the sky.
Yeah, so Ali Wright's another little spot that puffs up in a northerly, mate.
There you go. All right, well, let's find out what the plan of attack for today and what the forecast is looking like for the rest of the week, because we're going to have a quick chat with Ty Sarati from the Wazzle right now.
Yeah, thank you, Binzi. Ty, we're back here for another day. The surf is looking really fun. What have we got in store?
Yeah, another good day of waves today. We're going to finish this men's round and then move into the women's round of 32. And then we're going to keep half of the men's round of 32 on standby in case it's still good this afternoon.
We saw the conditions start to get a little bit better towards the end of the afternoon yesterday. Are you predicting the same for this afternoon?
Yeah, it kind of turned on a little bit after the tide started dropping out a little bit in the afternoon. So yeah, hoping for the same again this afternoon.
And for the rest of the period as well, what are the conditions looking like? Are we going to see it stay the same or get a little better?
Tomorrow looks like the swell drops off a little bit, and then there's another swell system coming through on Saturday and Sunday. So I think we'll have good opportunity to run the event in good waves. We'll just pick the eyes out of it from here on in.
Well, potentially another big day of surfing. Back to you guys. Thank you, Tom.
Allergies to a hairbrush?
Well, the funny thing about Ty is we stick here with Taji Stokes, and a big shout out to all the crew up there on the sunny coast. Hey, a funny thing about Ty is he is a really awesome contest director for a couple of reasons. A, keeps his cool, blood pressure never rises above what you see on screen just there, but he's a dead set lunatic. Like, he is a proper send monster. Like, when it's 20 foot and closing out, you'll see him paddling out on the big rhino chaser to some bommy off the back of Phillip Island, and, you know, anywhere on the Mornington Peninsula where he can get in a decent enough rip, there's plenty of them.
Have you seen his...
And he just sends, mate.
Have you seen his Nias clip?
Oh. And how hard does he pack the tube? He is just, mad truffle pig for the big stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, you wouldn't know it.
Anyone who has a profile pic where they're dabbing in the tube, that wins respect from me.
He's dabbing in the tube. Yeah, so I think, has dabbing come full circle yet? Are we back on the dab?
I don't know. We've got to get through...
Should we bring it back for this comp?
We've got to get back to planking first.
Oh.
I think that's next.
Well, I think planking resulted in quite a few hectic accidents. You wouldn't think lying on the ground dead still could really be that dangerous. But
until people take it off the ground. Yeah.
And it gets heavy. So Taj Stokes, Dylan Moffat. Dylan, of course, so close to qualifying for the CT last year. One spot out.
Yeah, hair's breadth.
Hectic. So he'll come back. I mean, when you're that close, you're just obviously going to approach any contest you go in with a whole different mindset. Like, it'll just be attack dog from now on. Big shout out to our boy Hoggy, who's been over there with Chippo Wilcox, travelling companion and team member on Rip Curl with Dill. So the boys will probably be watching this, and Morgie as well. All the boys have been in touch, but whoa! Yeah, this is Dill, and mate, attack mode is well and truly set to the red. The needle's pushing. But yeah, shout out to Hog and Chippo, mate. Did you see some of the pits they got at Chopes in the past couple of weeks? Holy smokes, dude.
I did, and you're talking about Dill Moffat missing out on the CT by, a couple of places. Jacob Wilcox, I think 3 years in a row, he was, always within a heat or two of making it. And finally, where he belongs.
Yeah. And, mate, with Cloudbreak, Chopes and Pipeline, not to mention, his home breaks like Margie's, and he's like right at home at Bells. He's had a few wild cards there over the years. Portugal,
he's had something like 12 wild cards.
And he's surfed in Portugal like 2 or 3 times, hasn't he?
He beat Kelly when he was 16.
Dude, come on.
In round 1, and then Fred Moraes beat Kelly in round 2 to knock him out. Mick won the world title.
See, this is what I love about Chippo, is he's not going to be hitting that CT like a typical rookie. He's got so much experience at so many ways. Look at this.
Here goes Dill Moffat.
Wow, he's just finding so many ways out here.
Yeah, look at him go on his backhand, and that's going to be a decent number as well. So Taj Stokes and Dill Moffat are in first and second at the moment. Yeah, Jacob's coming on tour. Everyone talks about, for the rookies, the first 5 events are pretty tough, but he can go mad at pipe. He'll go just fine at Sunset. He's surfed plenty of QSs there over the years and done well. Portugal, he surfed it plenty, and if it's big piping Super 2 boss, watch out. Then he goes to Bells, where he's had about 1 million wildcards, and then he's back on home soil at Margie's. So that tricky first 5 you hear about is not too foreign to Jacob Wilcox. And in the past, he's surfed all these events as a wildcard. Yeah. Now he's coming in with a good seed.
That's right.
He's not going to have to come up against John round 1. Or
Well, the other good thing, man, is the carrot of the back half of the season. Almost more than any other surfer on tour. That's where he wants to be. So, yeah, it's all set up nicely for Chippo, and we wish him all the best.
Imagine Chippo and Jack Robbo, the 2 West Aussies who've, they're a year apart in age.
They're going to have heats.
Oh.
And they've had, like, plenty of heats out, Toomies and stuff, haven't they, over the years?
Yeah. The 2 of them competing at Cloudbreak for the first time, and then going to Chopes together for the first time.
Next level. And also, I was talking to Dave McCauley. He was saying he's seen them do stuff on those big, big desert swells where he just, he was going, new bar set by those 2. Mate, Dill Moffat, another guy who I would expect to see in the CT in the coming 12 months. He's so good. He's such a power pack. He actually does remind me of like a young Davo in the way that he attacks waves. He's another guy who's tasted that CT level of surfing with wildcards. He famously had a couple of heats against Medina. He won a heat in the second round, I'm pretty sure, at Narrabeen.
Yeah, he did that mad punt.
Yeah, and he's just got that kind of, there's a few natural footers from Narrabeen that just have it. And, Davey Cathles was another one. Just a nice, good, solid stance and the ability to really sting when they hit the lip. It's not just like a tail drift or whatever. There's a real power punch in there. He's put a couple of good scores on the board here, Binsy. Yeah, 6.33 and a 5.17 to be in the lead at the moment.
6 and a 5 is a pretty good start. So this is Heat 9, round of 64 action. This is the final seeded round. And this looks like Taj Stokes on his backhand.
Gets a couple of whips in. And he'll get out of that one.
Behind him, that's still
it's
Moffat.
Such friendly, sir. Yeah, look at this. Wow, man. The northy left coming into play. They were so busy. See, even that last turn, it's a pretty weak section. Just gets that little bit of extra pop on it, and it blows the back out. So, pretty nice stuff.
Here goes Danny Widianto, the Bali boy.
There's a big Indonesian contingent over here led by His Royal Highness Rizal Tanjung, the Prince of the Pipe. He gets so barreled and has done for a long time. Changed the game. You know, Indonesia's had some legendary surfers over the years, guys who really became known globally. You start kind of way back with Ketut Menda, Made Kasim,
Made Lana.
Made Lana. Oh my goodness, the performances. Ask anyone who's ever been to Ulus who the best surfer is out there. He'll be in the top 3 every single time.
He's still the most stylish dude out there. Like you see him take off on a wave from, you know, a mile back from the cliff edge.
Yeah.
And you just see that kink back leg and the long hair and the fact that he's on his backhand as well. It is the most distinctive style in the Bukit Peninsula.
He's so legendary.
Timeless.
Tippy Jabrik, good friend of ours. And shout out to Tippy. G'day, mate.
We're missing Tippy this year.
Yeah. But Riz is the guy who, he was the first Indonesian to be on the cover of Surfing magazine, which at the time was,
Surfing or surfer?
Surfing. Yeah,
Big
bomb.
Green backlit.
There's a famous story that Riz tells about that barrel where, he was staying with Liam McNamara and they were out there and Riz got that wave and Liam was off it. He was so off it.
Came home, his bags were already neatly packed by the door.
A little note saying, the backpackers at Mark Foos has a spare room if you want to get down. But, so he's so legendary, man. And, on the back of Rizal and,
Well, hang on. Let's not just leave it at the cover of Surfing Mag. In all the Taylor Steele movies.
Oh, and a 10-point ride in a CT at G-Land. And,
yeah,
so such a game changer for Indonesian surf and Rizal. And it's just flowed on from there. Dede and now Rio. It's just on that really steep incline, isn't it? And we're seeing a lot of that here. Danny Widianto now flying the flag.
I don't think you should discount Oni Anwar either.
Oh.
He's been like he's kind of the cheerleader, the captain coach of this generation. He was the one guy sort of behind Dede who really went and hit the QS hard.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the Indonesian surfers totally fine cruising at home, surfing the best waves in the world in board shorts. But Oni, not afraid to pack up the 4-3 and head off to the QS in, Scotland or do whatever it takes. And, has been doing it for years. Went to high school in Australia to, really get that competitive beast grown inside of him. And the fact that he still is an ambassador for Indonesia and travels with all of these groms who look up to him so much, and he says hello to every competitor in the lineup in their own language.
How cool he's a legend. He absolutely is. And a shout out to the crew who didn't leave Bali too, because oh my goodness, how's Blackie and Mariari Putra and
Bol,
mate, and there's so many world class surfers in that little region, and mate. You cannot blame them for just sitting in the pit looking out of those emerald visions day after day. Legends.
All right, 10 minutes to go. Dill Moffat, a 7.5 for that second last wave of his where he went ka-cha on his backhand. A 5.77 the last of his waves, and that's just a throwaway. So Dill Moffat at the moment's throwing away 2 5s and has a 6.33 and a 7.5 in his keeper total. That's a 13.83, one of the more impressive tallies we've seen through the whole event. Taj Stokes sitting in second with a 4.67 and 3.5. Danny Widianto's chasing a 4.11, and Keiki Yamanaka needs a 4.01. He's got priority. I seem to remember Keiki sitting with priority for a long time in his previous heat as well. Don't know if this is the lineup to drop anchor. It's small, there's waves all over the place.
Well, I was chatting with one of the competitors out in the surf, and he was just saying he actually got knocked yesterday. He was saying, mate,
as he paddled past you.
As he paddled onto the inside and took numerous waves off me, which I was fine with, until I found out he'd been knocked.
It's like,
look at this high line here. This might be. We've lost him. There he is. Little slice.
That's Danny Widianto.
Danny again, and. What's he chasing? Just a 4.11. Ooh, be interesting. I saw a couple of nice turns on the pulled back angle. But anyway, this guy was telling me that he tried to do that yesterday, and it was just so frustrating because every time he sat with priority, he'd see the other peak starting to work, and then he'd paddle down there, and then the peak he was on was working, and it's so shifty, man. You've kind of got to be just, I guess, agile with it.
Oh, and this place is wild for thinking the grass is always greener. Everywhere you look, you're seeing someone just paddle into a flawless emerald wall and rip these turns, and then you're like, where am I?
Yeah, and it is funny because, like, this land angle, you can see that it's backlit, but when you're out in the water, it is so beautiful, man. Like you say, like just emerald green, shimmering morning water, so warm, so comfortable. And yeah, just everywhere you look, there's little peaks. Yeah, what about that peak? Why aren't I on that thing?
It's funny that once you find out a competitor's knocked and they're back to being a civilian like you, it's like, you can't call me off this.
Yeah, no, mate, your free warm-up waves are done. So Danny here, Binzi, gets the score.
Yeah, 5.97 for that last wave. So he's up to second. Taj Stokes now chasing a 5.38, which is a pretty solid requirement. 7.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, some competitors getting in the zone. I mean, it reminds me of Mick Fanning a lot, headphones on, meditating to some sort of Tool number. It seems like a beautiful first turn here from Dill Moffat.
Bang!
Hammers the big drop wallet to slide. He's fighting hard. Oh, the judges hate that. I'm not going to lie, they don't like it.
They don't like it. And the surfers know it now. That's why Dill was fighting so hard to get back out in front of the whitewater, because the judges are pretty quick to discredit that these days.
6.33. First turn probably had a 6 on it. Next turn would have definitely got him above it, but I don't know.
I think he was matching his 7.5, but I think...
Here we go. Danny now. Throws the air to reverse.
And says to Dill Moffat as he cruises past, patting the kitty, that's how you do it.
Yeah. And Taji Stokes there finishing off a ride as well. So there's a bit of a battle going on here, second and third. But I think that, Danny is really wanting to chase down Dill, get into that top spot, increase his chances of getting through.
Taj Stokes, famously the last guy to win a QS in Yallingup.
When was the last QS in Yallingup?
About 2 years ago, the Naturalist Pro.
Oh, yeah.
Yallingup main break, as good as it gets, or better than it ever gets. Just 4 or 5 foot flawless ripple. The guys were riding their shorties. No one ever rides shorties out at Yallingup main break.
Yeah.
And it was won by Taj. Hilarious.
How good. So, Taj Stokes, does that mean
hang on, there we go. Dill Moffat, the judges just threw it out quickly. 2.93, see you later.
2.93?
Yeah.
What?
They do that. They're like, we're not even going to enter that conversation.
Nah.
This one is dead.
So you're telling me that first turn was a 2.93?
Maybe a 2.5, and they gave the last turn 0.43.
You know what that is? That's like just punishing.
Yeah.
That's like you're going to the principal's office.
Oh, yeah.
We're not. Nah. You've done some good work. You've been a good student, but you're still going to the principal's office.
It's like the score is a compound interest. Like the first turn was a 2.5. If you get the second turn, you double it.
Yep.
Whereas if you don't, it goes up to 2.93.
Oh, well, I like it. I like that it's not just, So do you remember that final at Santa Cruz between Taj Burrow and Matt Wilkinson?
Surely do.
So Wilco's got this theory. Because you remember he got a wave.
Yeah.
And he threw the priority wave, but he still got a wave.
Yeah.
And he belts it once, belts it twice. And as he goes for the third belt, which is just kind of a foam climb, he falls.
Yeah.
And he maintains that if he just went straight after the second belt and just fully claimed, he would have won. Because he reckons they sent him to the principal's office. They downscored him.
I'd be very quick to agree with you if it wasn't for the Kelly-Andy heat at J-Bay in the final, where Kelly did those 2 turns and then fell and still got the score.
But that was way earlier. I reckon that might have changed the game because Andy was so spewing that they scored that wave. I've watched that final so many times. It is one of the all-time greats. One of the all-time greats. Kelly and Andy. Far out, man. What an era to be alive, to be a fan of pro surfing. Reminds me a lot of the Dylan Moffat, Danny Widianto era.
Yeah, here in Taiwan.
Yeah. Taj Stokes in this battle. And keep an eye on Koiki. because he is in reach as well, sitting on a 4.17, only needing a 6.77, so it's still wide open. 3 minutes 40. Now, I know I gave him a shout out already, but Nathan Hedge, I cannot wait to see you back in the Rashi, brother. Any chance of a Hoggy Olympic berth?
Absolutely.
Is there a wild card for Hoggy at Chapes in the Olympics?
Absolutely, yeah. There's
Can you imagine Hog walking out into the stadium being the flag bearer? Mate, that thing would get, seriously waved off its stick. It'd be so good.
He'd throw it into the cauldron.
Yeah. He'd put it on a bow and arrow and just fire it straight up into the little flag holder on the top of the stadium. 3 minutes.
Wouldn't he be great on Roy and HG afterwards?
Oh, mate.
The Hog.
Yeah. There's only 2 people on this planet who have a vein sticking out of their forehead thicker than a human leg, and that's Angelina Jolie and Nathan Hedge. All right, so up and over here for Stokesy.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, a nice little stinging backside attack with a bit of tail release, so making the judges have a good look. 2 minutes 30.
Yeah,
needs a score.
We need to have a good look because what we saw was pretty spicy. 2.5 minutes to go. Needs to be quite considerably his best wave. 6.27 the requirement. 2 minutes 15.
How's the Red Bull treating you there, Vinty?
Pretty good.
You look good, mate.
Yeah.
You look fired up.
I didn't have time to grab another coffee. Saw it sitting there in the fridge looking cold. Thought, why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well, it is 8:30 in the morning, so you're at least 2 hours past your normal first Red Bull for the day.
See what all the maniacs at the servos back home are up to.
Oh, mate. Have you ever gotten up in the dark or like tradie hour and just seen the boys getting their Mrs. Max Pie and their Red Bull for the fire up the day?
Yeah, and just like the biggest can you've ever seen. In regular daylight hours, you see it and you're like, who would drink that?
Mate, it looks like a fire extinguisher.
You pull off the freeway at 5 a.m. and you realise who drinks that, and they drink it quite profusely.
Well, the good thing is that they're getting the job done. They're getting the job done, mate.
Taj Stokes' last wave was a 4.07, so still chasing a 6.27 with 1 minute 15 to go. And I think that might be Taj and Danny playing a little bit of tag, chasing each other around the lineup right now. Taj trying to get away from him. 1 minute remaining. Dill Moffat will be feeling pretty comfortable right about now. What are we? Today's Thursday, so he's waited 4 days to surf his first heat.
Yep, that's the... what do you reckon? Is it an advantage or do you think it's good to build momentum? I mean, this has been a big... Oh, my goodness!
Hello. Oh, rightio, mate.
One turn. What are you throwing at that thing? Probably like just a solid 5 or maybe even a bit more.
Well, we saw what he got the 2.93 for before, so 3.5. It was a doozy, wasn't it?
Gosh, I don't know how much bigger you can go, but nice turn. I'd be happy with a flat 4.5 for that, but,
Well, it's a 3.63.
Jeez, I'm really putting the mayo on these scores, aren't I?
10 seconds to go. That was some kind of wild victory lap for Dylan Moffat. He's through to the next round. He'll be joined by Danny Widianto. Don't go anywhere. Heat 10. Daiki Tanaka, Raru Ito, Takumi Yasui, and February Ansia will be in action here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing after this quick break.
Asian Oceanic. What's the tour called?
Asian.
The QS, mate.
Okay.
The Kiwi. Yeah, that's the scene. And what a beautiful town, far out, Jinzun Harbor, Taitung Country. It's like you can see just from the landscape here, Di, that it's got all sorts of flavours going on. It reminds me a little bit of when you're surfing. It's like a little bit like the North Shore.
Exactly.
The cliffs coming straight down with the main highway, and then straight onto the beach. But then it's got elements of, I don't know, it reminds me of sort of coastal rural Japan in some ways. It reminds me of Indonesia in some ways as well. It's a beautiful place.
It's a mix of culture.
Whoa!
That
Fabri, I think. Ansia. And this is a big heat, mate. Big heat for Japan especially. We've got 3 Japanese surfers in this one. Talk us through who's out there.
So we have Daiki Tanaka in red. Here's Daiki, first wave. That's a nice first turn. And straight into second with a big spray.
Whoa.
And a big cup right there. Well,
Oh, my
he
goodness.
doesn't stop.
Out of the gates, man. That was 4 big turns.
That was a great way to start a heat. It's been only like 2 minutes and he got
Fireworks.
Wow. So, yeah, he is from Fukuoka, Japan.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like west side of Japan and just up north of Miyazaki area. But now he is currently living in Chiba for practicing.
Okay.
Wow, he's a replay.
Yeah, this is a spectacular wave, isn't it? He's just right in the pocket. Every turn in the most critical section. 3. Even gets this little bonus one where he's able to really push through the turn, send a big bucket. Great start for Daiki.
Wow, that could be a really good score for Daiki Tanaka. Yeah, like I said, he lives in Chiba right now for practicing surfing because it's kind of easier to access to all the venue that we have competition from Chiba. So he lives there with his wife and baby.
Cool.
As well.
Unreal.
And his wife is also known professional surfer in Japan.
Oh, sweet.
That
Jeez, that's good.
looks like surfing blue, Ryaru Ito. He is
Style master.
he's one of my favorite surfers to watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what Benzie was saying.
Oh, yeah.
Well, got an invite to the Vans Pipeline Masters.
Vans Pipe Masters as well as Backdoor Shootout
What?
2024. And he
Wow.
was selected last year as well. He charges a lot.
Sick, man. Oh, wow. I love seeing that.
Go check him out on Instagram.
Will do.
There's a lot of good footage of him. And first ride for Daiki, he got 6.17 to start a campaign. That's a good way to start. And Ryaru got 4.0. Interesting. So how is the surf this morning?
Yeah, I went for a little paddle. By the way, Vaughan Blakey and Daiwako in the commentary box. Lovely to see you this morning, mate. But yeah, you usually beat me out. You're usually out there in the dark getting it done.
I couldn't go out.
Too many
today.
dumplings last night for you, eh?
I got like 35 and noodle.
Mate, we're in the home of noodle dumplings and far out. Jeez, you can put some food away over here. It's unbelievable. But 30, dude. You ordered 30 dumplings last night.
Wow.
Or 35.
35.
Oh, my goodness.
So we have Binzi with chat with the last hit winner.
Dylan Moffat.
Yeah, thanks a lot, lads. Dill Moffat, I was just saying, you made it through to day 4 without surfing a heat, but you finally got in the water and it looked really fun out there.
Yeah, I was glad to finally get in the drink. It's like been fun watching and having a couple surfs while I've been here, and that was just so much fun. This is my first time to Taiwan, and I'm stoked to be enjoying these little waves. It's playful as out there.
There's been lots of grindy heats over the past couple of days, but you were throwing away 4s and 5s and just dropping 7s and having a time.
I feel like it's kind of a blessing to be under bio out there. There's so many like little inside ones that are so rippable that if you're like had them in a free surf, you'd be licking your lips. So I was kind of taking advantage of that a little bit, I think.
What's it like being in the first heat? Like, you've got to get here early. Are you in two minds as to whether you surf or not? How do you approach it?
I feel like I've had like a first heat a bunch of times this year so far, so I was kind of a little bit used to it. Like, just had a little free surf and came in, had a banana, and then was ready to go. And it's kind of like nice and grim this morning. Looked like it got a bit hard yesterday afternoon when the tide came up and the wind came up, so I was kind of stoked to have the morning heat. After
a pretty heavy duty year on the challenges, is it nice to come back with the lads and kick it at an event like this?
Yeah, it's good fun. Like, everything's like so nice and light and loose, and it's been so fun. We've been playing heaps of cards back at home, same with Alistair Reginado, Cooper Davies, K-Ball and Jolly V. So it's been fun hanging with them and having some fun free surfs too.
Nice. And any words for friends and family watching in back home?
Thanks for watching, if you're watching.
There's dozens of people around the world tuning in.
And yeah, I think that's it.
All right, you beauty. Dill Moffat just tore the bag out of it. Back to you guys in the box.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Binzy. Dill Moffat putting on a clinic this morning. He's in good flow, just sort of surfed his own heat die, and he looks strong.
He's got a 13.83. That's pretty high.
Pretty solid.
Solid score.
Yeah, well, he went so close to qualifying. I think he was one spot out. Possibly two. I think Chippo, Morgan, and... not Chippo, sorry, Morgs. Anyway, it might have been the year before, but whatever. It was. He's been close, and he's definitely good enough to surf at that CT level. Mm-hmm. And it's great to see him just, unwinding after a big year of comps. Not too many events left, I don't think, on the calendar this year, mate.
We have Korea coming up, like right after this event, and which I'm really excited about.
Me too.
To watch.
It's a wave pool event too, which is even funnier, but. -1 there at the moment, man. We're going to a wave pool event where it's -1. -1. And it actually gets down to -3 while we're there.
I only brought my 3 mil steamer.
Yeah.
It's going to be a problem.
It was funny, man. As I was packing, I was like they were going, oh, make sure you bring like a 4-3 booties and a hood. And I was like, what? Where are we going? I don't remember Taiwan being that cold. But no, they were talking about Korea. Wow, lovely little backside re-entry here. We've lost our surfer off screen, so we'll find out what's going on there. A couple of big turns, but... Riatu, mate, what makes him so stylish? Has he got like kind of a Craig Anderson vibe or a Rob Machado vibe, or who does he remind you of?
He's got like a mix of Robert Machado and Craig Anderson, I think, and he's really good at air game and barrels, and like his style is so relaxed and just fun to watch his surfing and go big. So I can't wait for him to get a good wave.
Now, there's one other surfer in this heat we haven't actually even spoken about yet, and that's Yasui. So, what's his story?
So, Takumi is one of the top professional surfers in Japan, of course.
Yep.
And he surfs really powerful, sharp, throwing a big sprays kind of, and as well as the air game. So, this heat, he's like top of the Japanese surfers in the same heat. I'm just sad that someone has to,
I know. Well, on the plus side, though, there's a good chance you'll have surfers going through as well. Yeah. So, at the moment, it's February up there. He's occupying second place. So, Yasui and Ito are going to have to watch that. There's a couple of the Victorian lads. That's Tully Wiley and Xavier Huxtable. The big hopes from down there with a couple of other crew, Willis Droomer and India Robinson. She's back on tour, which is great news for Victorian surfing. But yeah, mate, it's classic. You have that sort of national blanket that you all fall under, and you have that sort of patriotism where you want to see your countrymen do well. But then underneath that, you've got all these little subcultures and different regions that are competitive with each other as well.
True.
There's the Indonesian lads back in February. That's Rizal Tanjung on the right there. Absolute legend. Like, that guy, mate, far out. What a
legend.
Huge influence on global surfing.
And for Asian surfing as well.
Asian surfing for sure. Yeah, he, Binzi and I were talking about it earlier. He got the cover of Surf Mags, appeared in Taylor Steele films, got 10-point rides in CT events.
Right.
He did it all, and just so legendary. And I think, we're frothing that he's here in Taiwan, back in the crew. They'd be getting a big energy boost by his presence as well. And I think one of his sons is here. 2, both are here. Yeah. Varun.
competing, and then Sina's just.
So Varun is competing, Tanjung, so that's cool too. Yeah, it's cool, mate. As soon as you see one person break that 4-minute mile, everyone can do it. They thought it was impossible for years and years, and the same can be said for any sort of major breakthrough. All of a sudden, it all becomes possible. The mindset changes.
So he opens up the door for Asian, surfers to believe that they can do it.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of cheering from the beach. Probably the bigger sets are coming.
Yeah, and this is not usual beach setup. We talked about it yesterday. The guys who are cheering here, the Indonesian team, there's no question that Fabri can hear them. Like, it's so close. When you're in the lineup, you can hear people having conversations on the rocks.
Exactly, yeah. It's that close. So there's like a good vibes going on the beach from
the other afternoon when we were surfing, and they had that really bad techno playing.
Yeah.
Was that affecting your surf in some way, do you reckon? Or were you actually vibing it?
I was kind of liking it.
Doof King. Dai Wacko, Doof King.
So yeah, Rialu is now in the second in Asia ranking, and first is Joe Azuchi, who got knocked out yesterday, I think.
Wow,
in the
that's a bit of an upset.
This is pretty important heat for Rialu.
When does the Asian qualifying series wrap? That's like at the end of the Australian league, right? Because there's still points going towards the Asian rankings. There's sort of dual sanctioned events where you can get points for the Pacific region and for the Asian region separately, even though you're surfing in the one event. Yeah. So how many events to go then? There's a Aussie leg, so that ratings can change quite a bit.
And we have Korea as well. We have Australian legs. So, we still don't know who's gonna come first.
No.
And second.
And how many spots do you get onto the Challenger Series in the Asia rankings, mate?
I believe it's 2 spots.
2 spots, okay. Wow, that's they might have to open that up a little bit, I think. As Fabri, whoa, he has gone completely vert on this one.
That was a great ride from surfer from Indonesia.
Yeah.
Fabri.
He's kicking himself that he didn't ride out of that last turn, but a lot of damage done in those first 2. And Binzi and I were talking about it. Sometimes they'll punish you if you don't ride out of a third turn. But for me, that's going to be a good score still.
That two turns are, I think, enough to get a decent scores.
What's he getting rid of anyway? A 2.5 or
definitely.
Put that straight in the garbage compactor, press the button and 2.5 minced.
Well, just over 11 minutes, and Daiki got a 7.33 for his third wave. And 6.90 sitting in the lead.
Yeah, Yasui's sitting on a 5.17 too, man. So he is right in this thing. Haven't really been paying much attention, but he's getting the work done. A 5.17 is actually the second highest score of this heat, so he's well placed to make a run at this. Although Fabri has just posted a really good score.
5.97. That puts him into second place now. And just over 10 minutes to go. Wow, this is going to be exciting, the last half of the heat.
A 5.97 compared to, let's say, Daiki's 6.9. Remember that first wave he got where he went whack, whack, carve, carve? Against 2 backside verts. It goes to show you that the judges are loving that really steep vertical attack.
If he could have, right out of the last turn, wow, it would be 7s and 8.
Big time. Well, Indonesia, you could see the team were all cheering and stuff. There's also a massive Japanese contingent down there getting very vocal as well.
There's like an Indonesia team and Japanese team and Australian team just cheering each other. So good vibe.
The one thing I love, though, wow, Fabri's got another one here. He's going to go for the huck for sure. He does. He throws it up for the full rotation and he rides out of it. And a little staunchy claim at the end there. I'm calling that is a dead set claim, 100%.
That wasn't even a bigger set, but he managed to put 2 turns of back, solid 2 turns.
Yeah.
Wow.
And just to get that little bit of pop, that was pretty good on a wave that was like clearly like one of those little insiders. First turn was a little grabby. Gets this little low road, which sets up the ramp. Jeez, that's a nimble air, isn't it?
I love how he rotates the tail so much. Wow. It was a great ride from
Fabry.
Looks like the sets are coming for other 3 surfers.
Look how fun that looks. It's so cool, man. It's got like an
See,
endless
right?
summer vibe to it. Look at all the lines like moving up your screen. And look, even that texture as you look out towards the horizon, just line after line after line. It's like...
It's kind of a dream to surf.
Yeah, it is a dream. Because that's one thing that just gets under your skin when you're a competitor is no opportunity. You want to have as many waves coming in as possible so that you can actually win or lose, surf as much as you can.
With just only other three guys.
If you don't get the chance, that's when you start seeing boards getting punched and big dummy spits going down.
Yep.
Are you a board puncher, mate? Have you punched a board in your time?
Nope.
Good man. I remember I punched a board just once when I was just so frustrated. Not in a heat or anything. And my mate, who's a surfboard...
Shaper.
Not a shaper, but a glasser and a sander, he was like, bro, do you know how many people it took to actually make that board for you? And I felt so bad. Because, they're beautiful. They're beautiful things. Punch them on, you feel like an idiot.
Beautiful craft. Made by a lot of people.
A lot of people. A lot of skillful people and a lot of artisans, 7 minutes, 17 seconds. It is Daiki out in front. 7.33 and a 6.9. He's having a great heat. Fabri and Sia. He has got a 6.23 and a 5.97.
He's building up the scores.
So he got a 6.23 for that big inside air. Yeah. Whoa. Wow. Well, the judges are just saying, you know what? If you're going to throw it all on the line and really rotate it, because it was a pretty corked out one, I think that, they're going to throw a number at you. That's a little message to the rest of the competitors. Because there has been some beautiful, carving surfing. But in this sort of surf, you're going to have a point of difference if you really can throw it as hard as you can into the flats. Add a bit of danger to it. But your boys, mate, Ito, Yasui, they've definitely got some work to do now. Ito needing an 8.2, and even with that 5.17, Yasui's going to need a 7.03. He's been very patient.
Very patient. One wave ridden in 20 minutes. That's a very patient person.
Oh, man. It's hard to do. It's actually hard to be patient out here because there's so many little waves constantly moving at you.
So many opportunities out there. So,
how did you sleep last night with 35 dumplings in your belly?
It was bad. I couldn't go sleep. I woke up twice in the midnight and I couldn't sleep. Couldn't go back to sleep.
When they brought that bowl of dumplings out, Binzi and I were sitting right next to you. I was just like, what are you doing? And guess what? Remember you guys were laughing at me because I only ordered 6?
Yeah.
Mate, I couldn't eat much more than 6. I was,
really?
Yeah, I was full.
I was full.
No, to be honest, I ended up eating 15.
Really?
Yeah, I ate 15. They brought out a couple of other... They thought they for some reason, they thought they'd... missed our order and they brought out an extra 2 plates.
Okay, that happens to me too yesterday. Yeah, but dumplings are great. My favorite.
Good.
Oh.
I think we might go to a little hibachi place tonight. There's one in the city. Yeah, Taitung City is one of the coolest cities I've ever been to. It's like a real miniature city. Like the tallest building's probably only about 15 stories or something like that, and it's all it's like squeezed in. It feels like a country town in some ways, but it's just this sort of thriving bustling, rich place with just smells coming out of every, beautiful smells like fragrant sort of cooking on every street corner. There's people out on the streets just cooking, as you're riding your bike past and stuff like that. I think it's one of my favourite cities I've ever been to.
It's busy, but it's like a good way of busy city. It's not like you can still, chill in the city and just walk around.
Yeah, well, everyone's like riding bikes or just walking. Like it's small enough where you kind of can get to know it really quickly.
True.
But epic place. I cannot recommend to any viewers to whack Taiwan on your list and come and check it out. There's almost. The other thing is it doesn't really feel very touristy. Like you kind of got the place to yourself. You can just explore in that real old school way and figure out the culture and check it all out on your own time. It's lovely, but
I totally agree with that.
yeah. So here we go. Big air reverse on the inside. Huge cheers.
Wow.
And look at these sets, Di. Holy moly, it's pumping down here today. Look how fun that is, man.
Wow, it's pumping out there.
Look at that. Left's off the screen, right's down that peak. There's a right rip hole on the other side of the screen that isn't even breaking yet. And 3 minutes 20. So there's going to be a flurry of activity and some scores dropping in. Oh, look at it.
So I wonder who that was for, that did the air reverse in the inside.
Oh, my goodness. Now, Ito got a nice one there. We'll stick with Yasui. Oh, my goodness. That was sick. Oh, he backs it up. He needs 2 more, I reckon. Wow, he attacks it.
Can he finish
Come
that
on,
one?
he needs another one. There's a snap.
Well, it's going to wall up or... Nope, but still.
Oh, my goodness. He punished that lip, man. That was so sick. I was thinking, you wait so long. Sometimes you can overcook that turn. He fully delivered.
That's great. So he needs 7.03. I will say that is close.
I think
that score.
It's just whether the judges, think that the backside re-entry with the tail blast is aggressive enough. But to me, that is so good, that turn. It's upside down. He gets the second punch in. He throws in some more variety there. That one grabbed a little bit. So the problem with the left is it does go a bit fat, so you're having to manufacture a bit of energy. But he did so well. 7, it will be close. It'll be really close. But it's fantastic to see Yasui put himself right in it here.
Well, he waited for 23 minutes for that wave, and turns out great for him. Now just under 2 minutes remaining, and Riyadu needs 8.20, Takumi needs 7.03. We are waiting for the scores to lock in. Wow. Judges are having a thought.
Yeah, the thing that might work against Yasui here is that the wave was just a little fat, so he was having to come up with the aggression, So that might be working against him, but it was spectacular that he was able to just go hard at it. And I think we're still waiting on a score too for February, because I saw him do a nice big air reverse on the inside.
February got 6.07 for the last ride, and he bettered the backup score.
Oh, wow.
Now Takumi needs 7.13. But still, it's going to be close. Wow, last minute.
This is a huge moment for Yasui because he's waiting on a score. It was a great wave, but the requirement has gone up on based on Fabri's last wave. And here he goes again. Maybe he's going to rely on this wave now. Beautiful opening carve. Gets it back. The wave isn't giving him much. He's going to have to take to the air, you'd think.
Oh.
No, he punches it instead. Relies on the power move. He's put himself... Mate, he's done everything he could do on the waves he was given.
That last time was...
No matter what happens, he can come in with his head held high. That was a great heat. Fantastic finish. But, let's see. We're still waiting on this score.
So last 2 minutes, Takumi got 2 waves. And
what's he need here, mate? He needs a 7.13.
Yep.
I think Riyadu is unfortunately going to be sitting this one out. But we are waiting on 2 scores now for the surfer in white. And he's chasing a 7.13. Daiki is safe. Daiki's home.
He's a safe.
It's Fabri and Takumi, who we're waiting to see what happens.
So we're gonna go have
it's a big score coming in for that
We'll be right
backhander.
back.
It's going to drop any second. It's a 7.7. Wow. Well, the judges just went, yeah, you squared up, mate. You come off the bottom that hard, you squared up, and you absolutely cracked it. He had the variety of the tail slide, and that's a well-deserved 7.7 to get the nod and move up into second place for Bree. Oh, he put together such a good heat.
Still waiting for the last score, but we're gonna have to go to the little break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Taitung and the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Vaughan Blakey coming to you live with my dear friend, Jess Starling. G'day, mate.
Hey, Vaughan.
Morning. Ni hao, welcome.
Ni hao.
And what a wonderful day. Bad luck yesterday.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
It was, you surfed. Actually, I thought at the very start of the heat, wow, you're on. You were ripping, and it just got caught between the peaks.
I know. I felt
shifting peaks.
Yeah, I was like, I felt like I got a pretty good first one, and then, I watched the heat back last night, and I got 2 one-turners that they didn't get, and then got that 2-turn left and literally clipped my nose as I was coming back down, and I was like, oh my goodness. And then tried to sell her at the end to find an opportunity, and then no waves came.
That's how it rolls sometimes. But you're surfing so well. It was
Thank
unreal
you.
to see you compete, and it's we've come to the end of another sort of competitive year, or we're getting close. There's only a couple more Kiwis to go. This is a huge one though. This is a 5,000. It's sort of like a dual sanctioned event, so you can get points towards the Australian Pacific Oceanic region, that tour, that QS ranking, regional QS rankings. But there's also the Asian rankings going on, and we've just had another massive sort of cat amongst the pigeons with number 2 on the rankings being eliminated early in this one. That was Ryaru Itu. He was, second on the rankings? And Joe Azuchi is leading those rankings, eliminated yesterday. So there's a lot of the Asian surfers, Asian region, looking at these rankings going, huge opportunity here to make up some ground.
Yeah, so like you said, Joe Azuchi got knocked yesterday. So going into the Philippines event, which was the 3,000 that we had just last week, Ryaru was leading. He got knocked in the quarterfinals. Joe got second, so he moved up to first place. But then third place now has a real opportunity to move up into lead, which is Rinta O'Otu. So he's coming up in heat number 15.
Cool.
So this is a massive opportunity for him to kind of jump on top of those missing points from Joe and Ryaru and kind of capitalise on it.
Yeah. So two tours, two regional qualifying series tours, competing for different points here, but it's really exciting. This is a huge heat. This is a former winner. Geordie Lawler has won the Taiwan Open of Surfing before from North Narrabeen. So the Northie boys are out this morning. Kalani Ball from the South Coast. He's relocated up north. Obviously on the Challenger Series, he is such a weapon, such a fantastic surfer. Winter Vincent from Manly, I believe. Northern Beaches of Sydney. Just like in the last, week or two, surfed one of the biggest waves maybe ever surfed at Manly, it seemed like.
I saw that.
Big, chunky pit right in the middle of the beach. And, insane. And then we got Westernhurst out there as well. So a stacked heat. And here we go. This looks like K-ball. And throwing it up and over. This guy's got all the firepower in the world, but he also has, an incredible competitive brain. He knows how to put a heat together.
I really admire Kalani and his surfing too. I just feel like he has everything kind of in his game. Like
Arsenal. He's got the full arsenal.
He's got such beautiful rail surfing. He can take to the air. I love his backhand. He's already got a 5.67, and I feel like Kalani's just like been Mr. Consistent and kind of the underdog on the Challenger Series too. A few years ago he only missed out by one spot, and he got the wild card to get onto the Challenger Series that we've just seen this year. And everyone was talking about, the Jackos and the Morgans, and it came down to Haliwa, and he progressed further than anyone. It got so close to
he had
qualifying.
an incredible back season run in that year, and hopefully we can get to see him back on the Challenger, getting into that CT. Righto, let's have a quick throwdown to the winner of that last heat, who is with Dai Wacko.
お疲れ様でした。素晴らしいヒート運びで、かなり見てる方は安心するような試合運びだったと思うんですけど、ヒートの方いかがでしたか？
そうですね、もう最初の5分のうちに結構グッドスコアを2、3本揃えることができたので、もう後半すごい時間が長かったですね。
So in the first 5 minutes, he's got two good scores, and rest of the heat, he felt like it's really long heat after the two scores. 3人日本人が同じヒートにいたと思うんですけど、それはメンタルとかそういうものに影響はありましたか？
いやそんなに特に意識はしてなかったんですけど、やっぱりどの選手もすごい絶対スコアをしてくる、相手だったので、そこは結構警戒して出される前に自分が出す、戦略で結構ポンポン乗ってっていう感じでしたね。
So his plan was to go first to get good scores in the first half of the heat, as well as other surfers. He knows that other surfers can score very good, so he was kind of happy about his getting good scores in the first half of the heat. それでは今日は作戦とかそういうのはどういう作戦で試合に臨もうっていうのがあったんですか？
去年、ここに来た時にクォーターで負けちゃったんですけど、その時に結構ここのポイントのレフトが自分の中で結構感触があったので、もう基本的にライトは見ずレフト1本に絞ってって感じだったんですけど、最初の1本目はもうたまたまライトいい波が来たんで、それに乗って6点スコアできたって感じだったんですけど、もう他は全部レフトに切り替えてスコア狙ってました。
So his original plan was to get a left to get scores, but fortunately he got a good right and scored. And after that, he got a good left as well. So he's having a good heat. では、日本から見ている方がたくさんいると思います。メッセージの方お願いします。
次は明日になってくると思うので、今日みたいないいスコアを出して必ず勝ちます。応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much and good luck in the next heat and back to you guys.
Thanks, Dai. That's Daiki Tanaka, winner of that last heat. It was a really exciting heat. 3 Japanese surfer, 1 Indonesian, and it was a real brawl for that second spot. Fabri from Indonesia just getting pipped in the end by Yasui. So fantastic results here for the Japanese surfers as they try to climb those Asia rankings. By but at the moment it is Kalani Ball who is getting work done here. 5.67 and a 4.43 to be holding down first. Geordie Lawler has a 5.5 and a 4.33. And Weston out there has a 1. And Winter Vincent actually put a decent score, a 5.77 for that backside attack as well. You've been doing a lot of competing this year, Jess. You got to know all the crew. It's a pretty exciting time to be, part of this big Aussie push, this next wave of QS challenges, and that group energy that's starting to push for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, I absolutely adore being Australian every day of the week, but especially when I'm down here at comps, I feel like I get to be a part of something a little bit bigger, have a bit more of a group mentality and support us. And speaking of group mentalities, us commentators, we all support each other. So we're going to say goodbye to Vaughan and hello to Di.
Hello.
But I was just touching on being an Australian and being at these events. We're all a pretty big group and we all support each other. And everyone watches everyone's heats. And no matter if you're down the beach or at home watching online. So I'm sure all the boys are watching Kalani, Geordie and Winter right now. And Winter kind of being the underdog in this heat and posting the highest heat of the score so far. So he's very much in this. And I feel like Kalani and Geordie are going to have to watch their backs right now because the young gun might come up and take them.
So I was at the beach area, and a lot of competitors are just staying in the competitors area and cheering for each other. So there's good vibes.
Oh, such good vibes. Even yesterday, I think it was the second last heat of the day, we saw Joe Azuchi. He unfortunately got knocked out, but it was a battle for second between Joe and Tully Wiley. And we heard cheers from the Japanese contingent and cheers from the Australians. So it was kind of a battle of the cheers as well on land, as much as it was between Tully and Joe in the water. So maybe a little bit of a rivalry building at these co-sanctioned events. It's pretty fun. We're all very competitive. That was Winter Vincent just up and riding on his second wave. But Winter, pretty young, only 18, almost 19. And wow. Kalani and Geordie, I believe Geordie is 28, 29. Kalani maybe 25. Geordie from my hometown at Narrabeen. So anyone watching back at home, hello. Thanks for tuning in. Even Serena, his girlfriend, big hi from America. But 13 and a half minutes to go. Look, Winter's gone to the lead. He's kind of outshining the big dogs right now.
Wow. So it's got a 4.33 and 5.77. And there's a lot of opportunities out there, left and right. And when I was at the beach checking out surf, it's kind of like left up, like a longer walls, and rights are more like shifting the bowling kind of wave.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the rights are definitely shorter, but they bend back at you that little bit more. But then again, you can find those really fun lefts that just stand up really nice and steep, especially in those morning free surfs. Did you get out there this morning?
No, I couldn't go out. Did you get to surf?
I did. I went surfing this morning. I had a bit of fun out there. It was pretty crowded though. It was hard to get waves because we even had the longboarders out there because we will see them competing over the next few days. So trying to catch waves in amongst the longboarders who can sit miles out to sea and stroke onto anything, and then all of the Asian and Australia Pacific competitors was pretty hard, but managed to get a couple little ones. Nice. But so talk to me about that last heat. I didn't get to watch it, but Vaughan was touching that it was pretty exciting.
It was exciting. The Takumi, who got second, he had only one wave until last 2 minutes. And in the last 2 minutes, he got 2 waves. And better the score, he got second and got through. That was, I don't know how he could just wait for 20 minutes, with just only one ride. That's
so stressful.
So smart.
And we saw Tommy Cavallo do something similar yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't pay off him. He didn't get his first wave until 7 minutes to go. And then got 2 pretty good ones quickly. And then I was only looking for a 6, and then just ran out of time, unfortunately. But Plenty of waves out there today. Maybe the wind looking like it might be puffing up a bit out there. Did you
I think so. Yeah.
see a difference when you were out there before? Just a little bit stronger. And Geordie Lawler gone from third to first. So his last wave was a 4.77. We did unfortunately miss that. We look like we might have a paddle here from Westernhurst on one of those right rip bowls we were just talking about. Nice opening backhand turn. Streaks down the line. Here's a floater section. Gets up around for a snap. Hoping to finish this one off. And yeah, it does
nice.
with a bit of an exclamation mark on it.
So he's only got 1.0 and just over 10 minutes. So that wave will be his best score for sure. And that puts him in the game again. So now probably he's going to need another decent good score.
Well, right now it's really a battle of the 4s and 5s. So I feel like if he could get a 4 or a 5 on the board, which I'm thinking he'll probably do off that last wave, then if he can get another score similar, he's right in this heat. You know, first, second and third all have a 5 and a 4 each. Oh, that last wave coming in under 3.43. But he's definitely put himself more in the heat now, only looking for a 6.67. But 10 minutes to go, still a lot of time. It's just this is where priority actually really comes into play. It definitely matters. We can see Kalani and Winter sitting pretty far away from each other. Geordie finishing off a wave there. We'll see if we can get a replay of the last of blue. It didn't look like he had bad body language, so maybe a good wave there for Geordie. Looking like we have a paddle up the peak, potentially for, that looks like white, Winter Vincent, opting to go left. Nice first turn for Winter. Here's a bit of a bowly section. Car's back there, looking to get a bit more damage done. He's so tall.
Wow.
So strong. This is a good looking wave for Winter. So I feel like that could better his scoreline.
I like how he just stays with the white water with the power zone so that he can put the vertical turn in. Yeah, that was a great ride from Winter.
He's been on the scene for a really long time, Winter. You know, he's been a really great surfer since he was really young. Kind of came through the ranks and competed at a similar age that we saw Kobe Clements as well. And he was always so impressive. And then COVID happened and I moved up the coast. So I probably didn't see Winter for about 2 or 3 years. And then the next time I saw him, I didn't recognize him from how much he had grown and changed. And he's not little Winter anymore. He's literally a man. And you can see in his surfing as well. He's surfing so strong. I agree. I really like how he stayed with the power on that last wave, because sometimes if you go too wide, you're kind of stuck in that carve world. But paying off for Winter, that last wave, a 4.87.
Better the backup score.
Goes to the lead.
And the last wave for Jordan, it was 4.77, which isn't good to his best 2 scores. So just under 8 minutes to go.
Yeah.
There's a time like wave just stop and just make everyone wait for a long time. It's that time right now.
Yeah, it's kind of the luck of the draw whether you get that slow or really consistent heat. I'm pretty sure it was quite consistent in that opening heat of the morning. You know, we saw some pretty good scores come in. But then, like you said, that last heat, we didn't see Takumi get a wave until the last 2 minutes. 2 minutes. That is ridiculous. 2 waves in 2 minutes?
2 waves in 2 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
He got 2 best scores.
I don't know how he did that. That is ridiculous. I can't paddle that fast to get back out the back.
It's very close to the beach, but still there's a lot of paddling.
So much paddling. Looking like we've got a paddle here from blue. This is Geordie Lawler. Oh, wow. Trying to push it a bit harder there. You know, he wants to get that first position because Kalani's not looking for much, a 4.6, which he's so talented, Kalani, so definitely can get that score. He's kind of playing the waiting game right now. He knows what kind of wave he's looking for. He's choosing to be patient. And Westernhurst, a 6.84, sorry. So bit of a higher requirement, but with that surfing we saw in that smaller wave, I feel like if you could get a bigger one, that 6 is definitely within reach. But maybe a few sets coming Dai.
Who's gonna be on it? Wow, that's a nice cut back and try to connect the section, and that's where the left little bit just wave dies out. In the end, you have to pick the like a wider, longer walls kind of wave. It was unfortunate. It was great first and the second turn, but wave just dies out for the third turn.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Western. A 3.57 for that last wave. So judges locking it in pretty quickly, deeming it's not enough. So need a 6.7. Narrowly made his job and life a little bit easier. Here we go. We've got Winter taking to the sky. Not sure if he landed it or not. We've got Geordie streaming down the line. Wow, this is a great wave for Blue. Wow, Geordie Lawler. That was really impressive from Blue. And I wonder if Winter landed that air, because that was sick. And there's Western Hurst, unfortunately not finishing off that ride. So, yeah, we'll get a couple replays because there's a lot to catch up on right now, because Blue got a great wave. If Winter landed that air, that's going to be a great wave as well. So, and Kalani, sitting there with priority, decided not to go any of those waves.
That was definitely one of the best wave in the morning.
Yeah, Geordie just connected like he was back home at North Narrabeen, surfing those lefts so gracefully, like we always see him do out there. But we'll wait and see if we can dissect these waves. Winter getting back out there, so he'll regain second priority. Maybe another set coming through from this beautiful drone angle shot that we're seeing right now.
Well, lots of actions going on. Just under five minutes remaining.
Clock is definitely ticking. Maybe Kalani finally pulling the trigger. Here we go. He's choosing one of those bowly rights. Strong opening carve. This wave isn't going to give him too much to work with. Gets another one there. Needs to do something big down the line. Just a kind of down the line snap there. So last wave for Western, a 2.73. Doesn't increase his scoreline, but the scores that matter from Winter, Geordie and Kalani. I feel like Kalani's going to need more than a 4.6 now, though.
Definitely.
Because Geordie, and depending on what Winter did, if he landed that turn. We'll just see if we can. Last wave for Winter, so he did land at a 7.77. Wow. That is a huge score, one of the highest we've seen this morning. Still waiting for one of Geordie's. We'll wait to see what.
But definitely, the last wave for Jordan is going to be pretty high score.
Yeah, I'm calling it's going to be a pretty good score as well. Kalani is definitely going to have to get a little bit of work done, and he is going to take fourth priority with 3 minutes to go. And wow, judges locking in some pretty big scores. There it is, an 8.5 for the last of Geordie Lawler. So massive scores going down right now. Here we go, Winter Vincent up and riding, looking for a 6.24. Unfortunately can't pull that one around. So Geordie regains the lead. Winter in second. Now Kalani needing a 7.87. We've got a split peak situation. Western Hurst, Geordie Lawler. Western still going.
So now Kalani has first priority, and there's 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So he might be going to have one more shot to get a 7.87.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest scores we would have seen dropped all event, even just today. That 8.5 from Geordie Lawler was so impressive. See if we can manage a replay for you guys, because yeah, it was excellent surfing, and Winter, getting really progressive to lock in that 7.77. So things really heating up in the back end of this heat.
Again, last 2 minutes. A lot of actions going on in the last 2 minutes. Wow.
And we can hear lots of whistling and yelling just coming from the back of us. A lot of the surfers literally sitting on the other side of this wall right here. So here we go. Here's the replay of Geordie's 8.5. streaks down the line, gets a nice opening first turn here, and then this wave just gives him so much to work with. That turn, so impressive, and again there. So that was one of the best looking waves we've seen come through all event. And Geordie again proving his scoreline on that last wave, a 6.33. So
Wow, he beat his second score.
really, really impressive stuff from Geordie Lawler. 8.5 and a 6.63. 6.33. You'd be very happy with that right now with 50 seconds to go.
Here is the surfer. Green goes to the air. Unfortunately, he couldn't ride off. But he needed 9.97, so he has to go to the air or big turns.
We'll see if Kalani can get one last opportunity. Looking like he will. Here we go. He's taking a left, looking for a 7.87. Nice first turn. Needs to get a bit more work done. Goes for something a little bit more radical on that second.
Wow.
And that was really impressive there from Kalani.
Tail release to reverse. And he made it. It's the last 10 seconds. That's going to be interesting. So he needs 7.87 and he put solid 2 turns.
I'm not sure.
So compared to Jordan's 8.50, he puts a couple of turns, like 3 turns, a solid.
3 turns on a similar size wave, but got 3 really strong turns. Kalani needing less than that, needing a 7.87. We got to. I guess the judges will compare it to Winter's 7.77 though.
Well, we're just gonna have to wait for the scores coming in for the last situation. So Kalani was needing 7.87, and he got a last wave, and we are waiting for the last wave to lock in. And we're gonna go after the break, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We just completed Heat 11 of the round of 64, and what a super exciting finish. Geordie Lawler getting another 8.13 to add to that 8.5 that he'd already had in there. Winter Vincent coming in second, Kalani Ball in third, and Westonhurst in fourth. I'm True Starling, and I'm joined in the booth with my sister Jessie Starling to call through the action of Heat 12 for me, Jessie. Yeah, that last heat was really exciting, so I'm hoping Heat 12 is just as, ecstatic as that last one, because everyone was kind of stuck on 4s and 5s until about the 10-minute mark, I'd like to say, so it was anyone's game. Mm-hmm. And then Geordie and Winter kind of just tapped into another level. Kalani played the waiting game because you could see he wanted to do that as well, but just was a little too late for Kalani. And Winter's just looking so on point and comfortable in his surfing right now. And, you know, Geordie's won this event before, so he knows what it takes to win here, and he really tapped into that. And, yeah, those 2 scores were really impressive. Yeah, first time Geordie had come here, he took out the event, I think, in 2014 or something like that, a while back, so 9 years ago now, back when it was a QS 3000. But now we're here for a 5,000 co-sanctioned event with Asia and the Australia-Oceania region. In this heat 12 for the round of 64, we've got Ketut Agus in the red, Xavier Huxtable from Victoria in the blue, Bodie Williams also from the land of Victoria in the white, Jay Okalupo from Snapper Rocks is in the green. Ketut, the lone Indonesian surfer in this heat, he's amongst 3 Aussie surfers. There we see Geordie Lawler on screen making his way up the beach after a pretty dominant win. 16.63 total. I feel like that's probably the highest heat total that we've seen so far. All event, absolutely. Joel Vaughan got pretty close to it yesterday. He had an 8 and a 7, something like that. And so his tally was pretty close as well. But yeah, Geordie definitely one-upping him this morning. Really impressive surfing. Always loved him on those CI surfboards. Works with coach Maddie Cattle, so I'm sure Maddie's probably watching back from Narrabeen and cheering because Geordie just surfs such an excellent heat. But yeah, now this is a pretty stacked heat that we're looking at. You know, these 4 names, we've heard them all before, and they all usually travel pretty far into the draw. So we'll definitely see an upset no matter who goes out in this heat. Yeah, we saw Bodie take out his last heat in the round of 96, taking out Weston Hurst, Josh Van Niekerk and Noah Andrew. So he won that heat. We can see Geordie there with his Whistler bucket hat, I'm sure, just getting himself some water. It's pretty hot out there, but there's definitely a lot of atmosphere down in the athlete area. Everyone's here watching the surfers, trying to find as much shade as possible as well. The local lads, Dylan Moffat and Geordie Lawler, just enjoying an embrace there. Both from North Narrabeen, surfed together a lot, so that was pretty cool to see. We saw Dylan win his first heat this morning. No waves to start this one off yet. We've got just about 21 minutes to go. But the conditions are really fun out there. We saw them get better yesterday afternoon, so we're hoping for that the same this afternoon as well. Yeah, I feel like as soon as the tide starts to fill in, we'll see that swell build just a little bit more throughout the day, like we saw yesterday. And then we surfed all the way until the moon came out, really, until last night, I guess we could say. We were running heats till, and we just had to because the waves were so good. And these were the days that we saw the conditions were going to be pretty perfect. It was yesterday, today, looking like maybe 3/4 of the day tomorrow. Then the wind does puff back up again on the weekend, but so does the swell. So it'll be tricky, but it'll be fun. Yeah, this is Jay Okalupo. We'll stick with this live action for just a moment. Nice first turn for Jay, and then straight up into a reverse for a second one, and then he'll kick out. While we are waiting on that number to lock in, we've got Dai Wacko down there with the last heat winner, Geordie Lawler.
So waves are pumping right now, and how was it out there? Is it different once you're in the water?
A little bit, yeah. It's kind of like actually quite hard to pass up waves. There's a lot of like fun-looking waves, but certain waves are the scorers, and yeah, it took me a little bit to figure that out.
You had a good wave in the first half, and the wave just stopped in the middle, and you just got a really good waves in the end. So did you have like any particular plans out there?
I really like the look of that left. Been surfing that all week. But yeah, my first few waves, I sort of like, I don't know, I felt like I was surfing all right, but didn't really get very good scores or anything. So I needed to surf a little better, and yeah, I was lucky I got the waves to do so at the end.
What was your thought on the best wave?
Just try and complete it and try and hit it as hard as I can on the sections that came up. And yeah.
Right. Any messages to your local families and supporters back home?
Yeah. Hello to my girlfriend Serena, my mum and dad at home, my pop, my nan, just yeah, the whole fam.
Thank you so much, and good luck in the next heat. And back to you guys.
Thank you so much for that, Ty. Geordie is...
It was the most Geordie interview ever.
Exactly. Man of many words. We love Geordie. He's a good egg. We got a few scores though here. That first wave of Jay Okalupo locked in at a 5-1-7, but we have scores for Ketut Agus, Xavier Huxtable, which just locked in as I speak as a 4-6-7 for his first wave. And we also have a score for Bodie Williams to come through. I believe Xavier has another score as well. So a whole heap of waves surfed in that interview. 4.4 for first of Bodie, scores for Ketut and Xavier to come through as well with 17.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's funny. No matter where you go in the world, no matter if you're on an A-frame or point break, if you ask someone from Narrabeen, you know, what were you thinking when you were out there? They're always going to say, oh, I thought the lefts looked really fun out there. And that's what we saw from Geordie. And he's so humble, you know. He surfed an incredible heat, the best heat we've seen all event. And he just said, yeah, I was just having fun, just trying to hit it as hard as I can. So that just shows, you know, the kind of guy he is and why we consistently see his name, you know, can pop up in quarterfinals and more. But Ketut Agus, we consistently see him track through the draw no matter where he goes. So that was a really strong wave there from Ketut. Now he has 2 scores to lock in. Xavier Huxtable looking like he was on a wave as well. Another 4 lock in for Xavier.
Yeah, 4.53 for that last wave of Xav. And Ketut, I think he's got 2 scores to lock in now. So we're starting to have a heat underway with 16.5 minutes to go. There's definitely lefts, there's definitely rights out there. You just have to make the most of the opportunities and really pick which ones you think are going to be the best and offer, you know, the steepest sections. To quote Geordie, you know, hit it as hard as you can. That first wave of Ketut, 5.83, best wave of the heat so far, but he does have another score to lock in as well, so we'll see where that comes through with 16 minutes to go. Locks in straight away, 4.23, so we've got a situation at the moment with Ketut in the lead, 5.83 and a 4.23. Xavier Huxtable sitting in second with a pair of 4s, 4.67 and a 4.53. Jay Okalupo has a 5.17. He needs a 4.03 to go to second. And Bodie Williams at 4.4. He is looking for a 4.8 to move up into an advancing position. And these are the rounds that you really want. If you get knocked out in the round of 64, in 4th place, you get equal 49th. Walk away with $200. And then 3rd place is equal 33rd, walking away with $300. So we'll say goodbye to a bunch of surfers today. We said goodbye to 44 yesterday. We ran 22 heats yesterday. Potential for running 20 heats today, depending on how the conditions look this afternoon. We might run the first 4 heats of the men's round of 32.
Yeah, I'd be excited to see the men back out there again. But yeah, Ketut, you know, sitting out there in the lead. It's a pretty usual place that we see Ketut in. No matter what heat he's in, he always seems to dominate from start to finish. But we'll have to see how this one pans out because he does have a really hard heat coming up against him. But, you know, Ketut living in Bali, one of the loveliest guys there. And this is a replay of the 5.83. So really dynamic surfing there from Ketut. He was flying down the line. And, yeah, just kind of put everything at it, took that Geordie Lawler approach and gave that section everything he has and was rewarded with the highest score of the heat. So the judges really loving the progressive surfing that everyone's been putting on display today. But we look at a guy like Xavier Huxtable who definitely has progressive surfing. You know, he's got so much talent. I'll get back to that in a second. Here's Bodie Williams just getting funky with it down the line as well. But yeah, like I was saying, Xav, he's got such a big bag of tricks. He can go to the air. You know, he can pull out maneuvers that will give him high scores. But I honestly think his strength would be his power and rail surfing. And I'm interested to see if he's going to stick to that and try and bank some big scores like we saw Geordie Lawler do in that last heat. He got both of his scores for strong backhand surfing. So will Xav maybe take something from that because he is such a strong surfer? Or, you know, will we see him take to the air like we saw Winter do and get a 7.77 in that last heat?
Yeah, you never know what you're going to get from Xavier Huxtable, whether it's strong power surfing or a big air game as well, which is probably one of the most exciting things about him. But also, you know, for the likes of Jay Okolupo from Snapper Rocks, comes from surfing royalty. He has, you know, a pretty solid air game as well. He's great on rail. We saw him lock in the second best wave of the heat on his first wave, a 517. And it looks like this is Xavier up and riding on this one. Couple of nice jams on his backhand here. Just whipping at that board, looking solid under his feet. So Xav getting another score. I liked that wave.
I really liked that first turn. That first turn was super spicy. He kind of just put it all on the line there. Floated again, which I personally think a backside float is one of the hardest turns. And then came around the pocket again. I like how he stayed with the power source to generate speed from turn to turn. Here we go. This is the first turn. Really strong. Gets that backside floater. Stays with the power source for another turn there. And just gives the judges one more little, you know, here's one bonus turn. Give me that extra point for that last wave. Or 0.5 or whatever it's going to lock in at. So I quite like that wave. I think that'll be the best wave we've seen him lock in this heat so far. So 12 minutes to go. No one really doing anything crazy yet.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's always the back end of the heat that we see people really rev up and show us what they got.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Jessie. I think, you know, towards the back end of heats, I think people start to be a little bit more comfortable out in the lineup, feel a bit more comfortable on the waves because they set some foundations. That last one of Xavier locks in at a 5.6 for Xav, so that's his best wave of the heat, or of his heat, I should say. 5.83 is the best wave of the heat so far, though. But Xavier moving into the lead, Ketut needing a 4.44 to go to first. We've got about 11 minutes to go, and, you know, it's been a little bit quiet on the wave front, but we have seen moments where it gets like this, and then it starts to ramp up. You can see that beautiful drone angle there. And just to the top right of screen, you can see those mountains and cliffs. And I tell you what, it is just so beautiful sitting out in the ocean and then looking back. Look at that view. It is absolutely magical. I've spent, I reckon, 90% of my surfs just looking in and looking at that. It is, you know, you don't see that in many places in the world. And I tell you what, it is, yeah, just breathtaking.
Yeah, I'm feeling like it's the Taiwanese version of Tahiti, because that is kind of what I'd imagine Tahiti to be like. You know, you look in and you see those gorgeous rolling hills, and I didn't expect Taiwan to be as beautiful as it is. You know, like you're saying, you just constantly turn around and there's just so much to look at, so much beauty there, especially when the sun's setting and the sky changes color, and so do the mountains. It's just one of the most breathtaking things, and why we love surfing and traveling to new places. And I'm sure these guys, though, are focusing right on the horizon and where their competitors are. The only reason they're probably looking in is to find out priority. But maybe a paddle here from our surfer in white, Bodie Williams, opting to go left. This one, wow, strong looking first turn there for Bodie. Gets around this section for a nice opening carve, opens up the shoulders again for one more, looking for more, but that wave just dying out. So, you know, it is an A-frame peak, but the left's not offering that strong finish, that finishing turn that we saw yesterday as consistently. We saw Geordie get one in that last heat that offered him 3 strong turns all the way from start to finish. But today feels like maybe a little bit of a different swell direction, but I feel like the rights and the lefts not offering the strongest finishing turn, so it's really important that our competitors get the damage done out the back.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's important to make the most of the opportunities that you have. That is Xavier just getting a couple of nice turns. I'm trying to find what the tide is doing. I think we've just come off low at about 8:22 a.m. So we're coming into a high tide at 2:40, which is a 1.4 meter high. Come off a 0.5 meter low tide. So
hopefully we'll see the conditions improve like we did yesterday afternoon when we finished up those last 2 heats. They were pretty next level. Joel Vaughan going pretty insane. And we also saw Tully Wiley and Tim Bain getting a really great heat in, knocking out the Asia rankings leader, Joe Azuchi, as well. So that was a pretty big upset. But that last wave of Xavier did not go into the top 2. So yeah, that heat yesterday was for heat number 7 with Joe Azuchi, Tully Wiley, Irawan Wow and Tim Bain. It was a really important heat for Joe. He's leading the rankings by 100 points with Ryaru Ito coming in second.
But Ryaru just got knocked out as well. So it really opens the door up for Rinta Otu, who's sitting in third.
Wow, I did not know that Ryaru got knocked out as well.
Just in the last 2 minutes of, not the last heat, the heat before.
Wow, so that is nail-biting stuff there for the leaderboard for the Asia series. But Tully Wiley is leading the rankings for the Australia-Oceania region. He's still in the event. He's moved through to around a 32, which we may or may not see later this afternoon. I think he'll be in heat 3 or 4. So coming down to 7 minutes remaining. Jay Okalupo, just the one wave. Has a 5.17. He's been pretty quiet here, but he needs to keep that composure going though, because he needs a 4.9. And I mean, it's not a big score, but he's going to have to get some good surfing done to, better that.
Yeah, he's definitely been quite quiet. We'll get back to that because this is a good looking right-hander for Bodie Williams. Straight into a third turn, and here we go. Got to get a finishing section. Not many waves off of that. Capitalizes on it, and out the back, Jay Okalupo pulling the trigger right on cue. There's a strong turn there, hoping for something down the line, and it gets a layback there. Is there one more section? There is, and another. So
wow,
Jay making the most of that wave. 2 really strongly surfed waves from Bodie and Jay, so we could see a complete flip of the heat right now because they weren't chasing big scores, and Jay already had a 5.17 locked in. That's definitely going to be Bodie's best wave. So I don't know, I might be calling an upset right now.
Yeah, wow. Bodie was looking for a 5.67. Jay looking for a 4.9. I really like Jay's wave as well. He locked in a 5.17 on his first. I think Katut may have also had a wave somewhere in that exchange as well. So that leaves Xavier out there with first priority. This is the replay of Bodie Williams' wave. Nice looking right, straight up into the lip, and again for a second turn there, straight up into it for a third, throwing buckets of spray. And then, as you said, Jesse gets a finish. And then Jay Okalupo out behind. We saw him get a nice opening carve, straight up into it, vertical for a second turn. Gets a little bit different for that one, and then tags it for a finish, getting a bonus section as well. So
great waves.
Wow, a bunch of numbers, really important to lock in for Bodie and Jay. Wondering what Katut got done on his wave, whether it was a throwaway or a decent score.
Yeah, they were both really great waves served by Bodie and Jay. Bodie looks really strong on his feet, and he didn't have a high up priority and managed to find one of those rights that allowed him to display strong surfing from start to finish, which is the type of wave that we saw Geordie Lawler get his big scores on as well. So needing a 5.67, I'm calling that it's a 5.67 every day of the week. But I've said it before, I'll say it again. There's a reason why I'm not in the booth, and that is why, because that last wave was a 5.27. So the judges, not saying yes, saying no.
Yeah, so
you need to do more.
Yeah, not getting the nod. 5.27 is what he is requiring. He needs 4.8 now. Still 4 minutes to go. Bit of time. Jay Okalupo has a score to lock in. So does Katut as well, with 4 minutes.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, interesting last wave for Bodie. I thought it was really strongly surfed. Maybe the judges wanting to see him go a little bit more vertical. Still waiting for that score for Jay. I really liked
the backhand approach from Bodie, but then, Jay surfed a great wave behind him, a little bit more rail surfing as well in Jay's wave. Got a lay back in there too, so a bit more variety. There it is. The score's locked in. A 5.53 goes straight into the lead. Now Katut in trouble, but he does have a score to lock in. Was only looking for a 4.44 to knock Xavier Huxtable from second down to third. So Xavier has priority and is definitely like, ooh, I'm probably going to have to get another wave.
Yeah, if I was Xavier, I'd be really looking to get that 5.1 to move himself up into first position right now. Scores coming through for Katut. Looks like a good number, 6.27. Katut goes into the lead with a 6.27 and a 5.83. Green, Jay Okalupo down in second with a 5.53 and a 5.17. Xavier Huxtable down into third. He needs a 5.1 to go into second place, and Bodie Williams a 5.44. That'll have to be his best wave of the heat if he wants to progress through to the round of 32. But what is working in Xavier and Bodie's favour right now is they're in first and second priority. So Jay and Katut, they can't do anything. They have no option on any of the best waves. So right now, Xav and Bodie have to hope and, really keep their eyes out for some good waves coming through.
Yeah, you can see right there, Jay's sticking to Xavier like glue. There is no separation between them. They're basically holding hands out there, which is the most frustrating thing if you're in Xavier's position, because you're kind of like, leave me alone. But the thing that's working in Xavier's favour, like you said, he does have priority. So Jay can sit as close to him as he wants. But when the next wave comes through, Xav gets to take whatever choice he wants, even over Bodie as well. But I feel like with Jay sticking to Xavier so closely, he's leaving the door open for Bodie, and he only needs 0.34 more than what Xav needs. So, you can't defend two people, but Bodie is definitely within striking distance too. There's 1 minute 30 to go, and maybe a bit of a set on the horizon. Looking like Katut was looking right, but we will catch up with him hopefully shortly. Maybe not, but that's okay. Xav not pulling the trigger, still got the P next to his name. Yeah, look, just holding hands out there with Jay Okalupo. Jay is sticking to him like flies.
I think that's exactly what Jay needs to be doing. We've seen many people do that before, and we'll see it more and more again as well. It's so important to apply that pressure, try and force them on the wrong wave, try and, rattle some cages. We saw Tully talk about that yesterday, or yesterday afternoon, I should say. When he progressed through the heat, he got second and had a really solid heat, and Joe Azuchi only needed a 4.73, and Tully didn't have that priority. He sat on Joe, applied the pressure, rattled the cages. So will Xavier be able to keep his composure right now with 25 seconds to go, and Jay Okalupo literally not giving him any room to breathe. Katut Agus once again on another solid looking wave.
Maybe a lump coming towards Xavier and Jay right now. Bodie! Oh no.
Well, 8 seconds to go. Will Xavier get another opportunity? It doesn't look like it. So, looks like Katut Agus and Jay Okalupo moving on through to the round of 32. Bit of an upset there with Xavier Huxtable getting knocked out, and Bodie Williams coming in fourth. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with heat number 13 of the round of 64 right after this quick break.
G'day and welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is Heat 13, a round of 64 action on the men's side of the draw. Roy Kanazawa, the Japanese surfer in the blue vest, is in the lead with a couple of minor scores. Kazuki Okamura is sitting in second with a 3. And then we're waiting for Mate Joey and Matty Job from Burleigh Heads. Mate Joey's from Bali, Matty Job's from Burleigh, don't get too confused. 22 minutes to go. Chris Binns in the booth alongside me is the one and only True Starling. Howdy.
Hi, Chris.
How are you?
Good, good. It was been a good morning this morning.
Hey guys, this is us.
Good morning.
You've got a heat coming up this afternoon.
I do. Yep, got a heat, which I'm very excited about. The waves look super fun, so I'm stoked to just be able to
surf this morning.
I did. I should have gone in on my first wave. It always happens.
It's hard to go in on your first
I
wave.
know. It was a 3-turner, and I was like, oh, that felt pretty good. I'll go back out, and then I think I sat for another 25 minutes and didn't catch a wave.
Yeah, it's a bit like that. It's frustrating because you watch it and there's waves being ridden the whole time.
Yeah.
And then you get out and you know, especially as a non-competitor, you don't want to get in the way too much. I mean, obviously you are still competing, so you can, you know, be a pig and catch as many waves as you want, but you're also a nice person, so I'm sure that comes with a bit of a dilemma from time to time.
Yeah.
Okay, that was Kazuki Okamura getting this heat started. Best wave we've seen so far. Here goes Aimare Ariana. Working his way down the line and slamming that one on his forehand. So Matty Job, the Burleigh boy in the white jersey, now has priority.
Matty's been ripping all event. I've seen him, you know, out in the earlies. Wow, this is Roy just getting a couple of nice jams on his backhand, straight up and into it for another one. The lefts just look like they're firing right now. Wow, Roy, doesn't quite get a finish, but that was a solid looking wave anyway. So a bunch of scores to lock in. Matty, I think, did Burleigh have a issue with the ABB? I think not making it to the
They didn't
Grand
make
final?
the final, but I'm assuming as the host Board Riders Club, they'll get a wild card.
Yeah, you'd think so.
I don't know if you could go to Burleigh Heads and run a Australian Board Riders battle and not have the Burleigh Board Riders involved.
It'd be pretty criminal.
They're a pretty powerhouse team, that one. Seen some incredible surfers fly the red and white flag over the years.
They've got the likes of the Huppets clan as well now. Moved up from Janjuk, now surfing for Burleigh Heads.
Yeah, let's not forget about Liam O'Brien on the
O'Brien.
championship tour.
Yep.
Arguably the Rookie of the Year, depending on your metrics. Meanwhile, we're going to cross down to your sis, JJ, who's having a winner with the last. Chat with the winner of the last heat.
Yes, I feel like I'm always interviewing Ketut because you're always winning heats. That was a really stacked one too, and you managed to lead from basically start to finish. You got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy to get a couple waves here in Taiwan first. First in my heat of the day, so not my best, but still good to be there to catch a couple waves.
And we just come from Shargao. It's a completely different wave. How do you kind of change your mindset going from a barreling right-hander, even though it was pretty small when we surfed it, to kind of a perfect little A-frame with not as much power?
Well, I've been here for so many times, so I already know the type of the waves. So I surf like my home break at Kuta halfway, just being there and just get some perfect waves. Yeah.
And you're currently number 10 on the rankings, and we've just had first and second place on the rankings fall out of the draw pretty early on, so there's kind of an opening to make some points right now. Does that kind of fuel your fire to progress through more rounds into the event?
Well, for sure, I'm pretty stoked, but step by step, I'll just trying to be in the zone, so just keep it going. And we never know on the ocean, so just keep trying, just keep going. Yeah.
And we know you've got so many fans watching back in Indonesia. Do you want to say anything to everyone watching back at home?
Terima kasih semuanya untuk dukungannya. Masih ada beberapa Indonesia yang masih berlaga di event Taiwan Pro 5,000. Jadi dukung terus tim Indonesia walaupun ada beberapa yang gugur, tetap semangat untuk yang lain. Masih ada beberapa event lagi dan semuanya pasti bisa, Indonesia pasti juara. Terima kasih.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Katuk. Good luck in the next round, and back to you guys.
All right, terima kasih beli bagus. That was Ketut Agus and his compatriot Pajar Made Ariana has a 3.9 and 3.77 to be sitting in the lead. The 19-year-old goofy footer is straight back in action in the red jersey right now as well. So staying very busy across the first 9 minutes of this heat. Roy Kanazawa from Japan is sitting in second with a 4.83, the best wave of the heat so far, and a 2. Kasuki Okamura has a pair of 3s, and Matty Job yet to open his account. There's your fun cue. Here goes the burly boy. And this almost looks like the Rocky.
I know.
A little inside burly rock break, and Matty Job, fleet-footed natural footer, has smashed that one 3 times on his way into the cobblestones. Similar kind of basalt cobblestone setup as well.
Yeah, it is. It's actually, such a fun wave, and I think Matty has just been excelling here because he probably feels at home in a way. It even reminds me of Burley as well. So Matty, he's looking really on point, really calm. He's studying at the moment. What he's studying slips my mind right now, but I think he's in his last year of university. I think it could be he's doing business, I think. He's, got other stuff going on outside of the surfing world, but a few scores to lock in. One more to come through for Matty. That last one of Made didn't go into the top 2 of Pajara, I should say.
Yeah, Matty Job won the Burley single fin.
He did.
A couple of years ago, which is up there with the Uluwatu single fin as the and the Yelling Up single fin as the big 3 single fins events in this part of the world. Matty, burly boy, doing pretty well to take out an event that I think Joel Parkinson's won 2 or 3 times. Taj has won a couple of times. I think Rasta might have won it. It's a stacked field, that one.
Yeah, I think I was there that year that he won, and it was pretty exciting to see him win, and he was ripping the whole event. So, yeah, very well deserved for Matty.
All right, 15 minutes to go. All scores are in. Last one for Kasuke Okamura was his best, a 3.67. That is his best. Narrows the gap between him in third and Roy in second. Matty Job's opening wave. There it is, best wave of the heat so far of 5.07. So, once he catches a second wave, we'll have a bit of a more realistic reading on how this heat's playing out. That looked like Kasuki Okamura. Hard to pick the colours looking straight into the sun.
I was sitting up in the Beachcombs Tower before, and I was like, I can't tell what colours that is, but I know that that's this person because I know how that person surfs, and you pretty much just have to go off, whether you know the person surfing up there, because it was really tricky to see. But the judges have spotters. They've got ways around that glare, which is obviously very helpful for them, but for everyone else, we just have to make the most of what we got.
Yeah, well, the majority of surf comps are either on an east coast or a west coast, and this is a 9 a.m. sort of issue on the east coast, and any time you're surfing in the west, it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The judges are starting to
fade out,
work on their Terigians, except by then they've got a half dozen or 10 heats under their belt. Things are going very awry.
We had a pretty big day yesterday. I can't believe we've said goodbye to 44 surfers. Pretty much almost half of the men's field yesterday left us, which is, when Ty put it that way, I was like, wow, that's a lot of surfers that have unfortunately been knocked out of the event. Maybe another big day today, potential for 20 heats.
Yeah.
Depending on how the conditions get this afternoon. But those last 2 heats yesterday afternoon, I don't know if you watched them, Binzi, but I tell you what, they were super insane. The waves were getting better. The surfing was just excellent. Joel Vaughan got an 8.33 and a 7. The last heat of the day with Joel Vaughan, Jin Suzuki, Cooper Davies and Tommy Carvalho was pretty next level. Bit of an air show going on. It was great to watch.
Yeah, I watched the last 5 minutes of it from the water.
Oh!
I snuck out and I was just kind of waiting as close to the action as I could without having the beach commentator barking at me. That's the other thing that happens when you surf on the East Coast. It gets dark in about 5 minutes.
Yep.
At home, and the sun sets and the light lingers longer.
Yep.
Not over here especially with the mountains.
I know.
So high. It's just like sun gone, boom, see you later,
Yep.
lights off.
Good night.
All of a sudden we were sitting out there in the dark.
Yeah, I find myself having dinner at 6:30 and being in bed by 7. It's dark pretty quickly, and I fall asleep when the sun goes down and wake up when it comes up.
And it's a fantastic place to be gluttonous at dinner time as well.
Oh, isn't it?
It's it's a heavy sleep, that one.
Yeah.
You sort of sit on your bed and just, I might just put my feet up for a second, and next thing you know, all right, here goes Matty Job. Only needs a small score to get up into one of the 2 advancing positions, and he has, well, I was going to say done it pretty comfortably, and then he's gone and poked the nose in and gone for a little swim. That will be the 2 that he needs to get up to second, but probably not the 5 that he would have liked to establish a lead over the rest of the field with 10. Well, it's only 11 minutes to go in this one.
Gone pretty quickly.
Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? Okay, here goes Pajar. The Indonesian surfer, lightning on his forehand. Got a little bit stuck, but it won't matter because the bulk of his work was done up the top. Although this little thing just continues to run. And you can hear the Indonesian contingent just right through the wall next to us having a real scream.
Yeah, they are absolutely loving it. This is Roy Kanazawa. Nice backside connection to start this one off and puts it up for a solid finish for Roy. And then this was that last wave of Matty Job. He only needs about a 2 to move into the lead even. Getting another nice float here, and then this is where we see him unfortunately go for a dive, and then Pajard just getting a nice wave here. Couple of solid connections on this one. A little bit of a fumble there, but recovers well and brings it around for another hard carve there, and we see him get a little bonus section here as well to just tie the bow on that wave.
Yeah, I think those 2 waves are going to make for a really interesting comparison when you're trying to break down the judges scoring what you've done versus what you didn't. Because Matty's got those 2 big turns and then gone down, and Pajar's got the 2 big turns, had that stumble, and I reckon if he'd fallen there, he'll get the score. He would have got the score that Matty's about to get.
Yeah.
And you'll see that he'll get another couple of points for the work that he did beyond that little section. So keen to see how these ones drop in and see how that plays out. 9 minutes remaining. Priority is now with Roy Kanazawa. He's about to drop a decent number. A 4.8 puts him up into the lead. So Pajar is now looking for a 5.73 for first. Kosuke Okamura needs a 4. He's got a number to come. And Matty Job currently needs a 2.6 to get up to second. This is Roy Kanazawa. He has found a good-looking long left wall. He's smacking it on his backhand. Look how picture-perfect this wave is. Great shape. And he is just working his way through the gears. Another big turn, and he is out of that. That was so fluent and seamless from start to finish. We can hear people through the walls going nuts. Who is it? It's Aimade Ariana. Pajar has smacked that one a few times on his forehand, and he is out. We have about 10 scores for the judges to figure out right now. And wow, the action is heating up this morning here at Jinzun Harbor, Taitung County, in the beautiful island of Taiwan.
Yeah, there is so much going on. Wow, Matty up and riding on a left. Solid first turn, just catches the rail again. But that last wave of 2.5, it wasn't enough to get him up into second place. We're still waiting on scores for Aimade Pajard as well. Is that correct?
So Aimade Ariana, but his nickname
Ariana.
is Pajar.
Pajar. Yes, we're still waiting on scores for him. And Kosuke as well. Wow.
The Indonesians love a nickname because
Yes.
there are only traditionally 4 names. You have Made, Ketut,
Wayan
Wayan,
and Nyoman.
Newman. So they, everyone kind of has a nickname, so they're not all just calling each other the same stuff.
Yeah. I was a huge fan of that last wave for Roy, but that last one, well, previous to last, of Made 5-6-3, that improves his position. Best wave of the heat, but Roy Kanazawa also has a score to lock in. I love Roy's surfing. He's so smooth. Fluid, I think you said before, Binzi.
Seamless.
Really, yes,
yeah,
seamless. Yeah, just seems really...
Well, he's about to extend his lead. So
Yeah,
he's sitting in
surely.
first with a 4.83 and a 4.8. We just saw him get that long left, laced together a bunch of beautiful turns. There was nothing like massive, but it was just consistent and big from start to finish. And I think the judges are going to lap that one up. 6.5 minutes to go. Priority is with Kosuke Okamura. He's sitting in second. He's got a 5.03. He needs a 4.51. Expect that to change when these next waves drop in for Roy Kanazawa and Aimare Ariana. And then Matty Job is sitting back in fourth, but at the moment he only needs a 4.47. He has second priority. So we're waiting on 2 very important numbers to drop in for Roy Kanazawa, the Japanese surfer. It's a 4.5, so that does not extend his lead. And Aimare Ariana Pajar, he has a wave still to come in.
Wow. 4.5, yeah, that last one for Roy. I quite liked the wave. I thought it was, really good surfing. Maybe not that many critical connections, but...
Yeah, maybe that's the only thing that worked against him because there was a bunch of turns. It was a long wave. It was a really good-looking wave.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Nonetheless, he's still in the lead, so pretty...
He's still in the lead, but he's got a pair of 4s. Everyone
Yeah.
else has a 5. So, this one is super, super tight.
Yeah.
There it is. Pajar, Aimare Ariana. His last wave comes in at a 4.67. So that puts him into lead. He's the first surfer into double figures. So it's a very entertaining heat, but relatively low scoring. It's just a battle of 3s and 4s and 5s at the moment. So this is still a wide open affair. Matty Jobs in fourth, but he has a 5.07. So, a 6 for anyone at this stage would see them win.
Oh!
And that was Roy Kanazawa, big lock backhand floater. That was Pajar on his backhand. He must have done a turn or two before we caught up with him because he's really given it some body English as he kicked out of that one. 4.5 minutes to go. And interestingly, the 2 guys with priority there, Kosuke Okamura and Matty Job, they weren't interested. So they know that they just want to get a 6 or a 7.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what's needed for both Matty and Kosuke as well in this heat because Pajar and Roy just seem to be, building house. They're just rolling with the momentum, getting better and better with each wave. So I wonder if Roy got anything done at the start of that one and if Made did as well because, as you said, he was feeling pretty confident by the end of that last wave. The scores for it start to look like a 5.93 for that last one of Pajar and then just a 2 for Roy. This was a replay of Roy, just one backhand floater. So nothing before, nothing after. And then this is where we'll catch up with Made, a couple of solid backside snaps.
Uss.
And then that finish there. So 5.93, best wave of the heat.
Best wave of the heat. Oof, we've got some lines strafing the area right now. This is Pajar again on his backhand, staying very busy on the inside. Look to him for him to take to the sky. There it is, backhand air reverse. Can't ride out of that one. Is this a little bit of a ruffle of some onshore sort of cross-shore wind we're seeing here? Not that the boys will complain one bit. Just means they can unsheath the punts.
Yep.
So 3 minutes to go. Matty Job from Burleigh needs to get busy. He's caught 3 waves so far. A 5.07, the only one he'll be showing any interest in hanging on to at the end of this heat. He only needs a 4.56 to get up into second, but with how tight this is, he won't be happy with another 4. He'd love to get up, drop a 7 or an 8 and really sort of establish himself a bit more firmly. 2.5 minutes to go. There's plenty of waves out there. Sometimes there's too much choice in this situation because there's peaks. There's lefts, rights. They're up and down the beach. Priority doesn't necessarily, have to be a burden. We're seeing a lot of the scores. Pajar and Roy have done a lot of damage under priority in this heat. 2 minutes remaining. It looks like we've got some lines out to see.
Well, Kosuke locked in a 5.03. He needs that 4.6. Maddie has a 5.07. He needs a 4.56. So it's really close between second, third, and fourth right now. Kosuke has the priority and he's up and riding on this one.
Needs a 4.6. Wasn't the wave. You can see in his body language he's not happy with that as he kicks out. 90 seconds to go. Where's Matty Job? Well, he doesn't have priority, so has he caught a wave or he doesn't have a... I'm not sure what's happened to Matty Job here because he did have second priority and now he doesn't, and he didn't catch a wave.
Wow.
So
did he not catch?
No.
Interesting. I'm wondering whether maybe they're just not deeming him in the priority zone right now. Maybe he caught something.
No, there's no more scores have dropped
there.
in, and you wouldn't.
Wow.
You could be anywhere out there. They're not going to say you're not in the takeoff.
Yeah, true.
That's an interesting one. 40 seconds to go, and no, okay, Matty Job has priority. So not sure what happened there. Bit of a glitch in the matrix. 30 seconds to go. Yep. That's Pajar. We've just answered his question. He can't hear us. All right, there's Matty Job. 30 seconds to go. He needs a 4.56.
Wow.
20 seconds to go. So 15 seconds. It's not looking good for the lad from Burleigh Heads. He had the 5.07. He had that pretty early on in the heat, and then unfortunately didn't really find another wave for the duration. That's going to be a bit of a frustrating loss for the young lad. Unfortunately, Kosuke Okamura also bows out. Aimade Ariana Pajar, the Indonesian surfer, has taken the win with a pair of 5s. Roy Kanazawa will be joining him in the round of 32. Vaughan Blakey is about to join me in the booth. Don't go anywhere. Heat 14 in the round of 64 men's division is coming our way from Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this quick break. Welcome back to Jinzun Harbor. This is Taitung County in Taiwan for the Taiwan Open of Surfing, and we've got a cracking heat in the water right now. Dakota Walters, Billy Stammen, an Olympian from New Zealand, Kajiro Nishi and Kenta Ishikawa in the water. Crispin's in the booth alongside me, my great mate Vaughan Blakey. Hello, mate.
Cheer, bro. Yeah, good to see Billy out in the water. Codes, Nishi, Ishikawa. No, I'm good. I'm really good. Thanks for asking. How are you?
Oh, absolutely chipper.
Yeah, chipper. It's not exactly jumping out of your skin, chipper, is it?
I'd say it is.
It's upbeat.
Yeah, I'm feeling very chipper.
Excellent.
This is Dakota Walters. Do you know what board he's on today? Is it Grafton or Lismore?
Oh, I was going to say it's probably a Stacey. Yeah, what's he done? Has he put flood-ravaged towns on his boards or something?
I think.
Or is he just giving a shout, like a doff of the cap to some of the region's most, how do you put it? Rural towns.
Rural towns. Yeah, I think it's more of that. It's kind of written in, like the Crips writing, like Casino maybe got a start. I don't know, anywhere that's sort of between Kempsey and
yeah, that sort of slightly inland off the coast.
Highwayville.
There's some pretty wild towns out there, Binzi. Spent much time at Casino?
No. Home of the Beef Fest, isn't
it?
Yeah,
Beef Week.
Week.
Yeah, mate.
Our great mate Anthony Sedgwick. He's from Casino.
Is he actually?
Yeah.
Oh, I just Sedge.
Legendary surf and skate video producer.
Yeah, well, the cattle industry is big in Casino. Ronnie used to actually play a lot of rugby league out there. Oh, here we go. Billy just going upside down. And, good start here. Challenger Series. He's been on it a few times now. And he's been a high-level Q surfer, surfed in the Olympics. So, a very accomplished Kiwi international.
He's about to surf in the Olympics again next year. Just got back recently from his first ever trip to Chopu, and which is pretty remarkable. Billy is an insane backhand surfer.
Yeah.
And this is his first trip to Taiwan as well. He rocked up the other day. He goes, "Are there lefts out there?" I was like, "Oh, sure, bro."
Yeah.
And he'll be licking his lips at the side of these runners. Okay, here goes Kajiro Nishi, as red hot as his peroxide hair. Working his way down the line, speed to burn. What's he going to turn it into? Bah! Drops the other shoulder, big layback bucket. Here goes Dakota Walters. Atop his Casino rocket. Big tail high whip. Woof. Have a look at that.
Well, that's clearly we've got two proper live wires in this one. I mean, that down the line of Nishi, just so high speed, and he loaded up, drops the big old hammer, and then on the inside, Koda was just sort of sitting back on the tail, no speed at all, just waiting for the wave to just give him any little whiff of anything, and that's the danger of Dakota. He's like got that Medina ability to turn a 2-point wave into a 9.
Got the Medina physique as well.
Yeah, not quite.
I reckon you could fit 4 Dakotas inside of Medina.
Inside one of Medina's legs, probably.
Yeah.
But Codes, he uses that, I guess, that wiry frame to his advantage, because he can just get so much speed on nothing, and he can do explosive turns like the one we just saw. Like, if we check that replay, he is properly upside down during that air. So that's going to be fun to watch. But, what a heat we've got. 6-point ride for Billy. Great start.
Yeah.
Hey, surf's cooking too, mate. I was up there with Robbo commentating, doing a bit of beach. And it just looks so fun, man. If there's not waves on one peak, there's waves on the other. It's just an embarrassment of riches here at Jinzun Harbor.
Turning it on. All right, let's go down to True Starling. She's having a chat with the winner of the last heat. I'm Made Ariana. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Binzi. Made, what an amazing heat. You got better and better with each wave. How'd you feel out there?
Feeling so happy to get good wave. Yeah, it's my first time. Yeah, so happy. But for next, I do it my best, more best.
Your first time here in Taiwan. What do you think of the waves out there?
First time on Taiwan, but the wave, a little bit like Bali, like Legian wave. Yeah, it's good.
And moving on through the next round, how are you going to approach your heat? Will you keep that same momentum and aggression in your surfing?
I think for the next, get same, yeah, but need more better score. Yeah.
Would you like to say hi to anyone back at home who might be watching?
Untuk semuanya yang di rumah, terima kasih sudah menyupport saya, Ripkel, sponsor semuanya, Free Pick, Miyazaki, semuanya. Terima kasih. Bapak, Ibu di rumah, terima kasih.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Yeah, beauty. Thank you very much, True.
Oh, mate. It's starting to go deep now. It's sort of all really starting to add up as we see. Oh, Dakota Walters doesn't even bother riding out of it. Just kind of feels like Coates is so proficient in the air that if he doesn't get like kind of a really cushy landing, then the only reason why he'd battle to try and get back down in front of it is if he feels like it's really special. I mean, that was a big turn, and he kind of just went, eh.
Sure did.
But, yeah, look, mate. It's huge for these guys to be getting deep into the draws now. Like, we're only at one round from the quarters.
It really is, and there's a next wave of Indonesian surfers coming along. We've got the Oni Anwars and the Ketut Agusas. Ketut's not that old himself, but there's the next gen, which is guys like Pajar, we just saw there, Amade Ariana, we just saw Danny Widianto earlier. Febri Asi or Ancia is doing really well. So there's this next
and
push.
This guy.
And then, of course, there's Oni, who's like the captain, coach, the vibe guy.
Oh, yeah, here he comes.
He's just the best human.
See? He's not copping any not trying points anymore, mate. This is legit.
Like, he's just had a little bub, but he's not dad-bodding yet.
No way, mate.
Still happily have the shirt off on the webcast.
Yeah. And, whoa, upside down. And I just saw Billy Stammen throw another big hook up into the lip as well, speaking of Ishikawa, as he goes to finish this one.
Oh, this is a great heat.
Mate, is there anything more satisfying? Like, yeah, the tricks are fun. Yeah, getting barreled is awesome. But there's two things that feel eternally awesome. And that is just flying out on the face and just doing a big old figure eight roundy, or just coming square off the bottom, squaring up and just punching it vert.
On your backhand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And there's Billy doing exactly that too.
Yeah, it is so satisfying.
See that crack. Man, oh man, this is a nice little wave for Billy Stammen.
Yeah, so we've got some scores to come in. Dakota Walters, a 6.77 for that big spindly punt he did earlier.
But watch this. He just sort of throws this one away. He doesn't even really... So I reckon...
So that was a 2.1.
I reckon he mistimed it off the lip a little bit, just by his standards, and so he just didn't bother.
Gave up on it.
Yeah, giving it any. But that one earlier, he popped that one. Well, real nice.
I mean, there's probably also a little element of safety in it. You don't want to try and force those landings, especially when you've got, the physique that's basically a bunch of toothpicks in an olive for Dakota. Those legs, so you fear every time that there's an awkward landing.
Surely he is as green as anything. Although he did have his first injury, last year, I think, on the QS. He and Jolie Vaughan had some sort of psycho semi-final in Maroubra and put up probably the biggest combined heat total of both surfers of the entire Aussie League.
Wow.
So both of them had like 9s and 10s. And he ended up, I think, creasing or fracturing his ankle slightly. So he had a little bit of time out of the water. So, yeah, maybe it plays into it, but he's still so green-boned, man. He's such a young guy. He's so flexible. And the other thing is, yeah, he's not coming down with a whole lot of weight,
This is true. All right, Billy Stammen's last wave dropped in. It was a 5.73. So he's only got two waves, but he's got an 11.73 total. He would have been licking his lips this morning when he saw these lefts running down the beach. Dakota Walters, well, a 3.33 his opening wave, and that's 6.77 for the big tail high air rev. He's sitting second, but this is very tight tussle. Kenta Ishikawa, he's got a 4 and a 3.53. Kajiro Nishi's only taken off once, but it was a 5.5. He's sitting fourth, but well within striking distance of the advancing positions and the lead. 13 minutes to go. Do you remember we worked on that Red Bull Airborne event in France, 2019?
I do.
Ian Crane took the win. I think I was talking to Matt Miola, who, you watch that guy just land the craziest
straight
airs.
to the flats.
he gets his boards glassed light on purpose because he'd rather break a board than a leg.
That makes sense.
That's commitment to the send.
Oh, mate, that is such commitment to the send.
That's next level huck mastery.
Oh, man. Yep.
Just being that aware.
Do you remember the one he sent to the flats off that shorey at that comp? It was like an 8-foot shorey. He comes flying into the closeout. I mean, launches about 20 feet in front of the wave from, 15, 16 feet up?
That was... How many Red Bull Airbornes did we run that year? There was one on the Gold Coast, there was one in Bali, there was one in France.
Yep.
And the French one, just big whomping... Was that Le Grave? Pretty much straight on the beach. Glorious afternoon, huge French crowd. That was the one.
That was a lot of fun.
That was so fun.
Cool.
And it was all geared up to be even bigger and better in 2020, and then
Spicy cough.
Pandemic, ruining all the fun.
Yeah.
Bring it back, Josh Kerr. Bring it back.
Come on the air, Presidente. He's probably got his hands full, Kersey.
Yeah, well, he's
got
25.
Wow, Nishi getting busy.
Oof.
This is a nice little backup. I love how... Hey, I've been watching Nishi's free surfing. He is a full standout every session.
Here's something you don't see every day. Billy Stammen going right.
Odd.
Well, he obviously realised that was a glitch in the matrix, and he got out of there quick smart.
Yeah, Billy... you know, it's cool. Like, you heard Aimade say before, mate, that, you know, it reminds him of a little bit of his home beach at Legian. And I was tripping because it's a very neutral sort of setup here as we see Ishikawa.
Yeah. Poof.
Big slices. Puts the extra torque in on that second turn. Really gets the body moving. Oh, a little cut down. He's set up well here. Gets the finish and kapows it. But I reckon it's a real neutral sort of setup because it kind of could look like Northie on a small summer's day. It could look like the sunny coast on a half-decent swell. It kind of feels like everyone's turning up and going, oh, I know this.
Yeah.
I'm feeling this. Like the Japanese surfers, like you can imagine them surfing Chiba on days like this.
Every surfer who comes here has a wave in their zone.
A bit like this.
That's a bit like this.
Yeah.
You know, you just pick an element out of it.
Oh, stab it up, vert for Dakota Walters. Just a pivot turn, but so much extension. Yeah, you're so right, man. Like, if you're getting here and you're looking at it and you're going, oh, hang on, this is playing right into my hands. Only bummer. Everyone else is thinking the exact same thing.
Well, Matty Job last heat, he took off on this little bowly right with the cobblestones in the foreground, and he's back at the Burley Rock break.
Just at the rock?
Poof, straight away. And,
how'd he go? Did he get a score at the end there or missed it?
No, he had a 5 early on, and he needed a 5 for about 15 minutes, and he didn't really fire another shot after that, which was a bit of a bummer. Okay, that was Kajiro Nishi on his backhand. This is Kenta Ishikawa. That was a really strong turn. This was a great wave from start to finish. Those two big opening carves were huge. The third one wasn't too shabby either. That was a set-up turn. You called it a check turn. He was setting up for that. Don't know if he quite crunched that one out of the middle of the bat, but still.
And then this, watch this, ready? Watch the pivot, whack. See that last little get on the tail and just really take it beyond the vert. So cool turn. Probably not a huge score there for Codes, but really nice technique.
Yeah, well, he's only getting rid of a 3.33. Kajiro Nishi's last wave, a 7.47, the best wave we've seen in a little while. And he is into the lead. Billy Stammen's down to second. He's got priority. He's now chasing a 6.98. Koda, he's looking for a 4.96 to get up to second. And Kenta Ishikawa is chasing a 7.73 with 8.45 to run. Oof.
And Nishi, he's going to be full of energy on this one. Nice first turn off the bottom. Throws the big old haka. Kind of a bit of a Hail Mary move, but there's a touch of, maybe not so much in style, but just in moments in Nishi's surfing that reminds me of the Hobgoods. Real compression as he comes off the top and can kind of throw the tail. You know, the Hobgoods would really, really good at just like hitting the lip, but then also extending into a little tail blow.
They had such unique styles.
Yeah,
Here
so
goes
cool.
Kenta Ishikawa. We've just seen him drop a 6.9 for his last wave, so he does not need much at all to... Oh, didn't like that turn. To jump up into second. He's sticking with this one, hoping that it reforms through the inside. It is into deeper water. We haven't seen anyone have much luck down there. And, yeah, I think anything beyond the little Was that a layback as a check?
I thought it was going into that kind of who goes to Tyler Wright does those turns better than anyone. Usually on a big steep angry face where she just drops both wallets.
Yep.
There's a few crew on tour who do it.
Watch out. Here goes Billy Stammen on his backhand, needing a score. Have a look at that textbook first turn. This wave's not cooperating with him to this point, but stands up. Gives him a big section now. And Billy Stammen, this is trademark surfing from the Kiwi. And he'll kick out. He needs a pretty solid score, a 6.98, the requirement to get up into the lead. Anything over a 5.73 will, build a little bit more of a bridge between him and Kenta and Dakota in third and fourth. 7 minutes to go. This is an incredibly entertaining heat, Vorno.
Yeah, well, just so impressive, the timing there of Billy. Gets his major turn in. The wave kind of goes a bit flat. He stays busy enough to not lose speed. And then when that second section stood up for him, he was just right in the spot. Nice little release out of the first turn here. There's the second carve, using that full body torque. There's that little touch of the Tylers, I'll call it. Usually, that's the kind of turn that you have just so much speed. You're coming into a big cupped out section. You just absolutely put everything into it. Little replay of Dakota's last wave. It's up and over, just a little late on both those turns. He's going to need to find something a bit more open. And big first turn. So see here, he can see that there's a section looming, and he just wants to be coming off the bottom right there. Plenty of spray off the top. Jeez, he's just a really solid competitor, isn't he?
The spray on that second big turn was so disproportionate to the section. He had no speed. He's not a heavyweight human being, but it was just a sheet of spray to the sky.
Yeah, it was cool.
And that is purely timing and technique.
And just also experience. He's not trying to make something out of nothing. He knows that if he hits that section right, it's going to go kabloom. So he really got the best out of that.
Well, and a 6.93 the result. So he's there's nothing between Kajiro and Billy. Kajiro Nishi has a 12.97 two-wave total. Billy Stammen has a 12.93 two-wave total. Kenta Ishikawa, he now needs a 6.04. Dakota Walters got a 4.17 for his second last wave. He got a 2.53 for the one we just saw the replay of. He's now chasing a 6.17 to get up to second. This is, I'm going to say, the highest scoring heat of the event so far.
It's pretty awesome.
Even you look at the last heat and it was a battle of 3s and 4s, and this is a battle of the 6s and 7s, which is what we can expect as we go deeper into the draw.
Yeah, man. And, Coda, the scary thing for all these other competitors is he hasn't actually found a wave that's really given him a whole lot at the moment. Even his 6.77 came on this sort of middle insider with not a whole lot on offer. So, they're going to have to watch him really carefully. He's the kind of guy who can, as we said, take off on a wave that the others will just go, nah, not interested, there's nothing there, and he could get that score no problem. It looks like he might pull the trigger. Oh, he's had a big paddle at that. And that's with second priority. So he will move down the line there. Although it looks like he's miles away from these guys. Look at this, Binsey. So this is how serious, these guys are taking each other. They're shadowing, they're chasing, they're trying to position themselves to block, to dummy. And as you say, mate, with everyone hitting peak form, they're going to have to watch it. Here goes Coda Walters now. This looks nicer. First turn is big. Jams it. Gets a nice wrap to get back to the source. He's got another wall here. And really twist the body around. And some nice open face carving. He's going to want this little inside section to get it done. Little tail slide. And this guy will just keep going, mate. As long as there's wave face, he'll keep charging. And a really nicely surfed wave there from Dakota Walters, a 6.17. It's right there.
Whoa, isn't it?
It's right there.
You saw that one just sort of bent back a little bit. He's finished up almost on the beach. That's what Kenta Ishikawa was hoping for when he did that little check.
So first turn was just high speed, perfectly timed in the lip. Gets the wrap. Couple of cutties here. So the judges will not completely froth over. So I think it's going to go close to the score he needs. He was looking for a big air rev.
That was nice.
Still gets a really nice little zappy tail slide. Yeah, I mean, it's a busy wave, so there's lots to like about that last ride from Dakota Walters. He'll just apply some pressure.
Good bit of variety, a few different sections that he had to deal with in different ways. It definitely kept you engaged from start to finish.
And even the cutbacks, like he could have just sort of softed out on him and done his little safety turn, but he really put the body, leaned it over. Good technique, backing himself, scores to come in.
Oh, this is so tight between all four of our surfers. You know, Dakota's needing a 6.17 just to get up to second.
All right, well, let me say this. This morning, open face carving with a couple of snaps has been getting around about the 6.5s to 6.9s. So if you're like not attacking it vertically and you're just doing some big slices and you're getting a fair bit of work done, you're sort of dropping around a 6.5 to 6.9. So by that measure, he's probably done enough.
Wasn't the biggest wave, maybe? Might work
Well,
against
his
him.
first snap was steep, though. That's what I liked about it. Let's see. Let's see where the judges go. But I've been keeping an eye on that because
2 minutes to go. Oh,
the calves.
Billy Stemmen, he will not be sitting comfortably, well, as he shouldn't, because Dakota Walters a 6.93. So Billy now needs a 6.05. Kenta Ishikawa now needs a 6.08.
Oh, here he goes.
Kenta. Oh, he's got to lay it all on the line. That was pretty explosive straight off the bat with those first couple of turns. He's not done yet either. This one keeps standing up, keeps giving him little sections. He knows that every little fraction of a point is going to count.
He's still going.
He's still going. He's out of there. 90 seconds to go. Billy Stemmen needs a 6.05. Kenta Ishikawa needs a 6.08. Billy had a look at that. He let Kajiro Nishi go. And, probably realised...
This guy is so tight in the pocket. It's incredible. He really twists his body right under the lip, hooks it hard, and gets those nice, really zappy,
1 minute
spectacular-looking
to
Rios
go.
done.
Kajiro's only looking to upgrade a 5.5, which would make things a lot tougher for Billy and Kenta. Whew, what a heat.
Yep.
Billy Stammen has priority. There's under a minute to go. He needs a 6.05. Dakota Walters... Did he just go from fourth to first? I think he did.
He did.
And you nailed the call.
I nailed the call, mate. The open face calves, as long as you put them together and you're putting everything into it, you're kind of getting rewarded. But the vertical surfing and the big airs are kind of getting the more attention. Look
30
at Coda.
seconds. Look at Billy. He's on the move.
Yep.
He wants to find a left. He wants to unleash. He's already got a 6.93. He needs a 6.05.
20 seconds. Oh, this is tense.
Yeah. So
everyone in New Zealand hoping and praying for Billy to get an opportunity.
Well, he's got his opportunity.
Is he going to go left or is he going to go right? He's going to go right, and here it is. It stands up. One section. Little tiny snap. He's fighting hard to get something here, and he'll get a little boost on the inside, but nah. Oh, disappointment. He put together a perfect heat.
Oh, God.
Oh, that hurts. That really stings, man. I mean, for pretty much the majority of this heat, he was looking really good.
What a heat, though.
Yeah,
Far
insane.
out. That was incredible. That's the best heat we've seen yet. Conditions are still pumping here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Dakota Walters just went from fourth to first off the back of his 6.93 to take the win. We got 2 more heats to go in the round of 64. Next up, we'll see Oni Anwar, Rinta Utu, Kobe Clements, and Micah Markison in the water. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming our way right after this quick break.
Welcome back to Taiwan Open of Surfing, US 5000 men's event. We are on to round of 64, heat 15. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with Thorn Blackie.
Yeah, good to see you, Di. Good
See
morning.
you.
Pumping waves, mate. You must be pretty excited. You know, when you're not in the commentary booth, you're outside, you're sort of mingling around the contest site. There's an insane energy as we start to get deeper into the draw here.
Wow, this is the second last heat of the men's round of 64, and we're gonna be finishing off the women's after this.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we've got a few more. Perhaps, what is it? Round of 32 is on standby for this afternoon as well. So plenty of surfing to come today, and a huge heat in the water. Oni Onwa in the red from Indonesia. Who is this? Rinta?
Rinta Oto from Japan.
Oto, yep. He's out there in the blue. Kobe Clements from Long Reef, Sydney's Northern Beaches in the white. And Micah Margison from Kingscliff. Kingscliff, yeah. He's an old man, a famous Byron Bay surfer. Brendan Margot Margison, and it's sick to see Micah. He's sort of, you know, his dad was the famous free surfer. Micah's gone down the comp route. He likes surfing comps. He likes bashing people and dismantling them and humiliating them, and hopefully he does it again today. So, yeah, he's out there, and a big shout out to all the crew in Kingy and Byron watching this as upside down goes. Woohoo!
That was Rinta Oto.
Rinta, mate. How sick was that?
Yeah.
Spewing, he overdid it because that was a big turn.
So someone's up and riding.
Yep. This looks like Micah, maybe? Or Kobe, sorry. It's hard to see when you're looking into the sun. But, yeah, so some really good young talent out of Australia in this heat. Both these guys have come through, you know, the systems, the HPC, the junior series. They've surfed against the very best. They've dipped their toe into the QS, and you know, for Kobe and Micah, it's all about getting onto the Challenger Series. Yeah, so this is a big event for these guys because as we go into the rankings and the Australian leg, where it all wraps up next year, there's a big upside down, backside couple of snaps from Oni Onwa, and the Indonesian crew down on the beach are so loud, man. They are really backing each other. So, yeah, it's a big comp for the Australians, and I'm sure it's huge for the Asian region as well because with 1 and 2 on the ratings eliminated from this event, good opportunity to try and get up there. So only 2 surfers qualify.
I believe so, yeah. And Rinta actually got 3rd in Krui Pro.
Yeah.
So he's having a look at the selection. He's in the good ranking right now.
Yep.
So this is going to be his very important heat.
Yeah, it's QS 5000, so many points up for grabs. It's a dual sanctioned event, so you can get points for the Australian Oceanic region and you can get it for the Asian region. So 2 tours operating here. It's awesome, mate. I love how they do that because just throw everyone in the mix and just let them at it.
I love how, you know, they surf against each other, but seeing their surfing just improving through the heat is just incredible.
Oni Onwa, no stranger to top-level competition. He's been around for a long time, one of the real leaders in Indonesian surfing now. He's not just, you know, here competing. He's a mentor to all the young crew. He supports them all. He keeps the vibe up. You know how, like, every team has their leader, their guy who goes, you know, come on, let's do this, let's fire up. You know, if you're feeling a little bit down or you're not quite feeling up for your heat, that's the person you turn to lift you up. And he really leads by example. So he's off to a flyer already. A couple of scores linking in there.
So we're going to have Binzi with the last heat winner.
Oh, we're on. Hey, Dakota, get over here. Nate. Get over here, mate.
What's going on down there, Binzi?
Oh, we're just getting a bit excited because it's absolutely firing right now. Dakota Walters, you just won the best heat of the event so far.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like I had a bit of a barrier, but got a few, and I actually thought I went to second at the end, but I guess I went to the first.
Sure did. Mate, what was it like? Because, you know, up to this point, it's kind of been a battles of 3s and 4s, but you guys were trading 5s, 6s, and then 7s at the end. Pretty exciting when the conditions are like this?
Yeah, for sure. It's always so fun. You almost like over froth it. I do anyway. We're seeing like a north wind into a right. I just get so air happy and want to do airs all day. But I don't know. Got to remember I'm in a heat and got to do a few turns as well, and even go left if they come.
Do you go out with a plan? Like, were you focusing on the rights, or were you looking to take to the sky, or were you just sort of playing whatever got dealt?
Yeah, just whatever really. I don't know. Like obviously doing airs, I feel like it's my biggest strength. So doing airs whenever they present themselves, but then also not forgetting to turn and just ride whatever comes my way that looks like it's got a score in it.
Your quiver is a pretty eclectic. Shout out to all the towns in your region. Which board were you on in that heat?
Yeah, gave Lismore a go. Lismore's been feeling pretty good. I had Grafton on the beach as a backup, and Nimbin and Casino was sitting at home just cruising, but see if they all get a run, I'm not sure, but Lizzie's doing well.
And you're obviously getting lots of fan mail from the crew back in Lismore. Any shout outs to those guys?
Yeah, I think they're actually going to hang it up on top of the post office in Lismore when we get home, but I've had a few emails and the odd like whatever they're called, writing.
Letters.
Letters. I've had a few letters from a few of the grandparents in Lismore. Everyone seems stoked to have the town represented around here.
No worries. And who are you travelling with? How are you enjoying the Taiwanese experience so far?
No, it's amazing over here. I have so much fun. Staying with Geordie Lawler, Tommy Cavallo and Micah. It's sick, just all down here supporting each other and then doing your own thing as well when you can. And it's fun.
Your career's not that long. You're still young, but can you ever remember going from fourth to first, sort of in the last minute on the strength of one wave?
I feel like I kind of do it a fair bit. I don't know, I kind of surf some poor heats sometimes, so I feel like I'm chasing scores a bit. But I don't know, it always just feels so good to make heats when you're losing. So
the reason we're a bit discombobulated before was Coda thought he came second. So congrats on the win, mate.
Cheers, thanks heaps.
All right, back to you guys in the box.
Binzi, can you hear me?
I can.
Can you ask Dakota when Tyndale and Ulmarra are going to get a run?
Coda. One more question from Vorno.
Yeah, Tyndale and Ulmarra, mate. When are they going to get a run?
Ulmarra in your quiver.
Ulmarra's loading. I've got Kempsey, Kyogle, Ulmarra and Tintinbar loading. They'll be, what's the next event? Maybe the pool.
So to the pool in Korea, you heard it here first.
Oh, mate. Pulling some full-blown rando towns out of the woodwork there. But, I mean, great towns, great Australian towns. Every one of those towns has a world-famous pie shop, by the way, Di, in case you're wondering. All right, upside down and getting busy down the beach. I think that was Micah. And, got a heat on our hands here, mate.
Looks like Oni's been really busy. He's already got 5 waves, and he's Oni riding right now. Finish off nicely. We missed the first part, but it looks like it was a really good wave.
Yeah, well, good to hear from the Codes, and shout out to the Walters, shout out to everyone in Yamba, Woolawaya, and Angari. That's his stomping grounds, and mate, he's got a lot of support. He's moved up to Byron, so shout out to all his crew in the Byron Bay Board Riders. And fantastic talent. Hope to see him go pretty deep in this one. It's so cool, isn't it? You just see all the performances start to lift. You see everyone's animals start to come out. It's all nice and relaxed in the early stages, but when you get a win like that, it kind of flicks you into gear, I think, where you're kind of going, whoa, I could have got knocked then. And it'll start firing up.
Well, here's a lineup, but nobody's gonna go. So just over 42 minutes remaining. Oniyawa got 3.93 and 3.50. So not many big scores going on in the first 10 minutes. It's quite slow heat.
Yeah, and that happens a lot, doesn't it? You see a heat where, the waves are just non-stop. Everyone's dropping 6s and 7s. You're standing on the beach. You've got your rashi on. You're going, oh, man, get me out there. I'm so ready. And then it goes slow. And what you've really got to do is change your whole attitude about what's happening, because you can start getting frustrated or flustered. So it's good that these guys, they're pretty experienced. I think they'll be right on top of just managing their adrenaline. Just bring it down, start focusing on what's in front of you, and don't get too frustrated by what's not there.
Especially the heat before, people just getting 7s and 6s. You're just psyched up and just waiting for the right ones and
Yeah.
end up with getting only like 3s and 4s. So you have to adjust. to
Yeah,
the
otherwise
condition.
you're just ripping your hair out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, yeah. And let me give you a clue, young fellas. Don't rip your hair out. Because later on in life, it might come back to haunt you.
Well, Oniawa, last wave, 6.50.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, he must have got real busy at the start of that one.
It's the best wave so far in this heat. Just under 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, Oni did a lot of time in Australia. Does he still live in Australia? Oni? Yeah. Palm Beach. And, he's around that competitive energy on the Gold Coast, mate. It is heavy. It's kind of like what you were saying, the difference between, I guess, Chiba and other areas of Japan. If you really want to get stuck into that sort of high competitive zone, get all the advantages that come with being in just a purely surf zone, it makes a big difference to your performance.
It does, yeah.
Chiba or Miyazaki? Which one's the one where you in Japan where you go to get in amongst it?
Probably Chiba.
Yeah.
And Miyazaki, I think.
Yeah,
And
the two zones.
a lot of surfers in this event live in Chiba actually for practicing, so they see each other in the water and just practicing pretty much together every day.
Yeah, it's like everything usually when there's a push, it comes from a collective. Like, you think of things like even way back in the 70s, you had the free ride generation. That's Rabbit, Sean Thompson and Mark Richards sort of pushing what was possible in the tube and all that sort of stuff. Then after that, you had that power group with Curran, Carroll, Elkerton, Ockie,
Here's
Potts.
Oh,
Whoa! Throws
that's
it.
close.
Yeah, and then the Momentum generation, and then that was followed by the Cooley Kids, and then that's followed by the Brazilian Storm, and then, what's going to be next? The Japanese Typhoon or the
Indonesian,
yep.
Wow, he still has a skill in the air.
The Cyclone. So, yeah, there's just, it all seems to happen in collectives, man. And, wow, nice little speed check. Plenty of speed down the line. Throws it up and over and gets the bobbles.
And he did, and he made it. Wow, that's great surfing from Kobe.
I feel like the tap is going to actually bump that score up a bit, because if it was just race with the air, it still would have scored well, but there's just that little bit of extra dynamic there. He's already got a 5.33.
Well, just over 10 minutes, and we are waiting for the scores for Micah and Kobe.
Things are firing up a bit here. Micah's sitting on a 4 and a 3.33. He'll have another score drop in a second, but it's the Kobe Clements score we're interested in. He threw it up late. He almost looked like he kind of buckled on the landing, but he rode out of it.
Well,
he's a compact unit.
This is Linta. Goes for the big carve for the first round, and another one.
Ooh, nice.
Throwing the buckets of spray and connecting to the inside. Unfortunately, just wave dies out. But still, two major big turns.
Well, one thing this heat does have in common with the last one is they're clustered up. They're in a group. No one's running away from it. They've all got kind of mid-range scores in there. The 4s, the 3s. It's keeping them in touch. But there's the Kobe Clements score. And it's a big one, a 6.93.
Wow.
Judges loving it. Loving the commitment. Here's the speed check. Just really use that to generate down the line momentum. Gets the bobble. Doesn't lay back. So judges saying, yeah, that was a full commitment to the make. And then Rinto on the inside getting this one done. Wave unfortunately petering out. A big g'day to Steve Clements, who'd be watching this heat at home.
Wow, that puts him into the lead right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, little shout out to Long Reef board riders as well. Carl, all the crew who get down there. It's an awesome club. And it's funny, there's some pretty powerful collectives on the northern beaches that if you're an up-and-coming Grom, maybe, it's like you might want to go and surf club heats for someone else, but the Clements committed to LRSA, and well done. Good to see the club going strong. And, Kobe's doing some epic surfing here. 6.93, 5.33. Foundation is set. And now he can start really teeing off. You just want to keep an eye on the competitors. And has he found something down the point here?
Again.
Plenty of speed. Here he goes again. Oh, it's a big old full rotes.
Oh.
And he greases the landing, gets a carve in and a bonus snap. Get ready. That 5.33 is history.
Wow.
And some split peak situation here. Looks like maybe Oni finishing on the left and Rinta on the right.
Wow, last 7 minutes to go and just surfers are getting busy and busy. And Kobe has a pace and matching with the ocean right now.
Yeah, there's sort of two types of waves out here, isn't there, Di? You get the ones that sort of stay open and can sometimes turn into a bit of a cutback session or a few calves if you're lucky. And then you've got those ones that link up. And we've seen Kobe get 2 in a row now where he's able to just get as much speed as possible and just set up that launch pad.
So here comes. Aiming for the air and straight into the air. Oh, that's landing flat section as well. And there's a bonus turn in the end.
Yeah, that air had a lot of projection. A lot of distance covered in the air. And here's Oni. So, this wave, yeah, he really had to work hard to generate any sort of power out of it.
But his backup scored 3.93, so...
Yeah.
Well,
he might make it harder for sure.
And Rinta needs 6.27. And we are waiting for all the surfers' scores right now and looking like Kobe's last wave, 7.83. That's the best score of this heat. Wow.
And if you're a coach, Kobe's 3 waves are exactly what you want to see. You get kind of better and better, more and more confident. He's starting to feel it.
5 and 6 and 7. That's a great way to finish off the heat.
Yep, still 5.5 minutes remaining. Micah Markinson just a quick in and out. There's so much time. I mean, you can get 2 waves in 5 minutes if you want to go that way, but a 6.3, Micah can do that in his sleep. So, we've just seen Dakota Walters in the last heat go from 4th to 1st.
4th to 1st.
And we know that Rinta and Micah can get excellent scores out here on this. These conditions are pumping, mate. Like when the right sets come, there is so much opportunity to really stretch it out.
So much potential. Oni better his backup score 4.93 and put 2 surfers in a harder position. Rinta needs 7.26 and Micah needs 7.36. They really need the right waves to get the score, but 7 isn't too big for this kind of condition right now.
Okay, well, Kobe's done 2 pretty nice big air reverses. Rinta and Micah can do those turns. So it's just a matter of good wave selection here for these guys in the last 4.5 minutes. Wonder if Woz is watching this heat. Or Nico, Spielsy, Daddy, all the Longy boys. They'll be liking what they see from Kobe Clements, that's for sure. Lawser, mate, good crew.
Well, just under 4 minutes remaining in Rinta's last wave, locked in 6.33. Well, he needed what he needed, but still, it wasn't enough. But now he needs 5.11 to go to second. And there's 3.5 minutes to go.
Rinta back the score there. He's just looking for a wave, man. He's surfing so well. He keeps grabbing those ones that just sort of flake out on the inside, don't give him that big, powerful finishing turn. So if he gets it, it's right there for him.
And he got 6.33 on those kind of waves. So still, there's 3 minutes and plenty of opportunities.
It has been a little bit slower than the heat before. There's no doubt about it. So these guys have had to readjust the mindset, get it done on waves that haven't been quite up to the scratch of the heat for it. Just must drive you insane, man.
Wow.
There's so many waves ridden in that last one. I mean, there's been a lot of waves ridden.
Especially Onionwa. He's getting 9 waves.
9 waves.
Wow.
He's been so busy. So we watch closely. 2.5 minutes remaining. Micah Margison looking for a 7.36. Rinta looking for a 5.11. And it is Oni and Kobe Clements right now in the box seat. Taiwan Open of surfing. And I just still can't believe you ate 35 dumplings last night. It's still shocking.
I'm shocking too.
Yeah, mate. What are you thinking tonight for dinner?
Well, probably dumplings. Like, I really love dumplings. Back in Japan,
have you tried those little beef pancakes in town?
Actually not yet.
Ooh, yeah, have
to
them.
try.
They're really good.
Well, just under 2 minutes remaining, and situation still remains the same. First, Kobe and Onionwa is in second, and Rinta needs 5.11 to go to second, and Micah needs 7.36 to go to second, and 19 seconds to go in this heat. Well, it's been a little bit quiet in the last minute. Can they have another opportunity?
Yeah, it must be so hard to keep your wits about you in the dying stages of the heat. Doesn't matter how many heats you've surfed. Doesn't matter how long you've been doing it. This is always going to test your, ability to keep the adrenaline down, stay in the moment, and not start overthinking. Here goes Kobe. So the heat leader gets a little snap off, cuts back. He's showing plenty of energy here, so he's obviously loving, the feeling under his feet. Pretty funny little eject there, but 35 seconds. It's Micah and Narinta. Are they going to get a chance?
Wow.
It looks pretty quiet out there, I've got to say. 25 seconds. There's a paddle going on. And is there a wall here for the surfer in blue? Rinta, he needs a score. Oh, this wave is really testing him as he comes off the bottom. Wow, he gets a good snap in. That's 4 or 5 turns. Wow. Hard to see what the body language is saying there, whether he's frothing or frustrated, but that's the end of the heat.
Wave wasn't, providing too much, but he rides out nicely.
What do you think, mate? I can't see it really troubling a 5.
Yeah, probably.
Let's have a look.
I love the first time with
that was
the
nice
spray, but Wave just dies
it's
out a little
just so
bit.
slow, and he gets a good turn in here. Oh, I don't know, man.
Hit is 5.11.
Jeez, it could go close. It might be like even a high 4, but they've called it.
I don't think it wasn't enough.
No, not enough.
So Kobe and Ani got through the last heat. And we're going to go to the little break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000 men's event. We are on to round of 64, heat 16. I'm Dai Wako in this booth, with Jessie.
Hi,
How are
Di.
you?
I'm really good. How are you?
Good. It's been exciting to watch everyone's heat, and this is gonna be the last heat of the round of 64, and we're gonna be on to women's after this.
Yeah, into the women's round of 32, I believe. But that was a really title matchup heat, I guess, because Rinta O'Otu is sitting in third position on the rankings, but we saw Riaru and Joe get knocked out in this round, so that was kind of an opening for him, and unfortunately it did just slip through his fingers. You can see he looks frustrated there walking along the event site, but yeah, that was a big opening for Rinta, and it was just unfortunate that he couldn't capitalise on it.
True. So all the three top surfers got knocked in the Asian ranking.
Yeah, so I guess it's a window, but this is Tane Dobbin absolutely belting it.
That
on
second
those-
time was solid with a bucket of spray.
Yeah, he's opting for those little right rip bowls that bend back at him. That's what got him through his heat yesterday, so really impressive stuff from Tane. Alistair, though, already has a 6-point ride on the board, so very Alistair of him to get a good score straight off the bat. You know, he's a really consistent, competitive surfer. But yeah, like you said, this is the final heat of this round, but let's take a look at the replay of Alistair's 6. So decides to go left. Nice first turn there. Gets a strong second one. He's so powerful, got so much strength behind him. Finishes it off really nicely on that last one. And then here's a replay of Tane Dai.
That's top turn for the first time, but I love the second time with a big spray and into the connecting turn. Only 2 turns, but still, they all solid turns. So he's gonna get the good score for that one. And I love, like, for the first wave for Alistair, it looked a little bit smaller size of the wave, and it didn't look good in the beginning, but it just stand it up for him.
Yeah, I thought the same when he took off on that wave. There's Oni Anwar, winner, second place in that last heat. Recently became a dad, so I'm sure his son's probably watching on. But yeah, Alistair took off on that wave. I thought the same thing. I was like, why is he going that wave? Like, that looks kind of bad. But, you know, he made something out of nothing. He's so powerful. He's a really talented surfer. But 2 surfers we haven't touched on. Manojo, who was so impressive in the Philippines. He's got such a big bag of tricks. I feel like he's just so dynamic when it comes to his aerial game.
He's still young, and he's in the juniors division as well. I think he got first in the Philippine Pro Junior. And here's that live action from
Alistair. So nice first turn there for Alistair. Gets a bit of a bigger section, and wow, really lays into it there. So Alistair just, kind of showing the judges what he's got. That was Manojo, kind of on cue. He, I think he got first in the NIAS Pro Junior. And I believe he won the Pro Junior before that and could be leading the Asian rankings.
Now, yes, I think he's now selected for the World Pro Junior as a Japan representative.
Yeah, he's just, I remember in his first heat in the Philippines, they were 20-minute heats, the opening round. And in 20 minutes, he caught 14 waves.
14 waves?
Yeah, he was just going absolutely ballistic out there, just turning on everything that came his way. And he just kept bettering his scores too. It wasn't like they were 2s and 3s. He was getting 5s, 6s, got a 7. Like, just... And it was all from airs, laybacks, reverses. Like, he kind of never surfed one wave the same. It was so cool.
Well,
and Ren Okana as well. He's quite young too, still a junior.
He's very young, but let's come back to the Ren Okana's information. And we have Vaughn with the last heat winner.
Thanks very much, Di. Yep, here with Kobe Clements, winner of the last heat. Mate, the heat before yours was just non-stop action. There was just hundreds of waves. Everyone was going berserk, dropping 6s and 7s. Like, how hard is it to paddle out with all that energy and then have to restart your own heat, especially when it's a little bit slow at the start?
Yeah, just every heat's different, and just try to stick to my plan, and yeah, stoked it worked, Mono, frothing.
It did, mate. There's kind of 2 types of waves out here at the moment. There's the ones that sort of sit up and sort of slowly make their way into the channels, and then there's the ones like the ones you got, and you know, those ones that give you plenty of speed and an opportunity to load up seem to be where, you know, the best ramps are. You found them out there.
Oh, 100%. I was looking for those ramps, and I was hoping I was getting a long left like last couple of heats, but didn't really happen. So just stuck with my guns and yeah, frothing.
Unreal, mate. It's so good to see you, on this regional queue. What's the goals for this year? Because, we're sort of halfway through the season so far. Obviously, it resumes once we hit Australia. I mean, are you looking at the Challenger Series?
Oh, 100%. Looking for the Changers and, yeah, just become a better surfer too myself and, yeah, 100%.
That's good, mate. And, how hard is it to sort of approach the early rounds of these competitions? Because the vibe down here is just so fun. You've got all your mates around and you're travelling to new places, having such a great time. But at some point, you've got to pull the trigger and put your comp head on. Is that hard for you, or do you find it quite easy to just get into that mindset?
Last few years it was really hard just to learn how to switch on and off. But, yeah, I've been working my team and I think I found something. So, yeah, stoked.
That's good, mate. And I see at the HPC a lot, working with a lot of the crew who you end up travelling with. What's that camaraderie like for you guys?
Yeah, it's sick. It's epic. Whatever, like surfing Oz and to be together and surfing and pushing ourselves. So, yeah, stoked.
That's awesome, mate. Well, I know you would have had a lot of crew from Long Reef and all the crew at home cheering you on. Anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, shout out to Longy and yeah, all my fam, my team. You know who you are, and yeah, stoked.
Good on you, mate. We'll keep the explosive air show coming. Great to see you get through that heat. We look forward to seeing you the next round.
Sick. Thanks, Vorno.
On your Cobes. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much. Wow, he's having a good time.
Yeah. Kobe's one of the most humble young guys ever. He's a man of few words, but, he'll sometimes tell stories and he'll just play it down so much. And you go, hang on, take it back 2 seconds. You were surfing waves that were how big? Sorry? Like, he just absolutely charges. He can do airs. Like, he's just not scared, and he hasn't been scared from a really young age. And then he just absolutely went crazy in that heat, and he was just so humble in his post-heat interview. So one of the characteristics I love of Kobe is he's just such a beautiful soul. But yeah, no, he absolutely charges. He surfs pretty big. I've seen some pretty big footage of him in Hawaii.
Wow.
At Waimea, and it was almost closing out too, so it was huge.
Wow, he's surfing Waimea. That's
charging. He's charged from a really young age. His dad, Steve, was a professional surfer growing up too, so kind of just following, or I guess finishing off what Steve started. He's just keep going, rolling through the rounds, rolling with the punches. So hello to Sophie and Steve if you were watching, and yeah, well done, Kobe.
He's a natural born surfer, probably.
Yeah, absolutely, he is. But so back to what we were going on before. Ren Okano, tell me a little bit about him, because I was really impressed with him yesterday.
So, he is very young. He's still 15 years of age.
Wow.
And he's in the junior division, but as well as the QSs, and he follows Japanese pro circuit too. And he's having a good result. And one of the things I like him about is he's very smart. He can be patient and wait for the right ones, and he's very smart surfer, I think.
And tell me, Vaughan and Kobe touched on it in that last interview. So we have obviously our country's government body for surfing. So we've got Surfing Australia, who put on camps and events as well for us around Australia. Do you have something similar in Japan with Surfing Japan that, Minojo and Ren would be a part of?
We have actually 2 different organizations. One is called NSA. It's called Nippon Surfing Association, and one is called JPSA. Oh, here's live action from Ren. Does a big first turn and floats the section and straight into the next turn. Wow.
Wow, he's going for it on this wave.
It up.
This has been excellent surfing from Ren. Doesn't get the finish, but I reckon he got the damage done out the back.
The first turn was amazing with a big spray and straight into the foam climb, and then generate the speed and straight into the third turn. That was great surfing from Ren Okano. So yeah, we have 2 different organizations, and I think they starting to working together so that we can improve our surfing industries, Japanese surfing industries. So It's starting. Right
It's
now.
starting, yeah. That's exciting times for Japan then, and
It is very exciting time for Japan. Yes,
I've never been, but I'm hoping to get over there. Maybe next year, come and compete.
for the competition.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Because there's a few QSs over there. I'm not sure if they're dual sanctioned, but it'd just be cool to come over and just have a crack in it anyway. Is there any events where you live?
No, not where I live, but close to where I live. Here's a live replay for Monojo. That's great first turn, straight into the nice big curve, and third turn.
Yeah, he kind of just gets into a bit of a carving rhythm there. But yeah, that's the surfing that we were used to seeing from Monojo in the Philippines. Like, he was just so progressive with his surfing, and I'd really love to see him take to the sky again because he was so consistent with landing his airs. So we might see him swing to the right. I haven't seen too much of his backside, obviously, because the Philippines Cloud9 is a right-hander. There is a left, but we saw him only go right. But Alistair has a 4.67 for that last one. Tane, a 5.83 for that two-turner that we both really liked. And a 3.93 to back it up. But I reckon Ren could definitely be in swinging distance of that 4.94 from that last wave. Alistair up and riding. Strong second turn. Wow, again for a third. This is a good-looking wave. Keeps the rhythm going and it finishes that one off strongly. And I bet you the Aussie contingent would probably be cheering their dear friend Alistair on behind them. But yeah, that was pretty impressive.
That's great surfing. Like, I think that wave is one of the waves that Ren and Monojo was looking for, actually. Just walls up for him, and there's a finish section in the end too. Well,
yeah, they were the scores. That was the type of wave that we saw Geordie Lawler get his 8s on. So I wouldn't be surprised if they, Alistair's wave definitely went excellent because it was really impressive. Here's the replay. So strong first turn there. Gets it up again for a second. I like this turn. Punchy. Leaves a mark. It gets another one in there and it finishes it off. So that was an excellent surf wave for Alistair, and I reckon that's going to go upwards of 8s, I'm calling, but I've been wrong throughout the day so far. So
well, I would say, 6, 7, 8 can be close. And the last wave for Ren, it's 5.23.
Oh, nice. Now needs a 5.18 because Manojo, his last wave, a 5.57. So he's gone up into second. Tane now down into fourth. Needing a 4.57 does have priority. But touching on Alistair again really quickly, back at home, as you would know, we have the Australian Board Riders Battle. And it's pretty much maybe the biggest event for us Australians in a year. We get to represent our hometown, our board riders clubs, and Alistair's from a club called North Shore Board Riders, which is a pretty prestigious club in Australia up there in the Sunshine Coast. He's in a team with pretty strong surfers as well. His brother, Jack Reginato, Soph McCulloch. So they've got a really dominant team, and I believe 2 years ago they made it to the final.
Wow.
And Alistair had about a minute and a half to get tagged, run out, needed like a 6 or something like that, and come in. He got in with about 2 seconds to go to take North Shelley, who won the entire final. And then North Shore Alistair got the score for North Shore in the last 2 seconds, and they won their first ABB Grand Final. So
that's a great match.
Yeah, really, it was really clutch from Alistair, and probably one of the highlights of his career so far, I'd say. But it was really cool. It's definitely the best event of the year, and it's actually just been relocated from Newcastle to Burleigh Heads this year.
Burleigh Heads, the right-hander.
With rocks, just like that, you've got to navigate. But it should be fun. So it might have a few different tactics on, how you're going to tag someone. Imagine you get a really long right down to the beach and have to run all the way up.
When it's big, it's hard to, just come in and tag
and that sweep is so strong.
It's going to be tough.
There's no quick send outs, go get in the whitewash, turn around, come in. There's none of that, everyone's got to go out and get a wave. So, but that last wave of Alistair, a 910.
You are right about it.
Yes, finally got a good score right.
This is the, best score of the day. I mean, last 2 days.
Yeah, the best score of the
Wow.
event so far. Let's see if we can get a replay of it again because that 910, yeah, just like you said, Di, best score of the event. And it was so impressive. He got that shape wave that we saw Geordie, get 2.8s on. And it was just phenomenal surfing from start to finish for Alistair. So we'll work on a replay for you guys watching. And he's pretty much extended. So here we go. Here's the replay. Strong first turn there. Gets it up again for a second. Here we go. And for a third. Punches that section there. Isn't finished yet. Gets one more done. And finishes it off with a bang. So a 9.10 for Alistair Reginato. 7 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Paddle in. Your heat is done.
Wow.
Very, very impressive stuff there from Alistair.
I love his second turn. He didn't go too much because I think if he went too much, he got caught up with the white water. So he just managed to go straight to the bottom and just aiming for the next turn. That was great technique from Alistair.
Yeah, it was beautiful technique, power, flow, and style as well from start to finish. Obviously style not being a part of the criteria anymore, but it really matters, I think, as well in the long run. Like, there was not a foot wrong on that wave for Alistair. So really well done at 9.10. I'm wondering, let's have a look and see what all the judges threw. So we had 2 9s, 3 9s, a 9.5 and a 9.3, so averaging out at that 9.1, but yeah, really well deserved.
Wow. Everyone's throwing 9s.
Yeah, all judges on the same page for that one. No 10s. I wonder if we'll see a 10 this event. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, 9.10, it's pretty close.
Well, it's pumping condition, so anyone can probably do it.
Oh, absolutely. And so like we touched on, this is the last heat of the men's, and it's
Yes.
pretty great way to round out the men's. And coming up in the first heat of the round of 32 of the women. So this is another seeded round for the women. Nanaho Suzuki, Kailani Johnson, Annie DeSantos, and Minori Kawai. So
Two Japanese surfers against
an Indonesian and a Brazilian.
Wow, international heat.
International heat, that's for sure. Here we go. Tane Dobbin using up first priority, looking for a 4.57. Strong first turn there. Needs to get a bit more done. Pushes hard off that back foot and finishes it off vertically. And you can hear the Aussie boys rumbling out the back. Alistair now trying to back up his 6. Doesn't like the look of that one, but Monojo looking as well. Deciding not, but it looks like there's another line coming through. Is any takers? We don't think so, but Tane.
That was a great surfing. He know that he has to go to the vertical after 2 kind of a cutting back turns, but he did in the end. He went to vertical, and it was a good way to finish off the
Yeah, I
wave.
agree. I feel like that's really going to be the exclamation mark he was looking for on that wave. I absolutely agree. I think they're more snapping turns. They weren't vertical re-entries that we've seen get people really high scores throughout the day, but still a pretty great surfed wave from Tane from start to finish. So he's looking for a 5. Sorry, he got it. So it was a 4.83. He moves from 4th into 2nd now. Monojo looking for a 5.1 and Ren a 5.44. So very much still in striking distance.
Wow, look at all the scores from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They're very close. Monojo needs 5.10, Ran needs 5.44. This is going to be a very close heat. Just over 4 minutes to go.
I guess if you think about it as well, this is the last heat of the seeded round for the men's. So for the men's division, Alistair and Monojo are the last 2 surfers who have been able to surf this peak. They're the last 2 people, so they've had the most time to sit, watch these heats, watch the bank, watch which kind of waves they're looking for. So Alistair's definitely studied the lineup hard, and locking in that 9.10 is kind of just showing that he's been paying attention to what his friends and competitors have been doing and making the most of their mistakes so that he's not making them either.
Well, every interview I do, everyone's plan is to get the left. That left is the key to get through the heat today.
Yeah, I agree. And
I feel like all the higher scores that we've seen that haven't been lefts and that have been on the rights have definitely been for big airs. So Winter Vincent get a 7.77 for one massive air. Kobe Clements, just in that last heat, got 2 big scores for rights just doing airs. So the lefts are definitely allowing for high scores with traditional rail and I guess Rio surfing. But then those rights are really allowing for a bit of progressive, young, up-and-coming aerial manoeuvres. And the wind is slightly blowing into it as well. So I guess that'd help.
Yep. I just can't wait to see Monojo goes for the air.
I know. I hope we get to see him at least once in this last 2 minutes 45. Needing a 5.1, so not a massive score. And Ren still very much in this heat too, a 5.44. And if he can get another left like we saw him on that last wave and finish it off, because he didn't quite finish that last one, he'll definitely be able to lock in a 5.44.
Like I said before, he's very smart. You know, he's been waiting for probably like 15 minutes. He only got 2 waves, and he's been patient, and he's just waiting for the right ones now. Here is the live action from Alesta. Nice connecting turns and goes to the air and makes it.
Wow.
Without any problems. Wow.
That was really impressive from Alistair. That was so high. I don't even know how he got so much pop out of that. That was, super impressive. It just goes to show he spent a year on the challenges, that he's definitely been working on his surfing and working on himself. So, really impressive stuff there from the surfer in red from the sunny coast. I reckon that could improve on his 6-point ride too.
On the right, yeah.
And like we said, he went right, took to the air. I reckon we've got to see another big score. And yep, there it is, a 7.83. So highest combination we've seen today, a 9.1 and a 7.83. Here's the replay. Gets this first turn in, kind of a check turn, but you can tell he wanted to go to the air from about there. So high and so perfect. He didn't even flinch throughout that entire wave. So
throw the tail so high. That was really high.
Excellent heat from Alistair.
So 1 minute to go, and still second, third, and fourth remains the same. Monojo needs 5.10. Ren needs 5.44. Well, last 50 seconds. There's a wave coming in.
Yeah, looking like maybe something approaching. Ren doesn't like it. Neither does Monojo. 30 seconds to go. It's kind of crunch time for these guys.
It's hard to decide for Tane to, who he's gonna sit with.
Yeah, because it is so close and so in reach between Monojo and Ren. So I feel like, sticking to Monojo, needing that 5.1. There's 13 seconds on the clock. It's really starting to wind down now.
Can he get a wave? Last 2 seconds. Oh, here's a Ren's
Was that
riding.
before the hooter?
Maybe. And he's looking for 5.44.
Nice second turn. He got 2 really strong turns at the start. Needs to finish off with something special.
He did.
Wow, and he does.
Can he rise?
No, he doesn't. That was really unfortunate, because if that was before the hooter, that would have definitely been the score, I'd say.
5.44. Well, we're going to go have to a little break, and we'll be right back. Wow,
that was so good.
want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We have moved through to the women's round of 32. That was Kailani Johnson up and riding on her first wave. Unfortunately, just blowing the fins out a little bit too much. She's taking on Nanaho Suzuki from Japan, Annie Dos Santos representing Brazil, and Minori Kawai also representing Japan. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with my sister Jessie to call this women's first heat.
Yeah, I am here. I am calling this heat.
I'm here.
It was a really cool last heat. Alistair locking the highest combined heat total we've seen in the event so far, a 9.1 and a 7.83. So I'm excited to hear what he has to say with our co-commentator Dai, which I'm sure will be very shortly. But yeah, women's round of 32, Kailani Johnson, Nanaho Suzuki, Annie Dos Santos, and Minori Kawai. So pretty stacked heat to open up this round.
That it is. That is Kailani up and riding again, representing Indonesia. Another nice connection there for Kai. And she kicks out of that one because not much more on offer. So Nanaho has had a really consistent year of results. She's sitting in the top 10 on the rankings for the Asia region. And Kailani, I think she's just outside of that top 10 as well. So 22 and a half minutes to go. We are going to finish the women's round of 32 and then potentially roll into the men's round of 32 heats 1 to 4. They're still on standby. This is, looks like someone was just in and out on that wave. Potentially the surfer in green, Minori Kawai. Just in and out, a 0.5. That last wave of Kailani Johnson, a 3.5. So that's her best wave of the heat so far, but 3 minutes in. Still plenty of time. And while there is a little bit of a break in the action, we have Dai Wacko down there with Alistair Reginato.
So you had a great hit just then. You had a highest hit score of that event. How does that feel right now?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. The waves were so fun. I was pretty lucky to get a left that kept giving me sections, and then after that I was able to let loose a little and got a fun little ramp. It was just such a rippable wave, so really fun to get some opportunities to show my surfing.
Was it your plan to get a left and after that you're going for the right and going to the big air?
Yeah, my backhand's probably my strong point. So the plan was to try and find some lefts at the start, and I even started with a 6. So yeah, I was fortunate enough with this wind to have a few ramps and get some air sections.
Did it feel like 9 point after you finished that ride?
No, not really. I was stoked with the wave. It was such a nice wave. It had a really sick section. But I never really try and score myself after each wave. I just wait and see what it is because I'm usually wrong. So I was pretty stoked when I got a 9.
That was a great hit. Any comments for the families and friends and supporters back in country?
Yeah, big shout out to my friends and family at home. My best friend's mum always likes to know how many dumplings we're eating, and we're eating about 100 a day, so we're keeping up track with last year.
How many dumplings did you have?
We had about 50 last night, so yeah, we're eating a fair bit.
Well, thank you so much, and good luck in the next heat, and back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dai, and thank you, Alistair. Looks like the dumpling train is working well for him. That was Nanaho just pulling off that one. She's been looking on fire in her free surfs. She's been looking really solid in Cloud 9 as well. So I'm excited to see her open up. This is her first heat of the event. So a couple of scores to lock in for Nanaho. I was super impressed by Alistair's 9. It was, it was solid.
Yeah, it was definitely well rewarded, that's for sure. Good to know that the winning formula is have 50 dumplings the night before. Can't say I'll be doing that.
I think I might actually explode if I were to have 50.
I feel like I'm becoming a dumpling at this point in the trip, just constantly eating dumplings. But they're just so delicious and there's so much variety on offer.
You're loving the dumplings.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of the pot stickers. Pot stickers? Have you had them yet?
No.
They're like fried dumplings.
Oh.
But they're like long and skinny.
Okay.
And they grill them. They're really good.
Okay.
But they don't love meat that much.
Oh.
So
good to know.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
Well, we're coming down to 19 minutes to go in this one. That first wave of Nanaho, 6.5. So she comes off with a good lead. This is Annie Dos Santos up and riding on what will be her best wave of the heat. She opened up with a 0.43, so she's looking to get a decent score. She's still going on this one, but that wave just kind of goes a little bit weird.
Yeah, Annie recently winning the People's Choice Red Bull Award for the big wave surfing. Here we go, Nanaho Suzuki again, just flying through a couple turns on this one. But yeah, like I was saying, Annie got nominated for the People's Choice Awards for Red Bull big wave surfing. And she literally was walking around the streets, handing out flyers, asking people to vote for her because she knew how much she wanted that award. And she did exactly what she had to do, and she ended up winning it. So all of her hard work paying off. Here we go. This is at Nanaho 6.5, so a bit of a check turn there. Rips into more of a turn there. I love that next one. Carves through this. High lines to gain some more speed. Sees the steeper section and finishes that one off strongly. And then here we go. This is Kailani. A two-turner there for Kai. And I quite like this way from Annie. Nice opening turn. This was a good-looking ride from start to finish. That's better for her. And a third. Gets one more kind of bonus section here. I feel like she just should have pulled off at this point in the wave because it was always going to be hard to try and build speed. And then we saw Nanaho again. Strong first turn. Again with a second. Gets a carve here. And finish that wave off really nicely. And is going to lock in another good score. Annie's last wave, a 5.83. And Nanaho, a 5. So Nanaho out to a commanding lead pretty early on in this heat.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're used to seeing from Nanaho. 6.5 and a 5 has her sitting in first. Kailani, a pair of 3s. She's got a 3.5 and a 3.9. She needs a 7.6 to go to first. Annie, off the back of that 5.83, she only needs a 1.57 to go to second place. So really small score for Annie. And then Minori Kawai, we haven't seen her lock in a good wave just yet. She needs a single score of a 6.9, but she's only got a 0.5. So, there's plenty of time for her to get herself into this heat. She's such an incredible competitor, putting down some big scores in her first heat that she surfed yesterday. And here she is having a look at this one using her priority. Quick float here, straight up into the lip for a solid jam, just driving off the bottom. That was a really nice turn there for Minori, and then that was Nanaho also finishing one off there. So I liked that way from Minori, Jessie.
Yeah, I did too. She's such a strong competitor. I believe she is the Japanese champion at the moment for the Japanese national events. I believe she won the 2023 Japan Nationals. I'm going to double check with Dai, but I'm 99.9% sure that that's exactly what happened. I really like that second turn. The first turn, it kind of looked like maybe she was wobbly on her feet and then regained for that second one. Here's the replay of Nanaho, so we missed this. So this is the first time looking at it. Strong first turn and up again for another and kicks the fins out. So that's going to be another good score locking in for Nanaho. And Minori basically just for that one turn, a 4.13. So it's a good confidence booster to know if she can get two of those, she's going to get a massive score.
Yeah, I agree. It was a smaller wave, but a really solid turn. So the judges were rewarding that. This is Minori up and riding again on this one. Just a little bit caught behind. Floats that first section. Drives it hard off the bottom into another one. This wave just starts to fatten out, but she's going to stay with it, but not much more on offer, so she kicks out. And then Annie Dos Santos finishing one off there. Standing tall for half a beat as she kicks out. So Annie and Minori both have scores to lock in. Annie with that 5.83, she only needs a small score to go to first, which when we caught up with her on that wave, I feel like she'll do that. And Minori had a little look there. So scores to come in, that last wave, sorry, that was Nanaho. That last wave of Nanaho locked in at a 6.33 for that left, that two-turn combination. So solid surfing from Nanaho. But important numbers to lock in, especially for Annie Dos Santos and Minori. That last one of Minori at 2.77. But scores to come through for last wave of Annie. This is a replay of Minori's.
Yeah, so it looked good at the start, but kind of just running away from her. Floats that section there. Gets a nice carve in, but doesn't get much more after that. So maybe a little bit of wave selection letting Minori down right now. And Annie, just a one turn here. Just a bit of a foam climb, Rio release, the fins type of maneuver. But yeah, it was pretty strong. The judges rewarding that one turn with a 3.6. So a good turn on a good size wave. She actually needs a 7 to get to the lead. So Nanaho just kind of stamping her dominance in this heat so early on too. And now, all eyes on Kailani, who's sitting out there with priority.
Yeah, Kai looking for a 5.54. She's got a pair of threes, as I mentioned before. But yeah, holding priority. She's putting herself in a position where she can try and build on her scoreline. But Minori, I feel like she's one to look out for. A 5.31 isn't a big score. She got a 4.13 for pretty much one turn. So I feel like if she gets a solid wave and it really opens up on it, we could see some big numbers being locked in. For Minori, 12 and a half minutes. But yeah, as you said, Jessie, Nanaho just goes out with a really solid lead.
Yeah, 3 waves. She's got a 6.5, a 5, and a 6.33. So has 2 of the 3 highest scores in this heat so far. Kailani having a good paddle at this one. Has to get a bit of speed to get around this first section. Gets up there for a nice first turn. Carves back. She's hoping that this one offers her one more. It doesn't. Unfortunately, it looked good. Looked like it had a good wall from the start. I'm pretty sure Annie Dos Santos was on the other side of that wave too. So Annie, the Brazilian surfer who has family in the Sunshine Coast, Brazil. We have known her from quite a young age. She grew up in DY, so not too far from where we live in Narrabeen. So we would see her around. She'd surf Narrabeen a little bit too. And now is kind of chasing that big wave tour and the Challenger Series tour too. So she's doing it all. And really impressively as well, I'm sure her boyfriend Ben is probably watching on from back home. So hey Ben. But yeah, almost down to 11 minutes. Nanaho's just looked so dominant so early on in this heat. I feel like Charlie Hurst, we saw her yesterday, she had the highest heat total of the round with 2 high 6s. And now I feel like Nanaho's pretty much almost topped that in just the first opening round. So it just shows, you have to level up again in this next seeded round, because these top surfers, oh wow, that would have been a massive score if she had landed that. But yeah, like I was saying, the top surfers are so solid.
Yeah, you really have to step up for each heat. I think Annie just bettered her position, locking in a 4.1. So I think we saw Kailani potentially finishing a wave off there as well. So she's looking for a 6.03. And Minori now holds that first priority. She needs a 5.81 for this heat. That last wave of Kailani, 3.67, did not go into the top 2. And last of Nanaho, just a 3.37, so that also did not go into her top 2. So she goes out and regains priority.
Feel like it would have been a pretty massive score if she had landed that second turn. It was really aggressive and the best turn we've seen all heat so far.
Yeah, I agree. It was just unfortunate that she just dug her nose in a little bit. But looks like she's having another look at this one, using her second priority, Nanaho Suzuki. Quick start to this wave. Another nice jam there, and she has to kick out because that wave just fades out a little bit, kind of closing out in front of her.
I'm really loving the aggression she's bringing to her backhand. You know, that second turn had so much grunt behind it, throwing heaps of spray. So you can tell that Nanaho's feeling comfortable at this point in the heat, and she's definitely pushing harder to try and increase her scoreline and make sure that no one touches her first place position.
Yeah, I agree. You can just see her getting better and better. She's such a lethal competitor. You know, she's got sharp backside attack as she's showing right now. She's really solid on her forehand, but someone who's a great surfer, this lady here, Minori Kawai, nice first opening turn. This one starts to really stand up and she jams it in the pocket. And this wave, she's going to get around it and get a couple of more sections here on this one. Another nice jam there for Minori. Again, for a fourth one, and she has to get out. So that was a pretty solid looking wave. She needs a 5.81, Jessie. What are your first initial thoughts?
That's a 5.81 every day of the week. That's what I'm calling, because that was the best wave shape we've seen come through all heat. And she tagged it for 4 really solid vertical Rios. We're going to get a replay. Look at the shape of this wave as it comes in. Bottom turns, gets a first opening snap here. Here she goes, starts to get more comfortable. Vertical turn there. Falls down a little bit. High lines to regain some speed. This wave just offers her so much. Gets another vertical turn there. And a fourth one to finish off. So 4 strong turns on a really good looking wave. That was quite a good use of priority for Minori.
Yeah, well, it's a 5.73, so just not enough for Minori. She now needs a 5.21. So 4.73 for that last
See, this
wave.
is why I'm never going to be a judge. Every day of the week, not ending with Y.
So Minori just missing the score. She needs a 5.21, so she's bettered her position.
I'm going to stop making judging calls. Oh, the TV has gone. Binsy's plugged his phone in and the TV. It's back. It's back. But yeah, I'm not going to make calls on judging anymore because I just keep seeming to get it wrong, except for Alistair's 9. I called that.
Own it. Take that one.
Own it. I'll put it on the Instagram story, the one wave I called right all event. Wow, Minori catching up with her 2 solid looking turns there. Wonder if she got anything done beforehand. She's come back with vengeance, looking for that 5.21. We'll see if we can get a replay and catch up with what she did, because they look like 2 pretty strong turns there for Minori.
Yeah, that was a solid looking wave. 4.4 drops in, not the score. She needs a 5.21. Let's have a look at the replay. I think this is of that last left, which is a 4.73. So we know that she gets a couple of solid turns in there. Nice connection for Minori. And then this is where the wave starts to really build and she gets a bit more momentum. Bit of a smaller section there, but she still manages to jam it again. So 4.73 for that wave. She gets a 4.4 on her last one. She still needs a 5.21, so she's giving it her best shot right now. 6 minutes to go. Kailani Johnson being a little bit quiet right now. She needs a 6.03, Jessie. And she holds first priority.
Yeah, Kai knows what she's looking for. She knows the type of wave that she's after. Those last 2 that she's had, she's done great surfing on them, but the wave not allowing her to put excellent surfing up from start to finish. It's kind of just died out on her, not allowing her to finish off as strongly as we all know that she'd want to. So Kai just playing the waiting game, like he said, making sure that her next decision is the best at this point in the heat. And Annie DeSantos would be looking to improve on her 4.1 to make Minori and Kai Lani's life a bit harder. And Nanaho just trying to chip away at the scoreline that she's got, you know, increase it, make it harder. But yeah, she's been looking really dominant from start to finish so far.
Yeah, I agree. She's come out the gates firing, opening up with a 6.5, getting a 5, and then backing it up again with a 6.33. And then that last wave that she got as well was a 5.6. So she's really consistent. As I said earlier on in this heat, she's such a consistent surfer. I love, watching what she brings to the table. She spends a bit of time over in Hawaii as well. So she's really used to those critical sections. She is such a aggressive surfer and has such an aggressive approach, which is so awesome to watch for Nanaho. But Minori and Kailani right now, 5-2-1 for Minori. Kailani looking for a 6-0-3 to overtake Annie Dos Santos. Minori up and riding. This is live action. Solid first turn. Gets caught behind, so she has to kick out. Annie holding second priority. She's sitting in second place. And he needs a 5.83 and a 4.1. And is looking for a 7 to take the lead. But I think right now her vision would be to better a 4.1.
Yeah, and just make Minori and Kailani's life harder. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to do so. You can see all four surfers kind of spread out across the peak. You can see Nanaho sitting furthest to the right of the screen. She's on that right and left peak that we've seen look pretty good all day today. And then Kai and Annie getting quite close to each other right now. If there's anything I know about Annie, she's a great defense. She's got great defense in the back end of the heat. She'll hassle you. She'll make sure that she plays her priority right. She's very good at defending her position to make sure she gets through the heats, and that's what we can see her doing right now. She's not giving Blue an inch, but I reckon she's making her way down to Minori to make sure that she isn't going to take any more waves and just creep closer to that 5.21 that she's looking for.
Yeah, I think, Minori is so capable of a 5.21. It's not that big of a score. This is Kailani up and riding on this right. Good looking wall ahead of her. Nice first turn. Up and at it for a second one. Again for a third and a fourth. And puts it up there for another one to finish. She's looking for a 6.03. I liked the wave. I thought she got a couple of really nice turns on there. It was maybe a little bit smaller, but I think, she got a lot of damage done.
I think it's her best wave of the heat so far. And she, no matter what, she's definitely pulled down that requirement that she needs. At 6.03, I'm going to go out and make a judgment call again, even though I've been wrong consistently. We're actually on the other side for Nanaho, so I'll get back to that. Floats that first section vertically, gets it up there again for a second. Looking for more. She's just so technically good on her backhand.
Isn't she?
I'm going to come in and say Kailani's is going to be just under, and she's going to need another wave. A bit of a horizontal turn there, gets a bit more work done, then really starts to drive into it now. One more snap, but this last one was my favourite. She pushes hard and drives off that back foot. I was right.
Yeah, 5.27 for last of Kailani. Congratulations, Jessie, for getting a call right there. She needs a 4.67 now. So Kailani, a little bit late to the party, but she's moving herself up into third position. She needs a 4.67. And right now, Annie Dos Santos is sitting on Minori Kawai, who's sitting in fourth, needs a 5.21. Minori has second priority. She's going to have a look at this one because Annie is going to let her go and Minori has to kick out. So Kailani needs a 4.67. Really stressful times for Annie Dos Santos right now because both third and fourth don't need big scores. Nanaho goes for an air.
That was sick.
30 seconds to go. I love it. I love the aggression. This is Minori Kawai. Solid jam there. Needs to try and get a finish. Almost gives up on that last turn. And then Annie Dos Santos out behind her. Getting another jam in there. Releasing the fins a little bit. This wave starts to get a bit frothy.
Does Kailani get another wave?
Yeah, I don't know if Kailani will get another wave because there's 5 seconds to go. Oh, looks like she did. looks like Kailani got another wave, as well as Annie Dos Santos are both second and third getting waves in the end. Kailani's locked in 2.9, last of Annie 4.8, so looks like Nanaho Suzuki taking a convincing win in that last heat. Annie Dos Santos coming in second. Don't go anywhere, we have a solid heat number 2 for round of 32. We'll be back right after this quick break.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Hello and welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. That's Kana Nakashio, quickly in, quickly out of her opening score. We have 4 Japanese surfers in this heat. We just saw Kana Nakashio drop 2.6 to move into the lead. Sarah Wakita is in red. And she won the last event that I worked on, the Tamil Nadu International Surf Open.
She did, yes.
Okay, you were looking at me confusedly there, had me doubting myself, but she did.
She did, you were right. Shino Matsuda came in second.
Kako Yoshida is in white and Maiko Miyasaka is the surfer in green, but we missed something spectacular while we were having an ad break. It's Kako Yoshida opening up with a 6.83, and this is the replay of it right now.
Yeah, really nice first turn for Kako, and then again for another one, and jams it for a finish. Wow, that was a pretty solid finishing turn for Kako, and yeah, pulling out nicely. And then this is the 2.6 for Kana Nakashio. She's such an amazing junior surfer. She's still on the pro junior circuit, and also on the qualifying series, trying to find herself a spot in the Challenger Series. 3 or 4 for the Asia Series rankings, plus a wild card for the women. So she's looking to break that top 4, probably top 3 to be safe. But wow, that is Kako up on another one. Coming out the gates firing.
Yeah, seriously. So the last heat we saw Nanaho Suzuki, 13.23 two-wave total to take the lead, joined in the next round by Annie Dos Santos. Unfortunately, Kailani Johnson and Minori Kawai bowing out. There's some big names in that heat.
Huge names in that heat. Nanaho had a really dominant lead to start it off, and then Annie Dos Santos kind of crawled back in about maybe the middle part of that heat, getting the 5 and then backing it up. And then Kailani, she was really quiet throughout the whole time, and just kind of each wave started to get better, but just time ran out for her. And Minori, just the waves weren't really offering too much for her, but it looks super fun out there, still pretty clean. I feel like it's going to be a good rest of the day, Binzi.
Yeah, well, speaking about that last heat, it was Nanaho Suzuki who took it out, and she's having a chat with our own Daiwako on the sidelines right now to break down what happened.
お疲れ様でした。 すごいいいコンディションで初めての多分サーフィンだったと思うんですけど、まずどうでしたかヒートは。
すごいいい波だったんで落ち着いてサーフィンすることができたんですけど、もう少しスコアをいい波だからこそ上げていけたらなと思います。
So she was having a good heat, but because the waves are really good, she wanted to build up the score a little bit more for the next heat. 今回誰とここの台湾には来てますか。
フィリピン前回のフィリピンの QS から伊藤リアルと矢作門之丞と一緒に来てます。
So she's traveling from Philippines to Taiwan with Monnojo and Riaru together. 今回この後大会続くと思うんですけど、冬は何かこうサーフィンのために何か海外に遠征行ったりとか予定はあるんですか。
そうですね、とりあえず試合が一旦落ち着いたら、カイサ君と一緒にどっか修行に行けたらなっていうふうに計画はしてて、確実に来シーズンにいい形で持っていけるようにサーフィンのスキルアップの修行は立ててます。
So her plan is for winter is to go travel with her coach Kaisa and try to improve her surfing skills. では最後に、たくさんの方がライブ見てくれています。一言二言どれぐらいでもいいので、メッセージの方お願いします。
はい、またこうして今年も台湾に戻ってこれてすごく嬉しいです。波もやっぱり私はすごい好きな波で、楽しんで試合ができてるなっていう感覚です。去年優勝することができて違った緊張感もあるんですけど、去年は去年で今年は新しい自分らしく一個ずつやっていけたらなと思うんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much. That was from defending champ Nanaho, and good luck in the next heat. And back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dai. Great interview there with Nanaho Suzuki, and that, by the looks of things, the mayhem that Nanaho was slaying on in her last heat was carbon fibre. I'm going to say maybe dark arts.
I saw it in the athlete area a little bit earlier. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a dark arts.
The carbon fibre boards are so hot right now, and even if you're not on a carbon fibre board, just plain black boards have been all over the event site. The first thing everyone says is like, oh, the wax must melt off, but no one seems to care, do they?
No one seems to care. I love a bit of colour, so the black does wig me out, but I think it looks so good under people's feet as well. I think it's, it's really cool. And I think Nanaho, that board looks really good. She looks like she's ripping, and as Dai said, defending champ, just starting off with a pretty good bang.
Yeah, I jumped on the train and brought one of those new JS Carbo tunes with me.
Oh.
And the airline went and punched a big hole in it.
Oh.
And so I'm not daring to ride it because they're such valuable pieces of equipment, and I intend on having this thing for years and years and years, and there's no way I'm going to risk any water going anywhere near it.
No way.
Thank you to the airlines for ignoring the fragile stickers you put all over it and punching a big hole in my very expensive brand new surfboard.
Brand new, wow.
Anyway, here is Sarah Wakita on her backhand, just going bang, bang, bang from start to finish, and that's going to be her best score. Kako Yoshida has a pair of sixes, so a 683 and a 667 see her in the lead. Here is that 667.
Oh, that was a really nice first turn, and straight up and into it for the second one. She just seems to be on fire in this heat, finding the best waves, doing the best surfing. I was a huge fan, and then this is the last wave of Sarah Wakita, straight up and into it for that first turn. She's got such a low center of gravity when she really winds it up off the bottom. This one just fading out a little bit, but she sticks with it and gets a nice connection there for Sarah. So she's got a score to lock in as well. And also Kako has another one to come through. This is, an all-Japanese heat as well. So pretty important for all four surfers out there. 5,000 points up for grabs is a hell of a lot of points. That will definitely give you a big leg up for the Challenger Series qualifying spots.
Sure will. And you're continuing your pursuit of the points in a few heats' time.
Thank you.
Nixie Ryan, your fellow Aussie, and
Mhm.
Coral Durant. And then Sumomo Sato, the lone Japanese surfer in your heat.
Yeah. Yeah, Sumomo, I see her out there every morning for the free surf. She's a great human, and this is...
Kana Nakashio on her forehand, opening her shoulders, throwing plenty of water. This was a 5.17, so Kako Yoshida with a pair of sixes in the lead. Here goes Maiko Miyasaka. She's just got a 4-point ride, and whatever this comes in at will be her second scorer. 14.5 minutes to go, and this one's shaping up to be a pretty decent heat. The last wave of Sarah Wakita was a 4.43. So a couple of good turns. It wasn't the biggest of waves. Maybe the judges sort of cruelled her a little bit for that.
Yeah, they've been making it pretty obvious, the judges, that they want to see you on bigger waves. So I think they like the surfing, but they want to see something a bit more critical, potentially, for Sarah. But yeah, Kana, as you said, opening up the shoulders on that right, the 5.17. She's, as I mentioned before, still a junior surfer, doing all the pro juniors. She's had such a great run in events, really consistent as well. So it's always awesome to watch her. She's probably one of the next up-and-coming juniors coming out of Japan, I'd say. I love watching her surf. But in saying that, there is a lot of junior surfers in Japan.
All right, here goes Kana Nakashio on her backhand. That was a great first turn. And backs it up nicely. All of the points so far for that first big driving backhand carve. And that's going to be all she wrote. 13.5 minutes to run.
This is that replay of Kana. Great opening section, and then it does start to fade out a little bit, but 4.23. So the judges really rewarding that first turn. We still got a bunch of heats to run. I think another 6 heats for this round of the women. Minami Nonaka, Mia Huppets, Nao Amura, and Sai Manewa coming up in that next heat. Mia Huppets travelling with Rosie Smart, staying together. They are very cute in the morning, staying at the same place as me. They make each other breakfast, lunch and dinner, and they go and eat it together with their chopsticks.
Oh, man. Vaughan doesn't do that for me. Might have to have a word with him.
Yeah. Need your personal chef travelling with you around.
How are you getting around? Have you got a scooter?
Yes, got a scooter. Yep. I'm sharing a scooter with Sasha Baker. So we either jump on together or one of us just takes a scooter and we dart out quickly. And
does that come with your comm?
No, I wish.
You have to find your own scooter person?
Oh, so it does. It does come with our accommodation. We just had to pay extra for it.
Mm-hmm.
But it was perfect.
A lot of electric scooters getting around this part of the world, which is awesome, but you don't hear them coming.
No.
Which, hear lots of traffic and hustle and bustle and stuff going on the roads, and you just step out from behind a car and there's a silent assassin just
right there.
We almost lost Vaughan Blakey on his first night. We went out. We get free bicycles at the hotel that we're staying at. So as a group of us went out for a ride, and Vaughan was lagging a little bit, and we could see him crossing the road, and we all saw him look the wrong way, and we all saw a car coming from the direction he didn't look, and it was happening in slow motion. We were like, Vaughan! But thankfully the car saw what was going on and stopped.
Oh, wow.
Vaughan being Vaughan, just, hey, mate, thanks for that. And all was well, and meanwhile, the rest of us were petrified that we'd lost our mate. Anyway, this is heat leader Kako Yoshida just throwing some heat on her backhand. And that score is going to come in. I mean, it needs to be pretty significant to replace the 2 that she's keeping at the moment. 10 minutes to go.
I have found the hardest thing riding over here is that it's on the other side of the road. So sometimes I'll start riding and I'll be like, oh, I need to move to the complete other side of the road.
Here goes Maiko Miyasaka. And unfortunately can't ride out of that one. 10 minutes remaining.
So being a little bit quiet. But the conditions still look super fun for the women out there right now. I'm interested to see where that last wave of Kako locks in because I think it'll be a pretty good one.
Yeah, the classic move for us is you go to get in the car and someone always tries to get in the driver's seat who's a passenger.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'll do the driving thing.
Yeah,
Mate.
might be a bit safer. Well, it looks like that last wave of Kako locked in at a 6.7, so...
She's throwing away a 6.67. I mean, she's only upgraded her 2-wave total by 0.03, but every little bit counts.
Absolutely. So, Kako just applying the pressure. Kana Nakashio still in second. Maiko needs a 5.4, and Sarah... She's got that 4.43. She needs a 4.98, which is not a big requirement. But she's gone a little quiet. She has first priority right now. And Kako's just been getting 6s under priority. Sarah paddling over that one. Kana says, thank you very much. I'll take it straight off the bottom into a nice opening carve. That wave just fading out, so she has to kick out of that one. Sarah Wakita having a look out the back.
Bang.
Jams it. That was her second turn as well. So that was a solid combination. Maiko Miyazaka just getting a little bit caught behind, unfortunately, on that one. So pretty important numbers to lock in for Sarah Wakita with 8 minutes to go. So she's got herself back into this heat, but will it be enough to take second place? I heard you and Vaughan this morning had a little paddle. Did you go for a surf this morning?
Well, I went for a paddle. I didn't go for surf.
Okay.
I think I caught one wave.
Okay.
In about 15 minutes. So.
And Vaughan went for a surf.
Sure did.
Paddle.
Sure did. He came in still wet, like soaked through all his clothes. He tried to get dressed in that much of a hurry. He was panting into the microphone for most of the first heat. It was a little bit unsettling. It was like a big old golden retriever just pulled up on the couch next to us on a hot day. It was but yeah, that's why we're here.
Yep.
Everyone who works on these events bloody loves surfing.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you come to a place like this and you see waves like that and you don't want to surf, why are you here?
Yeah. Why? Why are you here? There's a wave north. That way's north. The river mouth.
Here goes Kana Nakashio on her backhand, chasing a 6.27. That was a pretty tidy whip to get things going vertically up. Throws plenty of straight. Okay, 2 turns there. Let's see what Kako Yoshida gets up to. Not much.
Yeah, well, Sarah's last wave locked in at a 7, so she has the best wave of the heat. She's still in second, but Kana needs that 6.27, as you said, Binzi, and I like that wave from her. It was a solid left. We'll see if it gets close to the score that she's looking for. This is the replay of it. Straight up into a nice opening carve, and then tags it for a second turn, gets the finish. So scores to lock in for that last wave of Kana. Maiko Miyazaki is looking for a 7.43 with just under 6 minutes to go. And that last wave of Kana still to lock in. But Kako Yoshida has been the one to watch. 6.83 and a 6.7. Really solid scores in this heat. Sarah Wakita making her way back into this one with that 7. But will this last wave of Kana change her situation? Scores are starting to lock in. She needs a 6.27, drops a 5.97, so misses by 0.3 pretty much. She needs a 5.47 now to move up into second place. So Kana just missing the requirement, but looks like she's got another wave as well. Potentially under the priority. And Sarah.
All right, here goes Sarah Wakita. She's on the hunt for a 6.53. She'd love to get the win in this heat. Climbs up and over the foam. 2 turns, she's out of there. Not sure that's the 6.53. Strong chance she's upgraded her backup though. A 4.43. All that she's holding is her second high scorer. 4 minutes 20 to go. No, it's a 3.6 for Sarah. So nothing significant resulting from that wave with regard to the wash up of this heat. 4 minutes remaining.
Kana she's within striking distance right now. 5.47 is not a big score, and if I was Sarah, she's got the best wave of the heat, but she's really not in a safe position right now with that 4.43 as her backup. 3 minutes is still a bit of time too, so she's got time to upgrade it, but she's got to hope that Kana doesn't get a good one.
All right, here goes Sarah Wakita, staying very busy. 4th priority, has snaffled this little insider. First turn was strong. That was a bit of a setup. She's looking for the big finish now. Blast slip. So she couldn't have done much more with that wave, but it wasn't the biggest of swell lines we've seen come into the area this morning. So what do you reckon? Where do you go with that?
I think it'll better her 4.43. I really liked it. I don't know where it'll sit in regards to the 6.53 because I feel like Kako's 6s were bigger waves, but this is Mako up and riding. She needs a 7.43.
Oh,
wow.
That was a very snazzy turn. Oh, okay. I really liked that. That just came from nowhere. Was not expecting that at all.
Just pulled it straight away as well. Well, I'm interested to see where that sits in the judging criteria. It was 1 turn, solid section. This is a replay of Sarah's wave. As you said, Binzi, a little bit smaller, but she gets a bit of surfing done, floats that section there, just speed float, and then tags it for a finish.
A spinish.
The spinish. And this is that 1 turner that we saw from Mako.
It's very snazzy.
Yeah, I kind of liked it. That last wave of Sarah, 5.27, so betters the 4.43, but doesn't get the score to move into first. And
did you just invent a new term?
Spinish?
Yeah, spinach. It's the strong finish.
Oh, You're welcome.
Makes sense. All right, 90 seconds to go. So Sarah Wakita, a 6.53, the requirement now. More importantly, she's made life that little bit tougher for Kana Nakashio, who needs a 6.31, and Maiko Miyasaka, who needs an 8.17. Here goes Kana Nakashio right now. First turn was good. Second turn was big. Oh, wow.
That had a bit of grunt to it, didn't it?
That had a lot of grunt on it. She hit it so hard, and then the tail drifted a little bit as well. Wow. 6.31. And you compare to what Sarah Wakita just did on her 5.27. That turn was great, but have a look at this. One of the turns of the day.
Oh.
Bang.
Yeah, that was solid, that wave for Kana. I am a huge fan of that second turn, as you said, Binzi. I feel like I think she's got the score. 6.31. I feel like she's got
40 seconds to go. Let's leave that one with the judges. 30 seconds remaining. 20 seconds to go. Sarah Wakita in the red jersey is the top seed in this heat. And she's flying on the Asian QS rankings this year. But she'll be feeling like maybe she's got to do some more work. That was a big turn, but it's just the one section. So time is going to run out. We are waiting on a score to come in for Kana Nakashio. She's chasing a 6.31. So Sarah Wakita, a 7 and a 5.27. You know, ordinarily that's you're safe. But Kana Nakashio crunched 2 turns. She needs a 3. Oh, okay, well, it's a 6.03, so Sarah Wakita just sneaks through in second. It's Kako Yoshida who got the win. She's going to have a chat with Dai Wako in the next heat sometime. We're going to throw to a quick break. True's off to go and win a heat. And we'll catch up with you, our wonderful viewers, after this quick break. Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing Heat 3, round of 32 action. This is Mia Huppets from, originally Victoria these days, calls Burleigh Heads home. And she's found a mirror image of the Burleigh rock break. And she's doing it on her backhand.
She's got a sister too?
She's got 2 sisters.
Mia Huppets.
Isla Huppets.
Isla Huppets. And?
Little Huppo Jr.
Didn't Mia Huppets already win a QS this year? I feel like she has.
She's won a few juniors, maybe.
She won a QE, maybe the Burleigh one. Zap!
Oof. Wow, hey.
Wow, that's some nice surfing. So, yeah, good form here on the replay from Mia. Wonder why Victorians moved to Queensland. You summon any particular reason at all why someone would want to move from?
Well, I mean, traditionally, older Victorians retire to Queensland.
Right.
But when you're in the surfing game, maybe it's closer to the surf industry. Although Torquay's pretty surf industry centric. It's closer to more photographers. Just there's more to, weather obviously, but you don't want to say the Gold Coast got better waves because there's amazing waves in Victoria, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's closer to the high performance centre if you're Grom.
Yeah.
You want to get in that kind of realm.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, Liam O'Brien, he's originally from Portland in Victoria.
Is he actually?
Yep.
Does he claim that ever, or he's just 100% Burleigh boy these days, isn't he?
I know that the
is Adam Robbo originally from
Portland? Yeah. I mean, he moved hundreds of miles away to Torquay.
Anyway, yeah.
Our own
riveting chat. Thanks, Spinzy. That was awesome.
Robbo Robertson. He's moved from Torquay to the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
Speaking of riveting chat, someone who brings it every time is Daiwako. He's having a chat with the winner of the last heat right now.
お疲れ様でした。すごくこう最初からポンポンポンと乗れて、型にはまったというか素晴らしい試合運びだなと思ったんですけど、どういう作戦で海野が入ってたんですか？
作戦はとりあえずグーフィーをもうそこだけ狙っていきました。入る前に見てあそこだみたいな感じです。
So how original plan was to just sit in the right side of the area and getting the left, and that worked out well for her. その最初の2本乗って決めたなっていう感じはしたんですか？
したんですけど、みんな上手なサーファーなのでもっと自分がいい点出したいなって思ってました。
So there's a pressure after getting two good scores because other surfers ripping, and she knows that everyone else is able to get a scores what they required. So, but she was happy with the win. では、明日ヒートがあると思うんですが、まあ意気込みも兼ねて見てくれている人に、メッセージをお願いします。
はい、いつも応援してくれている方ありがとうございます。明日も勝ち進んでファイナルデーにつなげられるよう頑張りますので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much and good luck in the next heat and back to you guys.
Are we back? We're back. Okay. Thanks a lot, Di. That
So,
was
mate,
great chat.
You've got an update on the Huppet situation for us?
I do. Well, we already knew that Mia was the eldest sister, and this is her in the water, and she's dropped in a 4.5 and a 4.83. And then well aware of the work of Isla, the middle sister, but then Anna Huppets is the youngest of the three, and they are all rippers.
Oh, mate, big time.
Maybe they had to move to Queensland to find a house with a bigger mantle to put all the trophies on.
Yeah, well, Mia is really informed too. She's hit this QS with a few runs on the board, and I'm glad that we got that cleared up because there's nothing worse than having two regions trying to kick sand in your face for not being up on your siblings. Because everyone's so proud of the surfers that come from their region, Binsey. I know I am. New Brighton, of course, home of the great Jeremy Biles.
That's true.
Mate, when back in the day, you know, there was a photo of Bilesy in the surf mag, you just cut it out, stick it on your wall. That's how it is for everyone. That's, you know, you can bet for Huppets, Amura, Nanaka and Maniwa, there's all their families, all their regions are tuning in right now to barrack them on and send that support. And it's just so cool. Like back in the day, you had to wait 3 months for a surf mag to come out before you even knew if they went all right in a comp or not. Now you can just flick it on while you're pretending to work. Start cheering at your desk.
Pretending to work. Shout out to anyone who's double screening it in their office right now.
Oh, double screening with what?
Work on one. And
yeah.
You know, got a toggle between
basketball on one and surfing on the other, something like that, you mean?
Correct.
Mia Huppet's out in front.
Yeah.
Simon Niwa, I remember seeing her come down to Newcastle last year and put on some really good performances. Minami Nanaka out there as well. Naomura, another familiar name. One of the great things about getting to see so much surfing across these two regions is becoming familiar with these surfers from all over the planet. You and I were lucky enough to be here when Amura Suzuki won her junior world title. Took that onto the CT briefly. Got relegated, but you can bet she'll be back. She is such a powerhouse, and she's surfing in this event again this year. Binsey. Saw her in the surf yesterday, Arvo. Had a little high five. Hey, Amura, what's up?
Nice. Yeah, she rips.
Such a legend.
Rips. Slow heat, this one.
Where did she really go off? Was it Rotto? Did she get like to the semis at Rotto or something? I feel like she was ripping.
God, you got me thinking there.
Well, she's an Olympic bronze medalist, so
Let's consult.
put that in your back pocket anyway.
It's
one of those heats that just Ocean's pumping the brakes a little bit on us. Still plenty of motion.
Minamai Nanaka rolling into this one. Bit of wind coming into play right now. This wave hasn't stood up too much just yet. Now it gets a little bit of shape down the bottom and slaps it for a fourth time. She's out of there. Yeah, Rottnest, quarterfinals.
There you go. That little left, she was just fully cracking it, man. Who won that comp? Sally Fitz?
Joanne Defay beat Sally in the final.
Oh.
And Gabby destroyed Morgs.
But Morgs.
In the final.
What a run.
What
a year.
run. Oh.
I've been surfing a little bit with Monaco over the last few days. This is the surfer on screen right now. And, mate, she is, like, incredibly fast. Well, you don't really see it when the camera's moving at the same speed as the surfer, but when you're out there in the water with her, she is fanging along these waves, man. Real zippy and knows how to put it right in the pocket. So, yeah, Nanaka's been a lot of fun to surf with.
All right, 14 minutes to go. Who's swinging into action right now? It is Sai Manawa. One turn second. She's out of there.
And Mia.
Mia Huppets.
Ooh, finds a little bonus section and gets a second crack.
So that was Sai Manawa's first wave. She sat for 12 minutes before engaging.
Yeah, and here she is again. Wow, that was a really crispy turn. Gets it back up. That's exactly what I was talking about, mate. And Nanaka really manages to maintain speed. She really puts it right in the crispiest spot. And that was a really strong ride there from the surfer in red.
Hang on a second. I've just got a text. It was Sally who won Rottnest.
Thank you.
She beat Joanne. Joanne beat Amuro.
I was going, I don't remember Joanne winning that.
I completely butchered that.
Yeah. I took your word for it because you were there.
Apologies, Sally. I was there. I did the beach commentary for every single heat.
Oh, mate.
Hence the brain being... my brain was absolute mush by the end of that wave.
I thought my brain was snapping in half just then when you said that. Oh, wow. I've missed that turn.
She's not done yet either.
Beautiful. So this is the replay of last Harpett's just really, controlling this heat, you'd have to say. But this was a really good wave. First turn a little out of time, but then 1, 2, that's really nice. Gets a third. So 4 big manoeuvres. And Nanaka there.
Yeah. So we're halfway through. 12 and a half minutes done. 12 and a half to run. And lots of scores.
Who sent that text to you? It wasn't Sally, was it?
It was. Hi, Sally.
G'day, Sal.
That was
so stoked Sal's back on tour, man. Yes!
Seriously.
Bring it on. I can't wait for 2024.
And, you just want to see one of these Herculean comebacks. Just the little, time out to really recharge and just in case Sally needs to be more fired up and motivated, the world's most driven human. And, she will be coming back in just fizzing. Just, you were talking about Hoggy before. I reckon Sal's got a bit of that.
Oh, yeah, man.
I think Sally almost surfs better when she's injured. She needs an excuse. The disproportionate amount of events she's won where she's got a helmet on or some kind of head strapping or she's in a wheelchair
right.
down to the waterline.
Busted her eardrum at that famous Fiji victory.
Yeah. That Rottnest victory was awesome because Stricos is a tricky wave. And over the course of the event, Sal just dedicated herself to parking it in the backside tube.
Yep.
And was just reading it so well. And you're watching her learn from wave to wave, just improving on her performances. Speaking of performances,
It's all coming back to you, is it? It's all coming back to you now.
It is now. It's also come back to me that I've got video footage of Sally dropping in on me in the free surf one day before we had to clear the water because of some locals. So, yeah. Some pro surfers don't ever forget a result, and for us humble plebs, there's other things that you don't forget when you're in the water.
Yeah,
love you, Sal.
You never ever forget getting dropped or burnt in by a pro surfer because you're like, how many waves do you need in your life? Spare a thought for us average Joes just trying to scratch one or two before work.
Well, the most confusing of my life was when I got burnt by Ratso, who's the WSL's head priority judge. It's just...
What, was he just saying you didn't have priority, Binzi?
Well, I was so confused because I was like, if anyone knows the rules, it's the WSL's priority judge. And now I'm just like, I was in my head for ages trying to work out, maybe I did something wrong. Like, how does this work? Like, he saw me.
It's the ultimate, get out of jail free card, though. If you're the priority judge, you could just convince someone with a Jedi mind trick that you were in the wrong.
Oh, absolutely.
No, Binzi, you made a move for that last wave, mate. I had to strip you of priority. I'm so sorry.
And you're so convincing with your argument that I start to believe it. Hey, let's talk about Mia Huppett's last wave, a 7.
Whoa!
So she's got a 7 and a 4.83. She streaked into the lead. She was in the lead, but she's extended it. Minamai Nanaka is sitting in second, chasing a 5.94 for first. So Manawa is looking for a 6.77 to jump up to second. And Nao Amura needs a 6.8. And Nao's only caught one wave in the first 16 minutes of this heat. And Vaughan, as I watch you recline on the couch and get horizontal next to me, just a warning, it's easy to fall asleep on the couch.
And not when there's this sort of action going on. Sai Minowa now. Oh, no! She's overdone it. And that was looking like a really good score, a 6.77. Gee, it might have gone close. So Nanaka just on guard here, but it's Mia Huppert has put together such a great heat here. I mean, this has not been sort of that pulsing, consistent surf that we've seen throughout the morning, so it's really crucial to pick the eyes out of the lineup. Just like that little 12-year-old grommet was picking the eyes out of that fish head in his soup the other night while we were eating dinner.
That one's staying with you, isn't it? That's going to haunt you.
I think it is haunting me, just because the fish head was bigger than his own head, and it was making me worried about, his whole digestive system. But, the wave selection here is just so crucial. It's not quite as consistent. It's not pulsing as much. And Mia's just really picked two really nice waves and got the job done. Obviously, there's so much energy in Australia being put into pathways. A big part of that pathway and one of the real, what would you call it, sort of turbocharging elements behind the Australian pathway is the High Performance Centre. It's sort of like it's like the super school for superheroes. You go there to make your superpowers even more strong.
Oh, yeah.
More stronger. Is that good English?
Yeah. More stronger, right.
Make it more better. Heaps more better.
Okay, this is Sai Manawa. Poof, on her backhand.
Yeah, wow. This is down the line. That's a nice snap, and she'll get a bonus.
Whoa, she's not done yet.
No.
Oh.
And, look out, Binzi.
Oh,
down the line. Sai fires the cannons there.
Oh, watch out. Mia Huppets has found a right, though. Watch this thing run for a big turn. Crunches it again and steers clear of the turbulence. She is out of there, so great exchange. I really liked with Sai's wave that she was just so perilously close to surfing off the screen the whole time. You never knew what was coming.
And look at this one.
Really built the drama.
Oh, whack it right up there. Nanaka now trying to find some rhythm. And this wave just keeps on standing up. Gets around the section. Oh, nice. Yeah, that was really solid. That was a great wave. Set wave. So Sai Manawa and Nanaka coming on strong. Look at the replay here. Yeah, look at her. She's so fast. The cameraman can barely keep up with her, but she's She's making sure that those off the lips, Binsey, have a little bit extra.
Stay on the screen. Gosh.
Wow, that's a good wave.
Lightning fast.
Yep. And then look at this set. This first turn's real nice. Just up onto that. Kind of wasn't a pocket turn. It was more like just up onto the lip and over. And then this one here.
Off.
I love the way she did that turn, because if she did a little later, it might have just been a bit sort of backed off on that fluffy bit. So she really made use of the steep section. Game on, Bins. 5.5 minutes to go.
Seriously. We're waiting for scores to come in for Mia Huppert and Minamai Nanaka. Mia, she needs over a 4.83 to extend her lead. Minamai needs a 4.17 to get up to second. Mia's last wave comes in at 4.63, so scratch that one.
Wow, so all that backside shreddery resulted in a 4.67.
Oh, the text line's blowing up, Vaughan.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's happened now?
We got Gerlach, line 1. He's coaching Mia these days.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yes, she's on the Wave Key program, mate.
Explains the style.
Oh, full respect for Wave Key philosophy, Kung Fu, Surf Shaolin, Brad Gerlach.
Oof. Sai Manawa, a little bit caught behind there. You know, Sai studies on the Gold Coast as well.
Oh, yes. I've actually hung out with Sai before at Surfest.
Okay, Minamai's last wave.
What about this? Huppert's on the inside.
Well, she's gone down a second because Minamai's last wave came in at a 6.47. So Mia Huppert's now needs a 5.37 to get back into the lead. 4 minutes remaining. This is a doozy.
This is just fired right up in the dying stage. A little bit slow at the start, but things are happening. And, oh, man, I am such a big believer in Wave Key, man. I love it. If you haven't checked it out, former world number 1, Brad Gerlach. Spent a lot of time. It would have been a lot of time in the gold jersey. Nowadays, that's what you'd call it. But back in the day, challenged for world titles. Won events. Was one of the real style masters on tour. Wasn't just about the heat win, it was how you win. Oh, nice gaff here. Amura starting to feel the pressure. She's going to come back strong. Look at these waves that Nanaka keeps getting, Binsey. Oh! Oh, well, she has really found some... Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
that could go excellent.
Wowee.
That was pure attack.
What a heat.
Jeez, where did this come from? Well, this has got to be wave of the heat, maybe even wave of the day. Have a look at this thing. Off the bottom, jams it. Well, Alistair Reginato actually had a wave today that was out of this world, but whoa, what a finish. And Nanaka just... I'll tell you what, mate.
This is
I gave you the heads
up.
up. I told you. I said this young woman surfs so fast. She's almost always in the right spot on the wave. And just in the little free surfs, I was going, who is this? Now we know. There's a big statement being made here. But Mia Huppert has also surfed a beautiful heat, sitting on a 7 as Sai Maniwa. 2-turn combo gets the completion. And now Mia Huppert to answer back. Just the 1 turn. Jeez, Mia has a big lead here. She's put together a fantastic heat. But we are waiting on scores to drop for all 4 surfers. Will something change in the last 2 minutes?
Yeah, well, we've got that score from Minamai Nanaka to come in that we were getting pretty excited about. Mia Huppert is in the lead. Her last wave was, well, second last wave was a 6.27. So, but we have scores to come in for all 4 surfers. Here goes Naomura, currently down in 4th position. This is only her 3rd wave, so... You'd imagine with 90 seconds to go, she's probably done. Sai Manawa, she's chasing a 6.97, still has a score to come. But yeah, Mia Huppert's, her last wave's just going to be a minor score. That'll be irrelevant in the final wash-up. Minamai Nanaka.
What do you think Nanaka's honestly looking at it for that last wave? It's got to go close to excellent, doesn't it?
I mean, she ripped it to pieces.
1
1 minute remaining.
6-8-1. Kind of get the feeling she might go into first. But, yeah.
Okay, Saimanua's last wave isn't going to change her situation. So there's just the one score to come in, and it is this last wave of Minamai Nanaka. A 6.81, the requirement to get up to first. What a great heat.
Yeah, I mean, it was a full smackdown in the end, wasn't it? WWF, or what are those wrestling shows called?
Well, there we go. A 7-2-7 for Minamai Nanaka. She has leapfrogged Mia. So those two have flip-flopped the lead about 5 times in the last 10 minutes. 20 seconds to go. Mia now needs a 6-7-5 to get up to first, but at this stage she's probably pretty happy just to advance. Saimanua now chasing a 7-8-7. Naomura near perfection, a 10 her requirement, and there's under 10 seconds to go. So looking like Minamai Nanaka and Mia Huppert. What a toe-to-toe ding-dong battle that one was. It's the Japanese surfer who just comes out on top, but Mia Huppert will also be through to the round of 16. Heat 4 of the round of 32 is coming our way. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this quick break. Well, welcome back to Taitung County. That was a pretty epic little rundown of all the stuff you can get up to around these parts. One of the best things you can do around these parts is go surfing. That is Mia Huppert, just coming in from an incredible heat out at Jinzun Harbor with Minamai Nanaka. They are the two surfers progressing. We're going to catch up with Minamai shortly. Crispin's still in the booth alongside Vaughan Blakey in the water. Anon Matsuoka is the surfer in red. Mirai Ikeda is in blue. Raya Campbell is in green. And Sasha Baker, the second of the Aussies, is in white. And Mirai's already got a 5-point ride on the board, but Raya has got a 7. So we'll catch up on... We don't have any replays, unfortunately, but they were ripping, you'd imagine.
Oh, 7. I mean, we saw what you got to do to get 7.2 in that last heat. So it seems like Raya's just gone kablooey.
Speaking of going kablooey, that's what Minamai Nanaka did in the last heat. And she's having a chat with our own Dai Wacko right now.
お疲れ様でした。かなりいい試合運び、最後にかけてかなりいい試合運びだったんじゃないかなと思うんですけど、どんな心境でしたか？
最初10分間ぐらい波に乗れなくて、で乗ったと思ったら緊張して足が震えちゃって少し焦ってしまったんですけど、最後らへんにバックサイドで、6点台出せて、そこからリズムが つかめて最後もレギュラーで7点出せたのでよかったです。
So first 10 minutes she couldn't get any waves and she was actually shaking and her legs were shaking, but still she managed to get a 7-point ride in the end and she was happy about that. 今回の、台湾は何回目になりますか？
今回で4回目になります。
どうですか台湾の方は？
台湾すごいいい波ですごい大好きなポイントなのでここで試合ができて嬉しいです。
So this is her fourth times in Taiwan and she's having a good time and she loves all of it in Taiwan and she loves the food, waves and yeah, she loves Taiwan. では、日本から応援してくれてる人たくさんいると思います。その人たちに、メッセージをお願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。次のラウンドも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much and good luck in the next heat and back to you guys.
You beauty, thank you very much, Dai and Minamai.
Lots of smiles there, and rightfully so. She kind of felt like she was in a battle for second for a lot of that heat, and then all of a sudden, just in that last 7 minutes, oh man, did she put the foot down. Jumped up into the lead, and Mia Huppett's great surfing as well to hold down second and progress.
All right, Mirai Ikeda just dropped a 3.67. She's back in the lead, but only just from Raya Campbell, who's just got the one wave. That's a 7-point ride. And you couldn't really draw up better conditions to run an event like this. Just all day long, a couple of peaks, lefts, rights.
Magic, mate. Magic. There's no surfer in the world who wouldn't enjoy... Like, these sorts of conditions all day, you could easily picture yourself doing like a 5 or 6 hour surf. Or 2-3 hour surfs, or who's it? Taj Burrow, who reckons he only ever surfed sort of half-hour stints at a time. He didn't like doing
Can confirm.
marathon sessions, so he'll surf like 6 times a day, but just 6 little half-hour stints.
Oh, these days he surfs once.
Yeah, right.
Well, twice sometimes.
Mm.
Yeah, he's the king of the little half-hour.
I think I've
wiggle.
kind of like I've bought into that in my later years. Oh, nice under the lip. Oh.
Oof.
Matsuoka smashing this thing.
Not done yet either.
Oh, and a little bonus on the inside.
That was insane.
That was really nice. Great wave. Right on the front foot, attacking. It's amazing how many people. You brought it up yesterday, Binzi, but the black board is... It's really, it looks good. I don't know if it's a fashion thing or what, but it's definitely the board colour du jour. Isn't it?
Sure is. And, there's, obviously a bunch of different technologies getting around that use black carbon fibre. And then there's just a lot of people that get them painted that way. Something different. It is like kind of confusing that forever surfboards have just been plain white.
Yeah.
And then they go brown. And then
True.
and then you don't like them anymore,
Yeah,
even though they still perform perfectly well.
My board is so... It's yellow, it's brown, it looks like a wino's
like a
smile.
banana that's been left in the sun for a
like a
little time.
wino's smile, mate. It's the same colour. But I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm actually not one of those guys who looks at my board and goes, oh, it's yellow, I'm done with it. I look at it and go, oh, geez, I've had a lot of good surfs on that thing. Wish I didn't leave it in the sun. Wish I didn't. Should have just put it inside a couple of times. Ray Campbell, crack into the lip. Oh, that's 2 in a row, right in the pocket. And a third. Power moves here, and Raya has just backed up that 7 with something special, Binzi. And I'll tell you what, if you are Raya's coach, you are absolutely high-fiving right now, because that's 2 waves that are probably going to be in about the same ballpark. But it's just no mistakes. Flawless positioning, epic wave selection. and has used her priority and her time in this lineup perfectly. Look at this. That's 1-2, right in the sweet spot, and a third. And then even another little bonus here. And that's just far out. You know, I guess when you're developing younger surfers and they start getting to this level where they're competing consistently on the QS, you just want that sort of heat strategy playing out perfectly every time. What do you got for me?
That last wave of Ray Campbell, an 8.5.
Oh, yeah.
So just call it now, I reckon. Make your way in. Job well done.
Oh, mate.
Ray Campbell, 2 waves, a 7 and an 8.5. And that is the best 2-wave total of the heat, of the event.
See, that's the difference between you and Jake Patterson. So you're saying come in. Jake Patterson's going, nah, get back out there, put them to the sword. It's nowhere near enough.
Go sit on them.
Destroy them. Don't just do it for this heat. Do it for the next 4 heats you surf against them. Make them remember. But what a heat.
15 minutes to go in it. And, 15 minutes to go. Ray Campbell has 15 minutes on the 15 points on the board. Here goes Anon Matsuoka. She's got a 6.67 of her own, so that's not too shabby. And cracks that, releases the tail. That was sensational.
It's pretty classic, mate. Like, there's a little bit of lump on the face, so getting that really clean finish has been tricky. It's not always that really quick twitch sort of up and over, which we just saw Matsuoka pull off. And now, Akita, and this is very aggressive surfing as well, gets the finish.
Wow,
this has been really cool heats,
on fire.
We're really in the thick of it right now. That's 3 heats in a row with some real top shelf performances, and just have a squiz at the top scores of the 3 surfers in first, second, and third, Binsey. These are some of the best scores we've seen.
Yep, and on Matsuoka, so she's got a 6.67 already. This will be her backup.
That's going to be a good score. That's a really sharp turn.
And this is the reply from Mirai Ikeda. God, just slapping it. Stinging the lip. I love that little one you brought out earlier. Don't mind it. I'll keep it.
These lips aren't always giving you a whole lot to work with. So if you can just put that extra little bit of, what is it, like a torque or punch into your turn, the sting is there, mate. And all it comes down to is just really making sure your board hits that one little bit of chop that's just about to sort of double up and flare out, and you can get that push back. Can suddenly a bit of a nothing lip can really explode, give you a bit of a sensational looking turn.
All right, last score for Anon Matsuoka, a 4.67. Nothing spectacular, and probably not a keeper in 13 minutes' time, but it does go into her top 2, and life just got a little bit tougher for Mirai Ikeda, who's looking for a 5.62. Her last wave was a 5.73, so another one of them, and she'll move up to second. Sasha Baker hasn't fired a shot yet, just a 0.5 to her name. She does have priority. Halfway through this heat, time to cash it in and get busy.
Yeah. Yep, 12.5 minutes. It's plenty of time for Sasha. It's a short paddle out. There's zero current out here. Zero. The only thing that can happen from time to time is when you're paddling out from the rocks on the beach there, Binsey, you do get that little bit of like wind swell thing happening where you're just duck diving. Oh, this is nice. So 2 calves from Sasha Baker. She does pull the trigger.
She listened to us.
She listened to you. And probably good advice to surf a wave at this stage of the heat. Yeah. But a nice first carve. Not a whole lot afterwards, but definitely got that one big snap in. Second turn was a nice little carve on a bit of a flat section. I'm expecting something around the 4s to 5s mark, and that'll put her right in it. So it'll be ants on a boiled lolly, all close together. Mate, that's not for anything other than reading, those glasses. So there you go with that. Better?
Whoa, wowee. These glasses are incredible.
11 minutes remaining. 11.5, I should say. And everyone's 3.8. Nearly troubled the fours.
Wow, those really are good. You've got your lucky race car jocks on. You can see everything. X-ray glasses.
You can see things that aren't there, mate. 11 minutes. Ray Campbell. Look at this heat score, would you? Let's just marinate in this 15.5 heat score that's just sitting right before our very eyes. You feeling it?
I'm feeling it. Sasha Baker, her last score was a 3.8.
I thought it might nudge the forward just because the first turn was good, but the second turn, obviously, just a flat section. So almost there. But, 7.54 is a lot better than a combo. So
exactly.
Back out there, 10 minutes, probably get 2 more waves and do it the long way around. But, just take that little bit of pressure off where you're sitting out there going, where's my waves? What's going on?
Worked for Dakota Walters.
It did.
He went from 4th to 1st in the dying minutes with a pretty impressive combination of manoeuvres. 10 minutes to go. Who we got up next? Oh, it's our favourite, Amuro Suzuki, coming up against Rina Matsunaga, Shino Matsuda, and Piper Harrison. Amuro won a World Junior title here.
One of the highlights of her career went down right here at this break. And
I thought you were going to say in this commentary box, because that was a pretty epic interview we did with her
I'll tell you
afterwards.
what, I've still got that photo of you and I and Amuro together. And I think we're all feeling like we just won rose gold at the Olympics, which Amuro went on to do. So you and I are mates with Olympians.
Yeah.
How good does it feel?
Yeah. Don't worry about that.
Amuro Suzuki.
Sally just texted
Sally
us.
Fitzgibbons.
She was a bit upset with us, but...
Well, not me.
Yeah, okay.
I said she won it. You said, no, Joanne Defay won. I said, didn't Sally Fitzgibbons win that comp? You went, no, Joanne Defay won. So Sal's... I've got Sal's back. I don't know where you went, but I've got her back.
I was saying that Joanne beat Amuro, but I just, got it gobbled in my head. Sally then beat Joanne.
You just keep digging, bruh. Keep digging. But yeah, what was I going to say? Oh, Owen Wright, another Olympic medalist.
He's a mate, is he? You just naming mates.
Well, I read his book the other day, and it made me feel like I knew him, like family. You know what? We are mates. We've done a lot of stuff together. We're actually working on this Dometic Outdoor Challenge at home at the moment.
Tell us more.
Oh, it's awesome. It's the 4 top clubs in Australia.
Yeah.
All went camping together, and they're having this massive challenge to see who is the best sort of living the outdoor lifestyle club with a few surf challenges coming. Reality TV, bruh. Surfing Australia made it, and it's on My Surf TV, YouTube, if you want to check it out. It's really cool.
I do want to check it out.
It's really cool. And actually, there's a few surfers in this event who are in it. Sheldon Simkus.
He loves a bit of camping,
Mikey
doesn't he?
Clayton Brown. Emily Burke.
Oh, good.
Yep, it's cool. Matsuoka from Behind the Peak.
That's
yes, that's us. Can you post that?
Mates with Olympians.
Can we set? How do we get that on screen? Maybe hold it up to the camera just here. Look at that. That's from when.
There we are.
Yeah, look at us
Hey.
with the Amuro Suzuki.
That's my T-shirt
That's
that
one of
you're
the-
wearing. I need that back.
I've still got that T-shirt. I actually do still have it, believe it or not. I mean, I have changed the oil in the car a few times with it, but
you can keep it, mate.
Thanks, bro. Actually, I saw your T-shirt you were wearing the other day. I will give your other shirt back because the rings of confidence. There's a bit of blowout going on there.
Wow. Okay, we've been together 3 days and you're just going in a full under the bus.
Not at all, mate. No, come on, I got you back. One of the all-time iconic voices of surf commentary in this universe we live in.
True Starling was telling me before that Rosie Smart and Mia Huppets, they make each other breakfast every morning because they're staying together up the hill. And I was like, Fawn doesn't do that for me.
Well, I haven't ever bought you a coffee yet, even though you've been doing all the driving. I'm going to look after you tonight. I did buy you a soft drink last night on the way home.
And 9 bonus dumplings.
did get you some bonus dumplings.
All right, 6.5 minutes to go. We should probably talk about the surfing.
Yeah, let's.
Raya Campbell.
Oh, Butchka! Upside down. Oh, she is on a roll right now, Raya Campbell.
And Anon Matsuoka, the wave behind. She'd love to get rid of that 4.67 and just really separate herself from Mariah Cater.
Sasha Baker.
Boom. That was
Under
a
the
big
lid.
hook.
Gets the second turn. Looks for a third. Gets it up and over. Puts it upside down.
What is going on out there?
That's what we've been waiting for from Sasha, because with 6 minutes to go, I was in the back of my brain going, oh, you don't want to be banking on an 8 or a 7.5 with minutes to go. You know, like she can get it or back it, but now she's just taken so much pressure off herself, and we'll probably only need like a mid-range score, Binsey, after that one.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. We've got scores to come in for
I mean,
three of our 4 surfers.
How powerful and critical was that turn? Under the lip.
This is an important wave for Non Matsuoka.
It
She's
is.
only looking to upgrade a 4.67, which will really make things tougher for Sasha.
I thought that bowl was going to stay up a
Here
little bit more.
goes Sasha Baker. First turn was really strong. This one was great.
Speed check.
That one, oof. So 3 perfectly positioned turns. A 4.8 for a non. Just slightly upgrades her situation. So Sasha Baker's now looking for a 7.67. Mariah Cater is looking for a 5.75.
It won't be 7.67. We know that. But, oh my goodness, it'll be...
Whoa!
Wow, 2 rapid-fire turns here. Matsuoka starts to apply some real pressure to her competitors. This has been a very strong ride. That first turn, Binsey, electrifying. And, oh, look out. Akita now making a move.
Oh, it's getting hot in here.
What's the next line?
You can leave your clothes on, mate.
Oh, dear. But, mate, 4 minutes, 14 seconds, and it is fully on. All 4 surfers getting a set or a wave out of that set.
Yeah, we need this number for Sasha Baker.
This is the big one.
Yeah, that's the number that matters at the moment with 4 minutes to go. Raya Campbell probably not going to add to her wild 15.5 two-wave total, but it'll still be a decent number all the same.
I think, Sasha's wave, just on reflection, not very steep. Couple of good hooks. 3 really nice turns. The finishing move was really good. I don't know if it'll get up towards what she needs, but she's definitely going to peel back that requirement. And that's really good with 3 minutes 20 to go. Let's have another look at this.
Of it.
See, first hook was really nice, and then a little speed hook. But this turn...
She did really well to dig it out.
Yeah.
She'd be slightly upset that Anon wasn't there to cop one of those blasts. Like,
please.
Just the mental side of it when you roast a big turn in your opponent's face.
You've got to be a little bit careful.
Okay, Sasha Baker, a 4.6. So the requirement now, a 6.87. You called it very nicely, Vaughan. Wasn't the biggest of waves. She really maximised everything that she could get out of it. A 4.6 the result. She now needs a 6.87. We're inside the last 3
She's got
minutes.
priority, Binsey. She's the number 1 surfer out there when this next set comes. So this is nervous moments for fans of Sasha Baker, but she'll be backing herself big time. This is what you do your heat drills for. These are the moments that you really, really look forward to as a competitor. I mean, ideally, 2 big scores, sit out in front and just try and hold that lead. But, when you start to surf a lot of heats and you find yourself in this position, this is really what can make or break you as a competitor. So Sasha Baker, she's out there. She will have first choice for whatever comes in this next 2 minutes. But, Matsuoka did so well to get rid of that 4, mate.
Oh, have a look
Big
at
moment.
that.
Beautiful day.
Oof.
Not a cloud in the sky. The setup, just 3 peaks. And they shift around quite a little bit.
Quite a little bit.
Yeah, I heard myself say that.
Don't
Mate.
mind.
Good one.
Don't mind that.
Quite a little bit.
Quite a little bit. Definitely maybe. And I'd imagine that is Sam Norwood, captain of the Fresh Air broadcast crew, who's got the whirly bird up to bring us these shots.
Hey, this will be cool. He'll zoom around at
the big reveal
around the back, and we'll get to see.
So that we're looking dead south there. Taitung, the city, is sort of down towards that point. This is the beautiful, spectacular drive we get to take on the way in. That is Jinzun Harbor, and that is contest structure. And then behind it, the spectacular, mountainous.
Man, oh man,
scenery.
you have got to come and check Taiwan out, especially Taitung County. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. It's so, another thing that tripped me out is just the population is so mellow.
So mellow.
There's just not that many crew here, and it's just such an enjoyable place to visit. I cannot recommend it enough. It's my second time here. I'll definitely be coming back. It is a beautiful place to surf. It's a beautiful place to visit, and it's epic. But 30 seconds, and man, is there anything out there? 20 seconds, is there anything at all? I mean, we're looking down. It is picturesque, but we need waves, Binzi.
Sasha Baker needs a wave. She's got priority. She needs an 8.07. So Anon's last wave was a 6. So further tightens her stranglehold on one of those advancing positions, and that's going to be it. You're going to go and have a chat to Raya Campbell and just find out where that incredible bout of shreddery came from. And the rest of us are going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with more action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this.
All right, we are back with the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000 here in Taitung County. That is the beautiful drone shot that is showing exactly where we are. That is the comp site into the hills, the most picturesque little area ever. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by my dear friend Dai Wacko. How are you, Dai?
Good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. I just had a nice little break. And I was just so relaxed that I almost forgot that I was working.
Wow.
And they went 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the heat was over and I wasn't here. And I went, better get my trot on and get to work. But here we are, I made it. And I'm excited because we made it for a pretty good heat. It is heat number 4. We have Rina Matsunaga on screen right now. So she's been looking really solid. She's up against Shino Matsuda, maybe my favorite surfer. Piper Harrison and Amuro Suzuki, who is also one of my favorite surfers and has actually won a World Junior title right here.
Right here at Titan. Wow. So three Japanese surfers against one Australian. And so what's her story?
So Piper Harrison, she is actually originally from Victoria, alongside brother Marlon Harrison. Then they made the move to the Gold Coast. So they've been living on the Gold Coast for quite years now. Yeah, so you definitely say they're from the Gold Coast. They're going to get a replay of Shino. So she's streaking down the line. The Olympian solid first turn there for Shino. Gets another section here, snaps it in the pocket. Does she get a bonus section? Looking like maybe she does. And yeah, finishes that one off nicely. And here's the replay of Rina.
That's a nice quick wave from Rina, and he managed to finish the wave nicely. But Shino's wave was a lot smaller than the others, but still she managed to put decent turns, solid turns.
Yeah, the judges definitely capping that wave because of the size. So a 4-point ride for Shino. But yeah, Piper's actually studying, I could get this wrong, but I'm 99% sure she's studying paramedicine. So she'll work in the emergency care of in Australia and basically save people's lives. So she's a really smart young lady, also works at Board Riders up in the head office in Burleigh and is probably one of the most supportive big sisters ever of her little brother Marlon, maybe his biggest fan.
So she's following QS's quite a little bit?
Yeah, so Piper's been competing for as long as I can remember. Before I started competing, True was competing against Piper in the Grom days, in the Woolworths, the Pro Juniors. So she took a little bit of time off last year. We didn't see her at Crui or Nias, but that could have been for studying reasons. Here we go, Amuro. She's got such a powerful backhand. And I've just jinxed her, but I just jinxed her so bad. I'm so sorry.
That's a good looking wave, but unfortunately she just couldn't make the last turn.
Yeah, it looked like maybe she was just a little bit off balance for the entirety of that wave. But we are going to cross down to the man, Vaughan Blakey, who's with the lady of the hour who had 2 solid scores in that last heat, Raya Campbell.
Raya, wow, is how I want to start this interview. An 8.5 and a 7. You just got out there. I don't know what your strategy was or what your plan was, but your first 2 waves were the best 2 waves we've seen today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I surprised myself a bit, to be honest. But yeah, I didn't originally have like a plan going out because I was watching it. It was going everywhere. Like it was towards the left, towards the right. So I was like, I'll just get out there, get my 2 waves. And it happened and they came to me. So stoked that happened.
Oh, yeah, that's such a good feeling. Even though when you get out to a good lead like that, are you still sort of keeping an eye on the other competitors and what they're up to, or do you just stick to your own plan?
Yeah, for sure. Well, you can't be too like easy breezy when those scores come in because anything can happen, flurry of sets or anything can happen. So I just tried to calm myself down and try and find a couple other rides so I can get myself keep going a bit and just focus on myself and how I'm feeling. So yeah.
That's awesome. And what do you make of the waves? I know it's your first time here to Taiwan. It's such a fun setup, but when you're surfing snapper rocks and all that sort of stuff, you've really got a lot of juice to push back on you when you're getting that backside attack happening.
Yeah, there's like so many bowly sections here. It's pretty fun. Like I haven't surfed this many lefts back at home, so I'm enjoying that part of it. But yes, I've been sticking to the rights, which have been going good. Thanks to Snapper. Thanks, home.
Yeah, and who's at home watching, do you think? Because we had quite a few texts. We had far out, Sally Fitzgibbons is watching, Brad Gerlach is watching. We've got, top line elite athletes, but what about the your home crew?
Yeah, Mum and Dad would be watching, and my coach, Andre, my dad's my biggest coach, my sponsors as well. Yeah, pretty much it.
All good. And what's your plan now that you've got through this round?
Might surf Rivermouth, chill out, and then, get ready for tomorrow. Not think too much about it, but make sure I'm ready.
All right, and just one last question. Are you dumplings or a hot pot or a hibachi girl?
Dumplings for sure.
Have you been smashing a few?
Yeah, I think I've had so many carbs this trip. It's like,
well, the record is 35. That's what Di is up to, so good luck trying to beat that.
yeah, no, thanks.
Congratulations, Raya. Absolutely mind-boggling performance. Really stoked for you. I look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vaughan and Raya. It was Raya's birthday 2 days ago.
Wow,
recently
happy
turned
birthday.
20. So happy birthday, Raya. I know her family is definitely watching. And I totally agree with Raya. I feel like I'm turning into a dumpling myself. But we had a bit of action during that interview. Did you see that last wave of Shino? That first opening carve was insane.
Insane. It was quick and looking so sharp.
So pretty much a 4.37 off the back of this first turn. So high lines to get speed. Comes around this section, pushes so hard. I'm saying she's getting bulk of that score for that 4.37. So
just for the big carve.
Yeah, just for that big carve. She's having a paddle again, but decides not to. No real scores just yet, though, Di.
Have you been watching the surf before this heat?
I have. So I was sitting up next to our co-commentator, the beach commentator, Steve Robbo, watching the live action up there. Watch Mia Huppat's heat. She looked so dominant against Minami, but Minami ended up getting the win. Here we go. Piper Harrison up and riding on a good-looking right-hand bowl. Strong opening swoop there for Piper. And again, for another one, she's racing down the line. This one's going to give her a third section. She belts it and holds on. So great-looking wave there for Piper Harrison.
She must feel so great after finishing their last turn. It's always about the last turn. It's always about making the last turn is the key to get the right scores. So she did it. And
we'll wait for that score. I think it's still loading. But here we go. Looks like Rena maybe went the left, but we're going to get a replay of the right. So bottom turns, strong opening carve there. Gets a snap in the pocket. I love how she's just looking down the line. And here's where she just gets all those extra points there. And I totally agree with you. That last turn is so important. Here's Rena Di.
Here's Rena. Racing down the section, but unfortunately she couldn't quite come forward from the white water. He caught up with the white water. She needs to get back out and just wait for the right ones.
Yeah.
Shino has 4.37 and 4.0. So nothing big scores coming in so far.
Except for that last one of Piper.
Wow. Well, she got 6.33.
Yeah, for that last wave.
For the 3 turns.
Yeah, so the judges loving what Piper's doing out there on those right-hand rip bowls. I reckon if I was going to surf a heat today, that's exactly where I'd be sitting. We saw Raya lock in 2 really big scores in that last heat. And then who else did we see? Minami, Nonaka got 2 big scores as well. Mia Huppets. So I feel like that's the tactic I would be taking because they just look like they bend back at you and are super bowly.
Well, looks like someone's having a look, but yeah, a couple heats ago, the lefts looked really good, but now as the tides coming in, probably the rights are getting better and better.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Di. I feel like the lefts this morning, we saw Alistair lock in that 9.1 on that long left. Geordie got a pair of 8s on the left, but I feel like now it is really starting to shift to that right-hand rip bowl. It's just allowing you to push a little bit harder off your turns. It's bending back at you, where I feel like the lefts are slowly bending out to sea and not giving you that finishing turn that is allowing you to get above that 4-5 point range. Here we go. Looking like we might have a paddle. Piper deciding not to take that one. Look how beautiful the water looks from that drone angle shot. And for people watching, it is hot down here today.
It is hot. Probably the
hottest day we've had so far. In the sun, you just can't stand in the sun for longer than 2 or 3 minutes.
So true.
Looking like Blue having a paddle. We'll see if we come back with Piper. Sorry, Rena.
Rena Matsunaga. So Rena is from, I believe she's from Chiba area, and she was selected for the Challenger Series a couple of years ago, actually.
Okay.
So she has a lot of experiences against the bigger guys, in the Challenger Series.
And obviously we know Shino. She's been such a dominant surfer in the draws. She's qualified for the Olympics. And she's had a bit of practice there. I'll get back to that. Here we go. This is Rena. Nice opening first carve. Gets it up there for a second, but she's going to need to do more than that if she really wants to make it through this heat. But yeah, Shino just looks so dominant. She's really technically great on both ways, on her forehand and her backhand. But I think her backhand has that little bit of extra pizzazz, and she's just so fun to watch and compete. Here we go, Piper up and riding, deciding that one wasn't for her. So, and then Amuro. Where's Amuro from?
She's from Shonan area, which I live.
Oh,
actually.
okay.
So same hometown, and she, as you know, she rips. She's so great surfer. She has got this powerful maneuver, powerful carve, and especially on the backhand, she just amazing.
Yeah, and she obviously, came so close to qualifying, and then Carissa Moore decided to have a year off, so it meant it was Amuro's time to shine, and then it was the infamous COVID year, so we didn't really see that many events. It was just unlucky for Amuro that year, but I'm sure we'll see her back on that stage sometime in the near future. That's why she's here. She's trying to get back on the Challenger Series. A little wave coming through now, no takers.
Well, it's quite a slow heat.
Yeah, it has
It's been 12 minutes and not many waves were ridden.
Yeah, not many at all. Still that just one big score locked in for Piper. Really close right now between Shino, Rina and Amuro. And I feel like Piper's definitely wanting to get rid of that 2.83 and just really extend her lead over the rest of the field. But, this is a hard heat. So she's definitely going to want to back that score up because Shino is so capable of big scores. We've seen her drop 8s. She believes she got a pair of 6s yesterday. Amuro has CT experience, which none of us other than Paige Harrop have had. And then Rina, as you said, she's had experience in the Challenger Series, which is really, a feather in your cap. But Piper's taking it to him right now.
So they are all capable of getting up good scores. So just over 10 minutes remaining. We are still waiting for the waves come for the opportunities. Well, Shino's having a look at this wave.
Amuro is going to have a
Amuro.
paddle. Just one turn section there. Belts it on her forehand.
That's like a smart move from Amuro. Just she know that wave just stopped, and she knew that she needed just get in the pace with the ocean. So probably she just caught a wave and get back out so that she can get another good ones.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, Di. I feel like she's just trying to get in rhythm with the ocean. It is slowing down now. We still have 3 more heats to run after this, so 6, 7, and 8. And then we'll be pretty much at the top of the tide. Thinking about running 4 heats of the men this afternoon just depends on whether we'll see the heats progressively get slower and slower, kind of like what we're seeing now. A few heats ago it was absolutely firing.
Pumping,
It was pulsing. Everyone had an opportunity. So these girls, it's kind of that point in the tide where it's just changing. Amuro, 6.33 just for that one turn.
6.33 for the one turn.
Yeah, wow. That's a big score. We obviously saw it from the drone angle shot. Here we go. Here goes Shino. Nice at first turn. Gets another one. This one looking like it's bowling back at her. Gets a strong third turn. So Shino, here we go. Piper trying to back up that 6.33. Nice carving maneuver. She hops out of that. Oh, it's all happening now, Di.
Wow.
Rena's up as well.
That was a great turn from Rena, and tried to finish this off. Yes, she did, but it wasn't probably not the turn she was looking for in the end.
Yeah, wasn't that strong maneuver she was hoping for. I'm wondering if Amuro maybe got more after that turn, and we just didn't see. So 6.33. We might get a replay of that last one of red. We might get a replay of all of those waves. We'll just have to wait and see. Scores to lock in for green, white and blue, but it's all happening right now, Di.
Wow, started to come in, and we are waiting for the scores coming in for green, white and blue. Now here's a replay of Shino's last wave. Straight into the bottom turn. That was a nice cutting back maneuver right there. And that was a better cutting back. And tried to finish off and nicely. Well, here's Amuro for the... Wow, that was a great turn.
Great turn. Looks much better from front on. So I understand the 6.33. And Piper just getting a 2-turner there to try and back up her 6.33. A 3.2 loss to Piper. Rena, like you said, Di, love that first turn. But she didn't get that exclamation mark on the end that she was probably looking for. So that score came in at a 3.2 for Rena. No, sorry, a 3.67 for Rena. And Shino, her last wave of 5.4 puts her up into second.
Here's Amuro again. That was great, powerful cutback. And lays back another one. Wow, that's a great looking wave.
Yeah, that was very impressive.
I love how she puts two different kind of layback for the second turn and third turn.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much of that either in the women's side of the draw yet. So she's definitely bringing a lot to the table right now, and a lot for the judges to think about, that's for sure. But it's getting quite close in the back end of this heat. Here's the replay. So here we go. She's racing down the line. This is why she got that one wave to build momentum. Nice first turn. Lays that one back there. Here's the other variation of it. I like the second one better. It's a bit stronger, had a bit more grunt behind it. So she's definitely going to replace that 3.83. Looking like Piper's having a paddle out the back, decides not to go that one. She keeps priority.
So the last wave for Muro was 5.60. That puts her in the lead, extend her lead. Wow, that's great surfing from Muro.
Now Piper's down into third. She's looking for a 3.44 and Rena needing a 5.94. So Shino, that 5.4 and a 4.37 has her narrowly holding on to second place. Her combined total of 9.77. Piper's a 9.53. So really close right now between white and green. And 3.44 isn't a massive score, so she knows. You can see she's sitting wide of the competitors, which I think is a smart move because she's probably going to want to better that 4.37 to make that score requirement a bit higher for Piper and Rena.
Just over 5 minutes remaining, and Shino is trying to better the 4.37 and is having a look at this wave. Wow, that looked great from the drone angle. So can she finish nicely? The wave didn't offer too much for her.
Didn't allow her to really lay into those backhand turns that we know she has down pat. You know, when she has a steep wall in front of her, we know that she's going to pretty much get a high score no matter what. So I'm not sure if it will replace the 4.37. We'll just have to wait and see. For just over 4 minutes to go. So this heat has really wind down quite quickly.
So the last wave for Shino was 4.0. Not enough to better her backup score. But still she's in the rhythm to me. She's still trying to get in the rhythm and just, you know, away from the crowds right there.
Yeah, I agree. She's just trying to build momentum. I feel like she'll probably sit wide of her rest of her competitors right now too. Just keep trying to build on that 4.37. She's got fourth priority, so it's not like it'll do much right now. All she could do if she does decide to go sit with blue and green is to sell them on a bad wave. But, you know, Piper and Rena are really great competitors, and I feel like they'll be a little bit smarter than that. We can see her kind of paddling out to them now, so she's going to try and play the defensive game in this last 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
She's putting a little bit of pressure to Piper and Rena right there, and they only need small scores. Piper needs 3.44, which isn't, you know, a big score at all, and Rena needs 5.94. Well, she is capable of getting that requirement once she's on the right ones. So just under 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, they're just playing the waiting game right now. I feel like Piper has a little bit more room to move. You know, she doesn't have to wait for that set wave. She only needs a 3.44. So basically, one of those mid-sized right-hand rip bowls, all she needs to do is 2 turns, and that's a 3.44, you know. I feel like at this point in the heat, she really doesn't need to overcomplicate it. It's not a big score.
Look at how close they are to
in the water. Basically holding hands out there all together. So just coming down to 2 minutes. Will a wave come through, or will we see a lull? I'm wondering if maybe if no waves come through until about a minute to go, we might see Piper try and make her way, move in a little bit more and find herself one of those smaller ones. She can just tee off on a few times. No movement right now, which is making us assume there's no waves coming.
Well, just under 2 minutes, and still there's a time. the last opportunity for Piper and Rina. So Shino decided to paddle away from the two competitors right there.
Yeah, I feel like maybe a little bit of nervous times right now for Shino. There's
Definitely.
nothing she can do. You know, Piper has first priority, Rena has second. So if an A-frame came through, they could split the peak. But, you know, that's also a decision. Do you just block that competitor as well and go left? So who knows? There's coming down to 1 minute to go.
Probably Shino is trying to get a wider waves to better her second score right there. And looks like something is coming.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing our competitors start to move. So maybe a wave approaching the lineup. Looking like there is, if there's any takers, we're not sure. Shino having a look, decides not to go. Now they're paddling back the other way. Is this a left coming through? We'll see. Okay, 35 seconds on the clock.
Splitting the peak.
Rena on the right, looking for a 594. That's not it. Let's see what Piper got done on the left. We're not sure, but Amuro using first priority, trying to get one of those big backhand turns in. Can't get there. 15 seconds on the clock. Here's another wave for Shino.
That's a smaller wave, but still walls up for her. And she put 2 turns in. And her backup score is 4.37. Wow.
Here's the replay of Piper. So one strong turn there. Needed a 344. Her body language suggests she doesn't think she got it.
But that was a great solid turn.
It was a great turn. The judges not locking in any scores yet. They could give it to her off the back of one turn.
But like Amuro's, third wave, 6.33, that is just one turn. So
yeah, the judges definitely could be rewarding this. So one more score to lock in. Let's look at it one more time. Really strong turn, strong off the bottom, and there it is, 3.8.
Wow.
The judge is giving her the score. It is enough to put her up into second. So Shino Matsuda, the Olympian, has been knocked out of competition by Piper Harrison and Mura Suzuki. Congratulations to those two girls. We will be right back for heat number 6 right after this short break. All right, welcome back down to the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000. We are in the beautiful Jinzun Harbor in Taitung County, Taiwan.
Taidong.
And that was my co-commentator, Binzi,
hi.
making his entrance into this heat. And I'm Jessie Starling. That's Philippa Anderson on screen with her first wave.
Shredding.
The Novocastrian, just finishing off her opening wave for the event. But that last heat was quite interesting, Binzi. That was the winner there, Amuro Suzuki. She pretty much nailed it. And then Piper Harrison in the last 30 seconds knocked out the Olympian Shino Matsuda down to third with a 3.8, making it through to the round of 16.
Whoa, Freya Prum, look at the juggling. Not bad. Preheat routine.
Yeah, I love it. I can't juggle. Can you juggle?
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh, tell us.
Just 3.
Just 3.
No chance of 4.
No, okay. Well, we have a 4-man heat in this one, so an all-Australian affair. It's Philippa Anderson taking on Rosie Smart, Charlie Hurst and Amelie Burke. Here we go. Rosie Smart coming off a 3rd place in Nias. Strong opening carve. Gets a 2nd snap there. This one's bowling back at her. Rips through another one and finishes that one off beautifully. So great opening wave there for Rosie. She's kind of had 2 breakout performances in really back-to-back. She got Nias a 3rd place and then backed it up by winning the Australian Open of Surfing, first event at her hometown Coffs Harbour, literally 2 weekends after. So Rosie kind of just finding her groove, then got Coffs Harbour a qualifying spot into the Australian Board Riders Battle Grand Final. Here we go, Charlie Hurst out the back on her first wave, strong opening carve, bottom turns beautifully off the top, gets a sick rear there, brings it back for another carve. Can't get a finishing section there, but yet a nice opening wave. More action out the back. Philippa Anderson trying to back up her 4-point ride now. Bit of a check turn to start. That's a better turn there for Philippa. Races down to this good-looking section and belts it for a finishing turn and rides out. So, yeah, that was 3 good-looking waves back-to-back for Philippa, Rosie and Charlie.
Yeah, 4 Aussies in the heat. Not too many of those kicking around. We did see 4 Japanese surfers in an earlier heat, maybe heat 2 of this round.
Yeah, now an all-Australian affair. So 2 Novocastrians in this heat, actually, Philippa Anderson and Amelie Burke. So they're definitely friends. I'd see them chatting in the free surfs all the time. 1 natural, 1 goofy footer. Rosie Smart from Coffs Harbour, Sawtell area, I'm going to say. I'm pretty sure she's told me that in the past. And Charlie Hurst from Port Kembla. Hello to Loz and Uncle Mick. If you're watching this heat, I'm sure you are. Actually, I'm sure the whole family's probably watching. So hello to the whole Hurst clan. And we'll wait for those scores to come in. And Amelie got a wave as well that we didn't see. So just 5 minutes slipped on by, and all surfers with a good-looking score under their belt. Philippa with 2. Here we go. This is the replay of Charlie's Binzi.
Oh, love it. Just super relaxed style. Effortlessly flowing through the turns. She surfed an incredible heat yesterday to get into the round of 32. Here goes Philippa on her backhand. So Philippa Anderson runs a surf school these days.
Yeah. Yep, in Newcastle.
Newey?
Yep. Yeah, giving back to the community that's, I guess, helped her so much over the years, which is pretty cool. Amelie on her first one. Gets a carve there, foamy looking section, but navigates it really nicely. She's such a strong surfer, and she's had some really good results recently as well. But we are going to cross down to Dai with the last heat's heat winner, Amuro Suzuki.
お疲れ様でした。かなりスローヒートで、その前のヒートとはかなり違った波の来方だったりしたと思うんですけど、ヒート中の心境はいかがでしたか？
これが1年半ぶりぐらいの QS ですごく緊張してて、でファーストヒートで緊張してて、もう海の中でちょっともう心臓バクバクだったんですけど、まあとりあえず勝ててよかったです。
It's been a year and a half since the last QS she was in, and that was the first heat. So she was really nervous and she was shaking, but in the end she got the scores and she's happy. では、作戦は一応どんな感じの作戦を立ててたんですか？
最初レフトを狙おうと思って入ってたんですけど、波が変わってすごいスローなヒットになったので、ちょっと動いて波を探す感じに変えました。
So her original plan was to get a left, but during the heat, this condition of the ocean was changing, so she decided to go for the right waves, and that's how she got the scores. 最近その1年半ぶりということだったんですけど、1年半ぶりの QS だったということなんですけど、
QS3 の一宮ぶりです。
その間はどういうことを取り組んでたんですか？
まあ試合ずっと CS 出てて、まあ CS にフォーカスしてずっと1年回ってて、まあその試合の合間もサーフィンいっぱいしてトレーニングいっぱいしてやってました。
Her main focus was the Challenger Series. That's why this has been 1 year and a half the last time she was in the QS. And in between the CS, she was just focusing on her surfing, just improving her surfing. And yeah, that's it. So, たくさんの方が、ライブを見てくれてると思います。コメントの方お願いします。
明日はもっと自分のいいサーフィンを見せれるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you so much and good luck in next heat and back to you guys.
Awesome. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Amuro. She does hold the current bronze medal for the Surfing Olympics. She represented Japan in the first ever Surfing Olympic Games. You can see why, she's such a talented surfer. But let's look at this heat. So Philippa Anderson, a 6.67 and a 4. So the judges loving that finishing turn of Philippa. Rosie Smart opened up with a 6.17 for the strong rail surfing that she put on display. Charlie Hurst, a 5.57 for hers as well. I loved that opening carve. I feel like if she had got a finishing section like Rosie did on hers, we would have seen that score definitely go higher. And Amelie just at 3.9. So the wave looked a little bit foamy, but I like how she's sticking to those rip bowl rights. We saw Rhea Campbell lock into really big scores. Here we go, Rosie Smart up again. Nice at first turn there for Rosie. Love that carve there. And belts it for a finish. Charlie Hurst up on the backhand. Strong first turn. Gets a good looking section here.
Boom.
Belts it. Can she hold on? No, she can't. That would have been a massive score if she could have. Philippa.
Oh, how are the exchanges that are going on right now?
Yeah, they're incredible. She's going to get a finish, but unfortunately can't ride out. Similar situation to Charlie, but they'll both get back out there. But that's going to be a big score for Rosie. And yeah, Charlie and Philippa can't pull that finish turn this time round, but I'm sure they will get back out there and try again. But yeah, Rosie's on her way to another good score and maybe a lead change. Here we go. This is the replay. Strong opening carve. Oh, that was the second carve actually, and then the finishing. So she did get an opening turn before that carve. Waiting for that one to lock in. But yeah, plenty of action going on. This heat's had way more waves than what we saw in that last one. And Charlie's last wave, a 3.83. Still waiting for the last of red and blue. And Rosie's actually at university as well, and I believe for mechanical engineering.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So she's smart just as much as she is talented, and that's a 7.33. Bang there to back up my comment I made just then. Anyway, so she's leading the heat with a 7.33 and a 6.17. Philippa Anderson now needing a 6.84 to regain the lead, and Rosie's looking like she's in good rhythm. She's having a look at this one, decides not to go. This heat is just really providing right now for the ladies. Amelie having a look at this one, decides not to go. Rosie's going to have a look. Has a good paddle. Here she goes, heat leader. Wow, strong opening carve. Love that second turn. Can she finish it? Yes, she can. She's going to get more. And is going to opt out. So Rosie, just looking like she's having so much fun out there right now.
Yeah, the left brain. The engineer.
Left
just
brain.
Analytical. Like, wave comes through, better look at the spreadsheet, work out, how many boxes it checks before deciding whether or not to engage. Yeah, clinical, methodical. Ruthless, emotionless, cold, calculated. My dad's an engineer.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yes. Ain't nothing on God's green earth that can't be fixed without a spreadsheet.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can't say that I personally use spreadsheets, but I'll take your word for it. And that last score of Rosie, not going into her top two, still a 5.9, so she'd still be leading off her second highest score as well. 12 minutes to go. Priority does sit with our surfer from Newcastle, well, one of our surfers from Newcastle, Amelie. And just a 3.9, it's a bit of an unusual start to the heat we've seen so far for Amelie, but I feel like she's kind of waiting for an exact wave out there. She's probably had a look at Ray Campbell's heat and been like, I want to find those right rip bowls that Ray found.
It's a great heat. I mean, still 11.5 minutes to go. Rosie Smart throwing away a 5.9. That tells you about the calibre of scores that she's holding on to. Philippa Anderson stayed pretty busy. She wants to get rid of her 4. A 6.84 would push her into the lead. Charlie Hurst, she's got a 5. So, you know, the 5.57's a borderline keeper. She needs another 5 to get up to second. And Emily Burke, just a 3.9 so far. She basically needs to start again with 11 minutes to go. You know, I got done by another jellyfish yesterday. I only surfed about 10 minutes. I think my hair was still wet and I got zapped again. I'm like, both arms now.
That one looks quite painful. I honestly haven't seen one. I've been getting bad sea lice, but not as bad as yours. But now I might touch wood with the big trophy next to
I think
us.
Kobe Clements, he's copped the gnarliest one this
Oh,
event.
really?
Yeah.
Where was it?
All across his stomach.
Ow.
Or maybe it was Geordie Lawler. I don't know.
One of the two.
Need to compare notes with my jelly brothers at some point. 10 minutes to go. All right. Rosie Smart, a 7.33 and a 6.17. That's a very tidy 13.5 two-wave total. Philippa Anderson, she's got that good wave, 6.67. Pretty much needs another one plus a bit more to move into the lead. Anything over a 4 will make life a little bit tougher for Charlie Hurst and Emily Burke. But we saw Charlie Hurst yesterday come out on her backhand and smash a couple of rights to drop in one of the more impressive heat totals of the day yesterday.
Yeah, she did get third in this event last year as well, so she's definitely pretty comfortable at this wave. Here we go. Amelie having a look, needing to put something on the board right now to get back into this heat. Here's a steeper section.
Ooh.
Drives through a second turn there and gets a finish. So that was a good looking wave there for Amelie. And Philippa just coming off the back of a turn there. Lies look out the back because Rosie Smart is in sync in this heat. Here she goes, having another look. Let's see what she can do on this one. Beautiful opening carve. And that's all she wrote for that wave. So now Charlie out the back with priority, looking for a 5.11 unless Philippa improved on her scoreline, which scores looking like, unfortunately, she didn't. I dare say Rosie won't, but I'm interested to see where the judges go with Amelie's. But yeah, Charlie from the Port Kembla region near Windang. You spent much time down there, Benzie?
It's around Wollongong, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not too much. Spent plenty of time around Ulladulla.
Good waves in Ulladulla.
Oh, plus the best pie shop on planet Earth.
I don't think I've been to the pie shop in Ulladulla. Is that the old school looking one? The red one?
No, it's Hayden's. It's just,
Oh no, then I've never been.
haven't lived.
Okay, here's the replay. That's a better turn there for Amelie, but I quite like this last one. She goes vertical, drives through. It was a 4.47, so she's put herself back in the heat. now needs a 6.21 to knock her fellow Novocastrian out of second place.
I don't want to sound like a name dropper.
Name drop.
Hayden's Pie Shop follow me on Instagram.
Do they?
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, it took me liking every single one of their posts for about 25 years and just commenting on how insane their pies are. But as a highly regarded pie connoisseur who prides himself on his ability to eat pies on all of Australia's coasts, it was a great moment of pride when they finally gave me that little follow. And I did share it with a couple of local surfers from down that way. None of them were followed by Hayden's Pie Shop. So.
I'm not followed by Hayden's Pie Shop. I have a question for you though. Have you ever had upper crust pies?
Of course.
And they're better than upper crust pies?
Absolutely.
What? I love upper crust pies.
So do I. I love all pies. But Hayden's are the best.
It's a big call, but I have to take your word for it because I've never had it. And you know you are a pie connoisseur. Here we go. Charlie, having a look out the back. Using up priority. We're going to stick
Emily with the
green.
late roll in. Decided against it. Here goes Charlie Hurst, who we're catching up with. You'd imagine she got a turn in before then. And she kicks out next to Philzy Anderson. So did Philippa just get a little score? She dropped a 3.27. Doesn't matter much in the bigger context, I think. 6 minutes to go. Emily Burke, that was just a minor score. So Charlie Hurst, she's looking for a 5.11. We'd need to catch up on a replay to see if she did anything significant straight off the bat. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. Love the bottom turn. There's that opening carve that she's kind of got on lock right now. Races around this section, gets up there for a vertical snap and a finishing turn there. So that was a pretty nice wave there for Charlie. A 5.11 is what she requires. So we'll leave that one in the hands of the men and women up in the tower. But it's it. It's exactly the same as her last score, a 5.57. So Charlie moves up into second. Now Philippa chasing a 4.47.
Yeah, okay, big move from Charlie Hurst. Obviously a 4.47, very attainable for Philippa Anderson, especially when she's already sitting on a 6.67. But 5 minutes to go. And it's definitely a bit of a three-horse race at the moment. Unfortunately for Emily Burke, she needs to get herself back into the picture. Here goes Philippa Anderson. She's looking very lively as she takes off on this one. And it's a good-looking wall. It's running out of puff a little bit down the line. Now it bends back for her a touch. And she's not done yet either. This will be finishing up really close to the corner right before it runs into the deep bay. Now Rosie Smart, current heat leader, looking to upgrade a 6.17. That was a nice turn. This wave continues to run. So a great exchange there. We are waiting on scores for Rosie Smart and Philippa Anderson. I think Emily Burke's score was already quickly locked in. That's just going to be a minor. 4 minutes remaining. Charlie Hurst in second place with second priority. Here's the replay of Philippa's wave.
Yeah, needing a 4.47. Starts off with a carve. This one, she's definitely got a bit more power behind it. Rips through it more, and again here. But she knows she needs a little bit more, so gets a bonus snap. Bam, right there. And then, yeah, that wave not giving her much to work with at the end. Rosie just attacking that first section. Goes for the carve here and gets another one. But, you know, she's looking down the line. She's like, that's not going to give me much more. It's not going to better my 6.17, but it might. So we don't know. Philippa, last wave, 3.97 was not enough. So still looking for a 4.47. I dare say that Charlie might start playing the defense game right now. Rosie's last wave of 4.2 doesn't factor into her 13.528 total. 3 minutes just over in this All-Australian Fair. Shortly we'll see round of 32, heat number 7 out there. Paige Harrop, I believe Philippa's travel partner, taking on Freya Prum, Willow Hardy and Jasmine Sampson. So a 3 Aussie, 1 New Zealand affair. Basically cousins.
And we're getting word through right now that once we wrap up the round of 32 on the women's side of proceedings, we are going to run through the first half of the round of 32 on the men's side of the draw. Meanwhile, in the water right now, Rosie Smart putting together a very tidy looking wave. Last score for Charlie Hurst, so we saw that she's got that pair of 5.57s. Philippa Anderson, her last wave was a 3.97, so exactly half a point shy of what she needed. Here goes Rosie Smart. This is the replay. Talk us through it.
Yeah,
Jess.
loves that opening carve. Gets it up there for a snap and finishes off really strong there. So judges definitely have a lot to think about with that last one of Rosie's. Has to better a 6.17 to increase her lead. It's looking pretty good right now to do so, but last judge says no, so 5.9 for that last one. Just not getting there, but, you know, even on her back two scores, she would still be leading this heat. She'd have a pair of 5.9, so it just goes to show, you know, that Rosie's really bringing it. She's on a bit of a roll lately. She's found her competitive groove. Charlie's sitting pretty close to Philippa in this last minute and a half. Armley looking for a 6.67, but definitely within reach. Philippa just a 4.47, so hence why we see Charlie sitting pretty close to Philsy right now. 1 minute 20 to go. It's getting tense in this little back end of the heat.
One minute remaining.
Ocean looking a little quiet, maybe a bit of a lump coming. Are you going to be looking for one of those bigger waves, I dare say, to try and lock in that 6.67 that she's hunting for?
40 seconds. The tension mounts. We can see some lines on the horizon. 30 seconds. Will any of these get into the zone in time? I'll start that one again. Philippa Anderson is on the move. She's chasing a 4.47, a very gettable score. We've already seen her lock in a 6.67, but she's in third priority. So you would imagine that Charlie Hurst will be sitting hot on her heels. 10 seconds remaining. Okay, this is very much last roll of the dice time. Philippa gets to the inside, and she's going to let Emily Burke have a go. She needs a 6.67. This will count. So she's given herself an opportunity. 2 turns. The body language suggests she knew that wave wasn't giving her much of a chance at tracking down the 6.67 she needed. It's going to be a 2-point wave, and that is it. Rosie Smart, Charlie Hurst through to the round of 16. 2 more heats to go in the round of 32, and we'll bring them to you straight after this quick break. Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. 2 heats left to run in the round of 32. And in the second last one, it is Paige Harrop in red, Freya Prum in blue, Willow Hardy in white, and Jasmine Sampson in green. So 3 Aussies and a Kiwi. That's Charlie Hurst on screen. She just got through in second in the last heat to Rosie Smart. We'll catch up with Rosie soon enough. So Paige Harrop is a veteran of the championship tour. Suffered a knee injury in El Salvador earlier this year that she's been on the comeback from. It was a pretty devastating week. She'd gone to El Salvador hoping to qualify for the Olympics. Instead, she left on crutches, and she's been rehabbing her knee ever since. I saw her in the surf the other day. She said she's at about 90%. And Paige Harrop at 90% is still a pretty lethal combination. She's a very powerful surfer, got a great backhand, and expect her to try and chase down a few of the rights here at Jinzun Harbor. Alright, and no action yet in this heat, so let's go recap what went down in the last one with the winner Rosie Smart and our own Jessie Starling.
Yeah, Rosie, you were so impressive. Pretty much from start to finish, that last heat you had a 7 and a 6, 2 of the highest scores that we've seen today. You've been on an absolute roll lately. How are you feeling?
That was so fun. There was actually so many waves in my heat, and I was able to pick a few under priority, so that was good. I probably went a bit too many waves. I should have just waited, but yeah, so fun.
I don't think there's ever too many waves. We love seeing you on your feet out there. You're coming off basically a roll of good results. You got 3rd in NIAS, then you won the Australian Open Series, and then you got your team into the grand final for the Australian Board Riders Battle. Where did this come from, and how do you plan on keeping this roll going?
I'm not really sure. I'm just having heaps of fun at the moment, and I'm really loving my surfing. And yeah, I don't know.
And the waves, in my opinion, are kind of similar to your hometown. You're from Sawtell, Coffs Harbour area, so you surf a lot of A-frames, a lot of beach breaks like this. Do you find more comfort surfing beach breaks than you do, I guess, an event on a point break?
Yeah, I definitely love beach breaks over point breaks. I was super excited to come to Taiwan because I knew the wave would be a bit like Sawtell, which is where I surf every day. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're so proud of you, and I'm sure the people back home watching you are too. Your mum, your dad, your brother. You want to say hi to anyone?
Hey mum and dad, hey Creed. Thanks everyone for the support, especially Coffs Board Riders.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations. It's Rosie Smart. We're going to see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Jessie and Rosie. And, yeah, great little interview. You can see plenty of competitors hanging around the zone. Fantastic camaraderie at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. The weather's awesome, the waves are fun, and everyone gets down here as a team. A lot of nationality-based stuff, but it's all in good spirits. While we were having a quick chat, it was Willow Hardy who moved into the lead. She opened up with a 3.5. Paige Harrop a 2.67 to move into second. And here's me mate, Paul Blakey. Do you want to make some more noise, mate? Here he is. Hello.
G'day, mate. Sorry about that. I was up there texting away with the Wave King, Wave Key Shaolin Master, Brad Gerlach.
The one and only.
His lovely wife, Anna. I'm just having such a good time tuning in to the philosophy, the culture.
I had the Gerlachs stay at my house in Yellingup a couple of weeks ago for the Yellingup Single Fin Comp.
Fun? Did Gerlach make the final?
He did.
Wicked.
Came second.
Did he?
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
When you're an elite surfer, it just never leaves you, mate.
Yeah.
It's like the 10,000 hours thing.
Mm-hmm.
You develop like a new sense. It's like a religion.
He's done 100,000 hours.
Mm.
And his
Grandmaster.
His first wave. So every year the Young Up Single Fin Comp, otherwise known as Single Fin Theory, has a special guest. As we see Paige Harrop on her backhand, flying down the line, cracks it twice, and fluently done. She is out of there. That'll be a decent number, put her into the lead. And this year the invitee special guest was the Gur. And he came along, he stayed with us for the weekend. His first wave, we had it at Three Bears, which is the local hotspot. You know, we're very passionate about Three Bears as a wave around our parts. And, no one really knew what to expect from the Gur. He had the most beautiful Cole Smith free flight board, just a gem. And first wave, pulled into this left, the full layback, just the wildest layback tube you've ever seen, and just got piped for 30 metres, just got clamped at the finish. Would have been, the wave of the whole event by a mile, and just sat in it on the foam ball, layback, and everyone just went, whoa, okay, the Gur is here.
Yep.
And he came second. He just lost to Jay Davies in the final.
Mm. Yeah, I've been to a few single fin events with Gerlach, the annual Burleigh event, single fin festival. So fun. It's actually one of my favourite comps the whole year. I'm sure that the single fin theory is the same for all the crew over west.
It sure is. Yep. And the Uluwatu single fin, that just went down a couple of weeks ago. They got pumping waves.
Is the best comp you will ever go to, ever.
I remember I was
straight up.
I was there the year that your mate Aussie won it. That was firing. The final was like
15-10s in the final.
Oh, something like that. The final was Aussie, Dion,
Chipper.
It was outrageous.
Blackie.
Here goes Jasmine Sampson on that backhand.
Oh, jeez, look at this. The wind's dropped off. We've got glassy faces, and Jasmine's just whacking it, as Tosca would say. Oh, over the top for Paige Harrop. There's your mate.
There's Uncle Gene.
Uncle Gino.
Oh, I don't think he was talking to us. I think he was signalling to Willow to head south.
Willow's sitting in second. What's that, a 3.5 in a scoreline? Paige Harrop a 4.17. She's going to ditch that 2.67. There's probably like another 4 coming up here. Didn't see the first turn of that wave, but definitely a nice second turn.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at hopefully get a look at the first turn as well and see where they might head with that score, because the finish was pretty explosive. Hang on, what just happened there? So Jasmine Sampson, a 3.73 for her last wave. That puts her up to second, but Paige Harrop is about to launch stratospherically further into the lead. A 6.17. So 11 minutes gone. Paige Harrop has a 6.17 and a 4.17 to be in the lead. What you laughing at?
Oh, just stratospherically. It's a great word. Big whack. Definitely stratospherically went at it.
Yeah, she projected interplanetarily.
Oh, I love it. It's a good word. I'm going to use it.
Whee!
There it is.
Oh, there's some lenses that can see into the stratosphere.
Mate, that looks like Rocky Point circa 1985. That's what Rocky Point used to look like. And that photo gallery is not there as gnarly as it used to be in Hawaii anymore.
No.
For a while there, it was so packed, man. And which is strange because, these days with digital photography and stuff, you'd think there'd be way more photographers everywhere all the time.
It's just not.
It's just become a niche art again.
It's just not the money.
Who was your favourite photographer to work with in your time as an editor?
Andrew Shield.
Hands down?
Hands down.
So I'll call Teddy and let him know that you said that.
Oh, Teddy would know that.
Teddy, Just sitting here with Binzi, says Andrew Shield, best photographer he's ever worked with.
Yeah, absolutely. He'd know that. I told him that when we were in the Maldives together about a month ago. The latest issue of White Horses magazine is out. And it is dedicated to Shields.
Yeah, that's cool.
And myself and a whole bunch of the former Surfing Life editors wrote tons about what a legend he is.
So I reckon these days the videographers and the photographers and they're all sort of operating in this sort of new generation where there's so much creativity, so many just different outlooks going into it. Back in the day, man, there was just a handful of just die-hard, committed, full-blown surf photog legends. And, oh, mate, they were some of the most interesting, hilarious, eccentric people you'd ever meet. But Andrew Shield, Ted Grambo, John Frank, Peter Jolly Wilson, Bosco, the one and only Bosk. That's just to name a few. There's so many more. Sorry if I've gone. Swilly.
Billy Morris.
Swilly. Billy Morris. And then the generation before there, some of those names have been around since a long, long time, but, Pete Jolly Wilson, Marty Tullemans. You go back, Peter Crawford, Peter Simons, Tony Nolan. Bruh, taking you back. Mate, you've got to blow dust off some of those names. Not just that light dust either, that real grimy dust that's in basements and stuff. Here we go. Hey-ho. Not much doing there.
Don't you think... okay, hang on. Here goes Willow Hardy on her backhand. Crunches it a couple of times. Nicely done. She's out of there. A lot of the photographers, especially the gnarly swimming fisheye guys, they're bodyboarders. Guys like
Tim Jones, Chris White,
Trent Mitchell. A lot of these guys who can swim gnarly positions. Ray Collins.
Oh yeah, Ray Collins, he's gnarly.
Boog Lords. And then, as we see Paige linking this one through to the inside.
How was that for a little bit of Huntington hop action?
She got there.
Take me back.
A lot of the filmers, the video guys, they're surfers, or mates. Like they kind of everyone films each other so much growing up. That one of them goes, you know what? I'm gonna keep filming.
Well, Dion and Kai Neville.
Yep,
that's a famous little team that went on to do great things.
Yeah, also led to Baron Hall.
Baron Hall, yeah. Matt Wilkinson and Nick Pollard.
Yeah. Yeah, mates.
Mikey Malaloo, he was an epic junior surfer. He's been dropping massive clips with Interlusion and Nosvid, two epic movies from last year.
Yeah,
Mikey Mal. Yeah, mate. It's funny because I've been saying for so long, the one missing element in this gigantic push that's been going on creatively with women's surfing is that relationship. Like taking the next free surfing movement in women's surfing, and it's got to come from kind of like a cluster, forgive the obvious reference there, but a cluster of talent where someone who knows what good surfing is, has that creative brain, goes, all right, we're on to something special here. I'm going to start capturing all this and put out the film. It's kind of the one element we're not seeing, although Katie Simmers is probably there.
She's there.
Jaleesa Vincent is releasing a lot of cool clips with her friends through Billabong and stuff as well. So it's coming, mate.
The way that Katie Simmers has gone about putting out Toasted, her movie, which is insane. And a lot of the stuff she drops, it's really reminiscent of Dane Reynolds.
It does.
The Marine Layer kind of vibe.
It whiffs of Marine Layer.
It's so good.
Which isn't the best way to describe it, because when the Marine Layer comes in, sometimes it's a bit on the bugs, but not Katie Simmers. She's all class.
She's insane.
All right, so here we are down the beach, slice off the top, back to the power source. This is more like it. And Willow Hardy, a name that has been, in our sights for quite a while, really eyeballed from a very young age, mate. Famous surfing family. Oh, speaking of the Boogs surf crossover, is it Gene or Ryan or Brett who had the surf cover and the Boog cover? One of them's done both.
Oh, in that case, I'm going to say it's maybe Gene.
Right.
Ryan, one of the best bodyboarders in the world, arguably the best bodyboarder in the world about 10 years ago.
There was a time there where he was doing stuff at Chopes that have never been done.
And then Brett and Jean. Well, Brett and Ryan are twins, but Brett was a surfer, like won 1 million state titles in WA. I think Jean was between the two, maybe.
What, in age?
No. yeah. Between surfing and booging.
Oh, okay, yep.
But Jean and Brett were famous. They went back-to-back surfing life covers. Brothers.
That's cool.
Yeah. And
that's never been done. Oh, no, that's been done.
And now we've got Willow and her younger sister, Olive, are both on their way.
And Willow's surfed in CT before?
Yeah, she won the trials for Margie's when she was about 16 and got to go up against Carissa, maybe.
No way, man. What an experience. And now here she is. This is really like, on the front edge of her first big push into the Challenger Series.
I think the cool thing with Willow was she'd done like Rising Tides the year earlier. Like Carissa had taken a photo with her as the cute little Grom, and then a year later,
they're surfing.
I can't remember if she surfed against Carissa or Steph. Maybe Sally Fitz, if you're listening, you can text in and correct us. But yeah, that was such a cool story.
Yeah, that is cool. And, it's important to remember here too that Paige Harrod, mate, CT surfer, CT winner.
Don't think she's won a CT.
Don't know. She's definitely on tour for a while. Has had big wins in her career, and still looks really, really fresh, light on her feet, driven, and would have gone really close to requalifying, I think, last year. An Olympian. She back in the Olympic team, do you know?
No, so I was saying earlier, I don't know where you were, but Paige went to the ISAs in El Salvador earlier this year, hoping to qualify. Buckled her knee.
No!
So left the country limping. And this is pretty much her first event back.
Right, okay, cool. I'm glad to see her back in the water. Nothing worse. Freya Prum, a little bit of a journey woman on the QE. Has put in some amazing performance. Loves the big stuff. Binzi. Whoa, that's nice. And Willow again.
Looking hard.
Yeah, Freya, I've seen some amazing images of her just in big pits. Loves those big sand rainy pipes. And not scared of a bit of reef either.
All right, 5 minutes. This is the replay of Willow Hardy's last wave. First turn was pretty vicious. She's already sitting in second. She needs a 5.62 to get up into first. It's not going to happen. It's a 4.23, so it goes into her top two. Makes life a little bit tougher for Jasmine Sampson and Freya Prum. But with 4 minutes 40 to go, it's Paige Harrod out in the lead with a 6.17 and a 4.17. Willow Hardy sitting in second with a 4.73 and a 4.23. Jasmine Sampson and Freya Prum with a bit of work to do. Here goes Willow. And, to keep the wave comparisons going, this is almost like a fun little day. Left-handers back home in Gracetown. And that was pretty proficient. Didn't mind that from Willow. 3 minutes 40 to run. Only needs to get rid of a 4. She'd love to just get rid of her 4s regardless of where the scoreboard's standing with respect to her opponents. All right, last score for Willow Hardy was a 5.43. she's not going to hang around. She's straight back into action again, vertically up into the lip. Just the one turn, she's out of there. So Jasmine Sampson, you're now looking for a 6.43. I don't know why I addressed that to her because she can't hear me. Freya Prum is chasing an 8.49 with 2 minutes 40 to go. And Paige and Willow running away with this one a little bit. And Willow now just needs a 4.92 for the lead. She'd love to get that. Here goes Paige Harab having a look. Not interested. 2 minutes 20. Two minutes. All right. Paige Harab has third priority, but first place, so she'll be sitting pretty happily right now. Willow Hardy finally makes it back to the lineup to scoop up fourth priority. Minute 40 remaining. Freya needs an 8.49. Jasmine Sampson needs a 6.43. Freya, just the one wave.
Oh man, that's just that's a tough one. Come all the way to Taiwan, get out there and just be wave starved. And Jasmine is paddling hard, and it's been a pretty frustrating heat for Jasmine as well. And a base surfer just unable to find some rhythm. But a strong finish there for Paige Harab. And down the beach now, cracking it off the lip. It's Freya Prum. She's going to fight hard to get back out there. Oh man, that is so hard to be sitting out there and just be a bit lost at sea. Tide has filled in quite a bit.
40 seconds to go. Jasmine
Here we go.
Sampson, last roll of the dice time. 6.43 the requirement. And just the one turn. 30 seconds remaining. So it's looking like it's going to be Paige and Willow. First and second, in which order? It's in the hands of the judges.
Well, that was a tricky heat, that one, Binzi.
Yeah, all right. So Willow's last wave was a 2.57. Still waiting on a number to come in for Paige Harab, but she won't mind. She's on the rocks, but her campaign is definitely not. She is through to the next round. One more heat to go in the round of 32. It's going to come our way right after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming your way right after this.
welcome back to Taiwan Open of Surfing US 5000 event. I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with Von Blackie.
Hey Di, how you going this
Hello.
afternoon, mate? One more heat in the women's surfing, and our co-commentator is out there. True Starling, she'll be up against Coral Duran from WA. And then we have Sumamo Sato and Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head. Shout out to all the friends and family who are tuning in around the world, the three Australians. What do we got? We've got Sydney's north side, Northern Beaches, North Narrabeen, True Starling against Western Australian Coral Durant. She's from way up north. And here goes True off the bottom to get things going. Slicing back. This is a replay of her first wave.
That was a nice looking wave.
Yeah, it gets
True.
Yeah, really nice. Just a sort of almost like a little warm up. Nixie Ryan from Lennox Head will give a big shout out to all the crew watching back at Lennox, Lee Bar Board Riders, and Sato from.
She's from Shizuoka, Japan, and where the wave park is actually.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and she
Surf the wave park a lot, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot, practicing at wave park a lot.
Sick. It's a pretty fun looking wave, that one.
Yeah, it is.
Have you had a crack?
No, unfortunately, I haven't been there.
You got to get down there, Di. Come on, man.
Next week.
How fun. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we'll go to the South Korea one. How cold is it in Japan? Must be freezing as well, hey?
Now, it's
Not
not
too bad?
too bad. It's like a 3 meal steamer.
Oh, yeah.
That'll do. Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Must be getting hot in Australia right now.
Oh, yeah, it's starting to warm up. Yeah, I think we're in for a pretty hot summer too. So I think we are going into the first four heats of the men's round of 32 after this. So this is the last heat of the women's round, and far out, mate. We haven't got a whole lot of surfing to go after that. Sort of like the round of 16s and then into the quarters and so on. I'm excited.
Well, we have
Plenty of swell. Ooh, Coral Durant, here she goes on the back end. Takes off, look at this, the wind's gone. We've just got the lightest little puff.
glassy condition right now.
Yeah, and this wave just runs away a little bit, but she'll still get some work done.
Well, the tide's coming in, so you got to pick the waves right. Otherwise,
what's your go-to? Are you kind of like second wave of the set kind of guy, or do you just go whatever's in front of you?
oh, just depending on the conditions. I'll check for like a couple of heats before my heat and try to decide the first one was good or second one. So just depending on the conditions. So now we have Binzi with last heat winner.
You beauty. Thank you very much, Di. Paige Harab, you've had quite the last few months. Congrats on the heat win. Must feel good to be back in the jersey.
Oh, it's so good, especially here in Taiwan. It's warm water and fun waves, so can't complain.
Run us through what's been going on, because you hurt your knee a few months back.
Yeah, this is only my second event back, and it's still not 100%, but I'm just stoked to be competing again, and nearly there, so just enjoying every heat.
We were just saying during the call, you went to El Salvador hoping to make the Olympics. Instead, you left on crutches. That must have been pretty tough to work through.
Thanks for that reminder.
You've come back from it pretty well.
It was all, a lot of bad things happening at that time. So, that was, pretty hard time in my life. But, I've had 3 months at home to rehab and think about it all. And I have one more chance in February in Puerto Rico to qualify for the Olympics still. So that's one of my main goals. And these comps are kind of just a bit of a practice, I guess, and hopefully just get through a few more heats.
Well, your surfing looked like it hasn't missed a beat. That heat was pretty good. Feel good to just rip into a few big turns like that?
Yeah, I actually wasn't that happy with the heat. All the free surfs I've had, it's been super fun, and it was actually kind of tricky out there and a bit slow and smaller than the last few days, but I'll take any win.
It's funny, with that lay day and the way that the draw played out, it's Thursday afternoon. You've been here for a long time. You must have watched a lot of waves by now.
I've watched a lot and caught a lot, and it's been great. And I'm so glad that we're back here, and thank you to everyone that's made it happen, and hopefully we can come back here again next year.
Who are you travelling with?
With Philippa Anderson, and my mum decided to come over for a little holiday, and yeah, it's been great.
Awesome. Well, it's pretty late at night in NZ, but any messages to friends and family back home all the same?
Yeah, just hi to all my friends and family, and thanks for watching.
Well, you looked really good. Great to have you back. Good luck in the rest of the event.
Cool, thanks, Lindsay.
Thank you so much.
Binsey just bringing up a bit of PTSD there for Paige Harrop, but how strong did she look? I mean, she's back in the Rashi. It's good to see that, you know, she has got another chance to qualify for the Olympics. It's a big deal, man. It's not a big island, New Zealand. Well, it's kind of big. Is it as big? It's bigger than Japan, right? So, maybe about the same.
Maybe about the same.
But, you know, population-wise, not a lot of people. So, yeah, it's a huge deal for New Zealand surfing if Paige Harrop can qualify. We'll be watching her. Wishing her all the best, but she's got another heat coming up in this event tomorrow. In the meantime, Coral Durant, a 3.5. There she is. Yeah, I mean, as heartbreaking as it was to probably suffer that injury over there in El Salvador, just buckled her knee, I believe. And, yeah, so she's got another chance, though. That's the big news. That's the story we're going to focus on, and she'll put that injury behind her and really zone in on the next event. But, yeah, right now it's Coral Durant, a 3.5 and a 3.33. Nixie Ryan in the red, a 5.83 for her first ride. That one big snap. Plenty of intent. True Starling, a 3.5. And Sumomo Sato out there with a 1 and a 3.75. Look at that, mate. That turn was just pure muscle, really bashed the lip.
So that is like pretty much first down, got 5.83.
Yeah, big turn.
Oh, here's Hiroto Ohara.
Oh, gee.
For the next heat.
I was watching him surf yesterday, and his balance, his poise on the surfboard is almost without peer. He reminds me of Danny Wills. Do you remember him? Yeah, he won 2 back-to-back events in Japan back in 1998. What year were you born?
91.
91, so you would have been 8 years old. But yeah, Willsy almost had a unbeatable lead on the ratings there because those Japanese events were worth twice as many points as the rest of the tour. But he got chased down by Dugout, Kelly Slater, Dream Wrecker.
So we're going to have Saxon River and Marlon Harrison and Tenshi Wami and Hiroto Ohara for the next heat coming up, round of 32, men's heat 1. Well, it's gonna be exciting to see, you know, men's surfing out there.
Yeah, yep. This round has been super exciting too. The women's round has just been. We had like 4 heats in a row where the surf just did not stop, and all 4 competitors went crazy. Like, you just had no idea who was going to get through in the last seconds of the heat. You know, it was really exciting stuff. And now, slicing back to the power source, Nixie Ryan again. She's really picking some good walls here. And importantly, they're giving her the opportunity to get a few turns done. She'll roll out of that one. You've got to be careful jumping off in there, mate. Like,
there's a rock.
There's rocks everywhere. Those boulders go all the way out the back. She's going to stand up. Yeah, that's on boulders. But guess what? If anyone knows boulders, mate, it's that surfer. She grew up at Lennox Head. The entire point is just covered in the slipperiest, most deadliest rock jump ever. Actually, there's an Instagram page if you want to check it out, Di.
Wow.
Lennox Rocks. Pure carnage. Just post after post, people getting rinsed.
Well, I'm going to check it out.
Jump on it, mate. Lennox Rocks, it's called. That's Nixie Ryan's hometown.
Lennox Rocks. Well, that was a great surfing from Surfer Red. I love her. I love how she puts the rail so much in for the first time and throw a lot of spray.
You see point surfers really do that a lot. You know, when you grow up on a long wave where you've got plenty of time to build up speed, you really learn to use and engage that rail all the way through turns. So, yeah, that's a direct result of that. Good coaching too. She's had good coaches over the years.
Right. So
Marlon Harrison getting ready for his heat.
He's from Snapper?
surfing for Snapper now. Sister just surfed earlier,
Yep.
Piper Harrison, and but by way of Victoria. So I think they're born and bred down there, but certainly did a lot of their early years in the water down south. Powerful ocean, usually breeds quite powerful surfers.
Wow. So just under 13 minutes to go, and wow, the last score for Nixie. Is it? Am I pronouncing right?
Yeah, that's bang on.
Nixie got 5.17. She got 5.83 and 5.17. Everybody else just seems like having a quite hard time to get away, but she's in the pace with the ocean.
Yeah, we must be moving pretty close to the top of the tide, so that's why things are slowing down just a touch, but there's still plenty on offer if you can find the right canvas.
True, yes.
And there's the team. That's the Aussie crew all getting together. Like Winter Vincent getting ready as well. And as well.
That's Tenshi Wami.
Tenshi.
Who won the India event.
Oh,
a couple months
cool.
ago.
Yep. Yeah, that's a history-making win. First
He's
WSL
only,
event.
18 years old and still young.
That's so cool to get a QS win under your belt when you're
Yeah.
18. You know, you feel like you're on the right path. That dream, it just becomes slightly more real when you start lifting trophies.
So it's going to be interesting heat mix coming up. So actually Tenshi and Hiroto surfing in the same area. Oh, here's True Starling on
Yep.
the way.
So this one just doesn't offer a whole lot. True's sitting down in fourth with 3.5, so not looking for a huge score to get up into second, but as you said, Nixie Ryan is holding court. Yeah, real nice conditions. It's not as much wind as the past few days, I noticed.
Glassy, solid waves, 2-3 foot.
Yeah.
Left and right.
And there's still plenty of movement out there. So you know, there's going to be chances for all four of these surfers to put something meaningful
Definitely.
in their scores.
So surfers having a look.
All right, this is heat leader Nixie Ryan. She's going to go for the one turn. Looking to drop a 5.17. It won't do that, but you know, good to keep busy. Sometimes sitting around out there for too long and time will just run by you like a speeding train, man. Like we just saw Freya Prum wait. She actually waited 24 minutes for her first wave.
24 minutes
Oh, yeah.
for the first
Yeah.
ride. Wow.
So frustrating heat for Freya. 10 minutes to go. As you said, mate, next week, you and I and Binzi and the Starling girls and all the crew are heading over to South Korea.
That's gonna
Temperature at the moment, -1, -3, something like that. And we're going to a wave pool for a QS. How far?
It's that cold, yeah?
It's that cold, yeah. It's not that cold now. I think it's about 14 or something. Like it's doable.
Also next week, just gonna go
Next
minus.
week, it just dives off cliff. I don't know what's going on, whether it's just going to be freezing, man. So pack your booties.
Yep.
Pack your booties, bruh. And pack your thermals.
I might
Pack
have
your
to
little
get a-
your little wheat bag. You could heat that in the microwave before we go into the pool.
True. So there's a wave park event, a QS in Australia. Like
There was,
couple
yeah, a
years ago.
one-star. I think who won that? Tully Wiley. Oh, Xavier Huxtable won it. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Slice off the top and backs it up. A beautiful carve back into the pocket. Gets the third turn, and all of a sudden, True Starling has taken the gloves off, thrown down the gauntlet, kicked the ball into the back of the net, and it is on for the Narrabeen surfer. Beautiful surfing.
This is Sumomo
Here we
surfing
go.
right now. Nice second turn right there, and try to finish off. Wow, that was nice vertical turn right there. Can she finish the ride?
Another one? Yeah.
Unfortunately, but still.
Fizzer.
she could put 2 solid turns, and True's wave was amazing.
Beautifully served. You know what I liked about it? You know how I was saying like Nixie's turns engaging the rail? Well, True's wave looked really sharp, didn't it? It looked like a really drawn out, beautifully executed, just clean line from start to finish.
Engaging the rail from the top to bottom and straight into the second turn.
And I'm sure that one of those turns she finished still in the top of the wave, so she was able to sort of come out of it with speed, straight into the bottom turn. And really, like in the last 2 years, we've seen the judges love start to finish surfing, you know. And when I say that, that's like no wobbling, no correction. Look at this, just slice off the top, comes into the next turn, cuts it back. That's beautiful, mate. That is actually just stylish, lacerating surfing. And on the inside, Coral Durant, not to be outdone. Will she get a little bonus? She does, right out and over. So a little late to that one. Hopefully come back, check the replay.
So we are still waiting for the wave, for the score for True.
Here we go. So this is the replay. Let's see what she did out the back. Crack! Wow! Oh, combo town, and did get the finish and a bonus and another. Oh my goodness! Wow.
That was a great surfing from Coral.
Mate, you don't have any matches, do you? Because I'm about to stomp my feet and light a match for that one.
Wow.
That was excellent surfing. So it's been a little bit of a slow start, but Coral Durant and True Starling have basically said, no way, Nixie, you're not running away with this thing. They're coming on strong. And Sato, she's got a 3.73, but now she's definitely going to be looking for something, you know, really good to stay in this heat.
Last score for True, 6.57. That puts her into the second position right now. Wow. And now Coral needs 6.57 and Samomo needs 6.35.
What's your call, mate? No judges have dropped in a score for Coral, so without looking there, what do you think?
I would say, yeah.
Definitely.
She definitely. But I'm not a judge, so I'm just going to...
There it is, man. 7.83. It's almost nudging the excellent ride, and fair enough. Full attack mode. But like True and like Nixie, so much like style and flow, and you know, that's what the judges are looking for.
So straight into the fast position.
Straight into the lead, yep. And so pressure starts to mount on Sumomo Sato. She's looking for a 6.7, still within reach because she just dropped 4.3. So she's done well to get that score. So a 6.7, definitely achievable, as we've seen. True Starling now with a 6.57 needs a 4.43. So Nixie Ryan really is the surfer looking over her shoulder here. She's going to want to be careful.
Here's
5 minutes.
True surfing.
True. Oh, nice snap.
Off the top.
Oh, that wave, it backed off right when she needed it to stand up. So does right out of it. Oh, look at this. Nixie getting serious.
Oh, wow. So her backup score is 5.17. And True's backup score is 3.50. I'm pretty sure True got better the backup score, and we are just waiting for the judges to lock in the score.
Yeah.
But the last wave from surfing red, and that was
Nixie Ryan, we missed the kind of the start of that wave, so I'm really curious. But it did look like there was some big turns. It was a slightly bigger set. So True could be chasing another score here. It'll be interesting to see.
We are still waiting for the score to come in for both red and green, and just under 4 minutes to go.
True Starling shot to the lead here. A 5.47. Judges loving that backside surfing from True Starling.
Now she's in the lead. And Nixie needs 5.51 to go to second and waiting for the last wave to lock in.
Oh, this is crazy. This is amazing, actually. This is, you know, 4 surfers who are really in form. So, yeah, okay. Well, that first turn had a lot on it. Big whack into the lip, sort of a power carve with a slide. You can see why the judges got excited, and then Nixie's first turn, kind of a check, but did get a big bash on the end. The scores are in. It wasn't enough to move up into second, so it's True Starling in first. 6.57 and a 5.47. Coral Durant with that 7.83. Oh, just such a great wave. Looking to drop a 3.5. Has she done it here, Di?
Wow. That was a great first turn and straight into the second. Unfortunately, just wave dies out, but still, that was a great ride.
Well, Nixie Ryan must just be thinking, what? How did this happen? Because she's got good scores on the board. Coral Durant moves into the lead, puts a 4.4 into her top two.
Wow.
So True Starling down into second. Nixie Ryan now chasing a 6.22, a really solid score. Samomu Satu looking for a 7.74, 2 minutes. Oh, man. This is all over the shop. We've seen lead changes.
Wow, last 5 minutes, it's just...
Incredible surfing.
Incredible surfing.
Yeah. So it's all going to come down to this last 2 minutes, as you know, it always does.
And there's going to be a huge scores coming in, pretty sure.
Yeah, let's see a big set. Come on. Let's see the Ocean deliver here, because these women have unfinished business in this heat. And Nixie Ryan is just going to be out there going, come on. How am I sitting in third with, 2 5s? Really well surfed waves. But it just, that last big power move on the backhand from True Starling.
Well, there's
a little bit undercalled from us, sorry to say.
True got a second priority now, and she's working on to sit on the Nixel.
Yeah, Nixie's going to find it very, very hard to shake True Starling here.
Well, just over 1 minute to go in this heat. Can she get another shot? Momo has a fast priority and she needs 7.74, which is a big score, but still.
Oh, it's looking quiet out there, Di. Looks real quiet.
Just
Too quiet for me, man. I want some noise.
Well, I can see the lines. Started to see the lines.
Oh, look out. Is there a little miracle popping up in this last 40 seconds? Everyone is feeling really tense out there. Have a look at the paddle battling going on. Nixie has trying to just sneak away. She needs something here. Oh, it's not looking too promising.
Just under 20 seconds.
It's amazing that no waves can come and it's tense,
So tense for every surface right now. And just under 10 seconds remaining. It doesn't look like any other sets are coming.
Wow. Congratulations to Coral Durant. She surfed a lot of waves in this heat, more than anyone else, but it was the last two that mattered. A 7.83 and a 4.4 to take it out over True Starling.
Well, we're going to go to a little break and we'll be right back for the men's action.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Welcome back to Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000 event. Now we're on to men's event, round of 32, heat 1. I'm Daiwako in the booth with Jess Starling. How are you? How was the heat? How was your sister's heat?
It was good. It was nerve-wracking to watch. I was definitely stressed for majority of that heat. I just felt like I was chewing my nails. I was like, oh, I'm going to go watch it on the rocks. And then I got too nervous on the rocks. So then I went back up to the tower, and then I was pacing up and back in the tower. But yeah, she got it done, which is good. Yeah, very proud of her. And Coral Durant, who won the heat, she's actually one of my best friends as well. So
wow.
Best friend and big sister through. So
she's on to round of 16 tomorrow?
Yeah, good points in the round of 16. So both the girls getting the job done. Cos has had such a mission to get here. You know, her passport had less than 6 months on it, so she got denied at the airport, had to get an emergency passport. Then her boards got lost. We're in Hong Kong. Finally got here, I think maybe 2 days before the event, and then now she's making heats. So I'm happy for her.
So happy for her. Wow.
Oh, Marzi.
This is a live action from Surfer Red. Marlon Harrison. That's a great looking wave.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that wave from Marzi. He was on fire yesterday. He's rooming. There's Coral Cozzy on the camera, but he's actually rooming with Saxon Rebar, who's in the blue. Here goes Tenshi Iwami.
Wow, that was a great snap right there. And the second time was big carve and finishes off nicely.
Strong surfing there from Tenshi. I really love the attack he had in that. His opening round heat probably wasn't what he was hoping for, so I feel like he's just trying to lift on this one.
Yeah, in the last heat, Tenshi was struggling to get a good waves, and in the last minutes he got waves and got through. But now he's in the game.
Yeah, he absolutely is. That was a really great opening wave. So judges have a bit of work to do for them. Scores to lock in for Hiroto, Tenshi, and Marlon, also known as Marzi by pretty much every Australian. And maybe some of the Japanese as well. You know, Marzi makes a real effort with everyone to be friends with everyone, basically. So saw him chatting to Keijiro Nishi yesterday, and good friends with Tenshi. Looking like a wave coming out the back for Saxon. He's deciding not to go, but yes, Saxon and Marlon are actually rooming together. So roomies in the same heat yet again.
So we're gonna have Vaughn with the last heat winner.
Thanks, Di. Yeah, from the far northwest of the Australian continent to the southeast of Taiwan, Coral Durant. How you feeling? A really awesome performance in the back half of that heat.
Yeah, I'm so happy to get through that one. It was a tough heat when I was looking on the draw. But yeah, I'm just happy to get that last one and get through the heat.
How nerve-wracking is it when, you know, you paddle out and you can hear that your competitors are putting scores on the board?
Oh, I know all the commentators, that was a sick turn. You're like, oh my God, stop listening. But yeah, no, you just got to stick to your guns and know that you have the, potential to do it too. So just, back yourself and...
Towards the back end of that heat, you'd actually caught a lot of waves, more than the other surfers in that heat. How hard is it, when you see the wave coming, it's a steep one, it's a good one, you've got to perform. How hard is it to just relax into that moment?
Yeah, definitely at the start of that heat. I do have like a tendency to drop the anchor, what I've been working on. So this heat, I was just like, stay busy. But yeah, when a good wave does come through, the nerves come up and you're like, oh my gosh, don't screw it up. But yeah, you just got to take some deep breaths and focus on your surfing and hopefully not fall.
Yeah, well, you did an amazing job. You top scored that heat with an amazing ride, some really nice backside snaps. What do you make of the energy here in the ocean compared to home?
Obviously, it's a lot different compared to the Northwest. It's still super fun. It changes a lot with the tide, I've found. But yeah, there's always a couple waves out there that you can kind of hit on, and yeah, it's fun.
And how's the QS campaigning going for this year, and what are you hoping to achieve by the end of the Aussie leg?
I'm not putting too much pressure on myself, just kind of taking it heat by heat. But yeah, I'd love to do the rest of the year and just see how it goes. But yeah, getting on the Challenger would be amazing, but we'll just see how it goes.
Unreal. Well, it seems like you're well centered, you're well placed, you're surfing incredibly well. We look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well done, Coral. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Well, how was that interview?
It was good. I was taking photos the whole time. So proud of her. Yeah, she's such an incredible surfer, but looking like there's been an interference.
Yeah, that's what I noticed. Wonder what happened for Tenshi. Got interference for the second wave.
And it's halved his second score, so maybe a paddling interference? Because priority interference, you would lose your entire second score.
He's got 6.67, and so his second wave will be half.
Yeah, his second wave will be halved for the rest of the heat, so that is not a good start for Tenshi, but he's still in the lead even with an interference. Has that 6.67, and yeah, that second score has been halved.
Well, I wonder what happened.
Yeah, I'm interested as well. Obviously just a mistake there from Tenshi. Hiroto Ohara. So here we go. Maybe this is the replay. Tenshi paddles onto this one. Strong first turn. Sorry, this is the replay of his 6.67. We love that second carve. And gets a finish on it. So really powerful surfing. Then here we go. This is Marlon streaking down the line. Takes to the air. Pulls it round and then just buries the nose. And Saxon up and riding in his first wave. Strong first turn. He's got that thing on lock.
Wow.
Love the rail surfing he displays. Gets another one. Does he get a bonus? No, a little bit too much twinkle toes happening on that last. But
his rail work is
unbelievable.
on point.
Yeah. 517 to open up Saxon's account. So second highest score of the heat so far. But that first turn that he's got, he's just got that on lock. And then that carve is so impressive as well. So just got the word. It was Tenshi's interference was a non-priority paddling interference. So potentially happened at the start of the heat. Maybe a bit of blocking going on. But yeah, that does mean his second wave is halved for the rest of the heat. His lowest scoring wave.
Well, that's not what he wants for round of 32 because everybody's surfing great. So
that means his max heat total that he could get would be 15.
15 points.
But he'd have to get 2 10s.
Wow, well, there's a lot of opportunities today. Just gotta pick up the right ones to throw the scores. But now he's sitting in the lead.
Yeah, he's still in the lead. 15 and a half minutes to go. But should we have a look at who else is going to come up in these 4 heats that we'll see this afternoon? So next heat, Raiha Onu, who's one of my favorite Japanese surfers. Oscar Berry, Jack Thomas, and Shohei Kato. Here we go. We'll get back to that in a second.
Hiroto Ohara. That's nice, quick 2 turns right there. Looked so sharp.
Really lively on his feet. Sparky. And then heat 3, Mike Clayton Brown, Sheldon Simkus, Tully Wiley, and Jin Suzuki. So
well, that's
a stacked heat.
Interesting heat.
That's going to be a big one for sure. And then in the final heat that we'll see today, we'll have Kian Martin, Axel Rose Carota, Tim Bain, and Joel Vaughan. So another great heat to wrap up the day.
Wow.
And just looking through the rest of them that we'll see tomorrow, we're going to see so many stacked heats.
Just under 40 minutes remaining. This heat has been really quiet, actually. It's been already 10 minutes and not many waves are ridden.
Yeah, we're kind of at the top of that tide right now, I feel like. So definitely slow at the moment. But there's still, when it pulses, it's just still so good. It's too good not to run when those sets do come through. So hence why our tours manager, Tai Sarati, decided to call it on. Here we go. Hiroto, just looking so sharp on his board, so sparky. Gets a finish and a little bonus section. So I liked that wave from Hiroto.
So the last wave for Hiroto, he got 4.10. Nice wave to start with his campaign. But the last wave, we are waiting for the last wave for Hiroto. That could be the better one.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's slightly better his account. Looking like there's a bit of a set approaching the lineup now. But Marlon paddles over it, so doesn't like the look of that one. Tenshi is sitting out there with first priority. It's a real shame right now, Tenshi, you know, that
true.
interference is really going to hinder him in this heat. But he will learn. We all make mistakes. Saxon. I haven't seen Saxon on screen for a while, actually. He must be sitting. There's kind of two defined peaks as I was watching out there just before. I'll get back to that in a second. Here's the replay.
That's a looking strong carb right there, and straight into another one, and finishes off nicely. So that wave, the last wave from Hiroto, 4.70, is the best wave for Hiroto right now. And now Tenshi is looking.
Yeah, here we go. Tenshi, wow, really strong first carb. Up again for a second maneuver. Gets a bonus section here. You know, he has to give every wave everything to get big scores. Marlon looking down the line, looking for the air.
Wow, it looks so easy.
He does. He just makes it look so easy. He was getting big scores for them yesterday, so really impressive there for Marlon. We'll see what that comes in at, but I'm definitely saying that'll be his best wave. He only has a 4 and a 103, so that 103 is getting out of here, and he's definitely going to get a higher second score. $11 minutes, 30 to go though, so we're past the halfway mark. Here's Tenshi's last wave die.
It's looking so sharp from his carve, and straight into the second, and he finishes off with a tail release. It was a good looking waves for Tenshi. And this one, it looks so, he did it like nothing.
I know, he makes it look so easy. So that last wave of Tenshi's would have come in around the high 4 mark, but it does have to be halved to a 2.44. Saxon. Wow. Strong backhand from the man from Manly.
That was a great ride from Saxon.
Yeah, Saxon, a part of the North Stain Board Riders Club in Manly. And I don't want to get that wrong because it's one beach, but there's 2 board riders clubs on the one beach. So there's North Stain, I'm going to get the other one wrong, and Queenscliff. But they have such a big rivalry, and if you make a mistake, they're not overly stoked about it. So I'm pretty sure I got it right with North Stain. All I can think about is the hand, the claw. It's kind of their icon for the club. So Saxon, that's going to be another good score. He's got a 5.17 for that first one. Marlon's last wave, a 5.93 for that one progressive turn. See what Saxon can get for that last one. Looking for a 4.2. I dare say he's going to get that, but I've been wrong all day today, Di. So,
well, judges are having a long time to think about it.
Yeah, they've definitely taken their time. 9 minutes 45. Saxon, 6-point ride for that last one.
It's a great way to start. I mean, he got 5.17 for his first wave, and for his second wave, he got 6.00. That's the way to start the heat. And
so now Tenshi down into 4th. He needs a 6.52 to get up into second off Marlon, so that'll be halved to a 3.26 if my math is correct. Saxon having a look at this smaller inside one, not sure why, so he's going to hop out of that one pretty quickly. But yeah, now Tenshi needing a bigger score so that it's halved to be the score that he needs. Hiroto, a 5.24 will see him up into second place, so really close right now between second, third and fourth. Saxon, just itching out ahead of the pack right now.
But still, Tenshi needs only 6.52 to advance, so he's still
not out of the game.
He's definitely not. He's still in it, and he's already had a 6.67, so he knows exactly what he has to do. Here we go. Saxon having a look at this left, staying busy, highlining down, but yeah, that one was just a small one. They don't really have too much to them. He looks like he's paddling down to that second peak where Tenshi is right now. Bit of movement out the back from Hiroto as well. And Hiroto, he's been in the competition game for quite some time now.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I think when he won the US Open, it's like 6 years ago. So he's been in this tour quite a long time.
I believe he had quite an iconic speech after he won the US Open as well, saying how many cars he was going to buy or something like that.
I'm going to get driver license and cars. I think that's what he told the commentator when he asked, how do you spend the prize money?
Get driver's license and buy cars. Did he? Do you know if he actually went through with it? Get his driver's license and buy cars?
I believe so. I believe he did.
Sick.
And
mental.
Everyone using that quote for a couple of days after the comp.
Get my driver's license and buy cars. Well, 7 minutes to go.
So we're going to have replay of Tenshi's interference. So this is the interference call.
Yeah, so it did definitely look more like a right. Tenshi was trying to go left because it is a peak, but the judges are saying that green had right of way over white, so hence why Tenshi gets that non-priority paddling interference, losing half of his second score, which is a real shame because right now he probably would be sitting in second place with his 2 full scores.
Probably if Tenshi was a little bit of right side, the wave must be the left. So it's just unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to, sell Hiroto into it or just try and force the issue, but unfortunately just didn't work in his favour today. But Tenshi's such a talented surfer and he doesn't need much. He's still in the game, 6 minutes to go. Saxon is sitting out in the lead, 6-point ride and a 5.17. Mars in second, a 5.93 and a 4. So I'm sure sister Piper and girlfriend Charlie are watching down on those rocks nervously because Hiroto only needing a 5.24 and he has first priority, and Tenshi needing a 6.52 and he has second. So
those scores are not, big.
No, and they're in the right priority rotation right now too.
Just over 5 minutes to go, and over the last few heats, the last 5 minutes, there's a lot of actions going on. So we are going to see the actions from Tenshi.
Wow,
that is a beautiful vertical turn right there. Can he finish the wave? He did.
Yeah, that was strong surfing from Tenshi. Needs a 6.52. Loved that first turn. It was perfectly timed in the pocket, really aggressive. So 5 minutes to go. We'll see if that is the 6.52 Tenshi is looking for. Now priority sits with Hiroto.
So Hiroto needs 5.24, which isn't big. So here's a replay of Tenshi. I love how he went vertical. It was almost like 11 o'clock.
Hey, I totally agree. And, I love the patience he had on the rest of this wave as well. Gets a bonus section on the left, which we haven't seen for quite some time. Those lefts usually die out. So just waiting for that score for Tenshi to drop. He'll definitely be close, maybe in the same ballpark, but judges are deliberating. So it comes in. It would have been a 6.10. Needed a 6.52, so 0.42 short. But if you think about it, he'd be leading this heat right now if it wasn't for that non-paddling priority interference for Tenshi.
Wow, he would have got 6.6 and 6.
He'd be leading this heat with a pretty strong command. So just a silly mistake from Tenshi.
Just under 4 minutes, and first priority sit with
Hiroto Ohara, who needs 5.24 to go to second. This is a tense moment for every surfers, especially Maran and Tenshi and Hiroto.
Yeah, 3 minutes. Just over. It's looking pretty quiet out there. Not too much coming through. Right now, I feel like the roommates would be pretty happy sitting in first and second, but Tenshi and Hiroto, they're competitors, and they're definitely not going to give up until the end. Might see Marzi start to play a defensive game, but looking like he's paddling away from them right now.
Probably he has the third priority right now, so he's trying to better the 4.0 to put more pressure to Tenshi and Hiroto. Just over 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is tense moments for everyone.
Yeah, we saw that last heat of the ladies too. You know, it changed so much in the last 2 minutes. You know, the whole heat pretty much flipped on its head. We saw third and fourth go into first and second. Yep. So we can definitely see that happen again. It is just starting to slow down out there. Looking like Hiroto is paddling for something. He's spotted something out the back.
He's having a look.
Tenshi's paddling pretty quickly the other way. Saxon stuck in the middle. Marlon trying to sell Hiroto.
He's having a look.
And he's going to do so. 5.24 is what he needs. Strong opening carve. And flares the fins. Can't bring it. Tenshi. Oh, no. Both the surfers. Last turn. Just can't pull it together. But I feel like if they had, they would have both been really big scores.
Yeah. Well, I believe Hiroto knew that he has to go big because of the first time. First one was great, but still it was nothing, solid. So he needed to go big, and he did. But unfortunately, he couldn't ride off. Here's a Tenshi's replay. Wow, that is a good turn right there. And this is Hiroto. Nice looking waves. Nice carve right there. And this one, that was a big solid turns.
I feel like if he just had have finished it off really strong, maybe just not pushed as hard as that one, you would have seen that score probably go a bit closer than what it did. So 40 seconds to go. Has Marlon dodged a bit of a bullet with that last one? I'm feeling like he did. So 30 seconds. Marlon's paddling straight over there to Hiroto.
Well, last 20 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like Hiroto's paddling in. He's had enough. Marlon, though, strong paddles over towards Tenshi. Here we go, Tenshi. Not what he was looking for. He literally would have won this heat if it wasn't for that accidental interference. So
that was just unfortunate
for
him.
Yeah, it really was. The roomies, Saxon and Marlon, getting through.
We are going to a little break and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. That there on screen is Marlon Harrison. He just got through that last heat. Saxon Reba taking the win. So the roomies, Saxon and Marlon, moving on through to the round of 16, which I'm sure we'll see them tomorrow. You can see Marzi, a bit of a nail-biter finish that one was for sure. I'm True Starling. I'm joined in the booth with my sister Jessie Starling to call the action for heat number 2, and it's looking like a pretty good heat on paper right now, Jessie.
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about this with Di not too long ago. There is Marzi and Charlie, lovebirds. But yeah, Raiha Onu taking on Jack Thomas, Oscar Berry and Shohei Kato. Yesterday, Jack Thomas locked in a 7-1-7 on his very first wave. So he was looking really dominant. Oscar was definitely one of the standouts also. Raiha had a nail-biter finish as well, but came back in the last, I think, 2 minutes to get through that heat.
Wow.
And Shohei has been on a bit of a roll recently.
Well, this is live action. Raiha up and riding. He's already locked in 4. Unfortunately, can't finish that one. There out the back, Shohei Kato. Nice opening connection for Shohei, but not much more on offer there, so he has to kick out. We saw Jack Thomas absolutely dominate his heat yesterday. Oscar Berry at the same as well, putting down some solid scores, going to the air like we know Oscar does. It was pretty next level. So coming down to 21 minutes to go. Action just starting for heat number 2 for the round of 32 for the men. We're going to go to heat 4, and then we will call it a day, and then probably move into the round of, we'll finish the round tomorrow, and then I'd say move into the round of 16. That right there is the winner of the last heat, Saxon Reba. Saxon from North Stain on the northern beaches of Sydney. Big smile, cheeky human being.
Cheeky.
This morning, the last 2 mornings, I've been sitting and enjoying my coffee. And he comes and he sits next to me and he's like, so what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm just drinking my coffee. And he's like, shouldn't you be at work? I'm like, yes, I probably should be right now, but it's 7:20 and I have 10 minutes till the call. So I've got at least another 20 minutes to get there.
So mind your own business.
Yeah. But we love Saxon, and you know, he's a good human. He's traveling with Marlon and Kobe Clements, so good crew of guys. And this right here is Raiha Onu. This is a replay.
Yeah, 2 strong calves so far on this wave. Just a bit of a softer one there. And then lays it for that finishing turn there. So really nice stuff there for Raiha. I really love the energy he's putting onto his waves. He's been on a really good roll. He got 3rd in India for the Tamil Nadu International Surf Pro at Mahabalipuram, and that's kind of where we got to know Raiha. It's where we saw him and his surfing talent kind of start to shine through. Good friends with Tenshi Owami and Sarah Wakita. I know they all traveled together a fair bit. Shohei Kato, just a 1.7 for his first wave. And Jack Thomas, a 0.5. Oscar Berry still waiting to open up his account.
Yeah, Oscar taking his time right now. I mean, it is pretty slow out there, JJ. You know, the conditions have slowed up. It's really clean, so when the waves do come through, it's super fun. But you really have to identify the ones that are going to offer you some solid connections, and it looks like Shohei's done just that. Nice opening turn, brings it around again for another nice carve. This one looks like it's going to stand up. Tags it, but just overcooks it for that 3rd turn. So that was looking to be like a good wave for Shohei, but unfortunately for him, he can't quite pull it off. But someone that did have a really great heat was Saxon Reba. In that last heat, he's down there with Daiwako.
So that was a little bit of a slow heat going on. So what was your thought out there?
Yeah, it was super slow out there, so I was just hoping I could use priority to get 2 waves, and I was lucky enough to get, I think I only caught 3 or 4 waves, but to get 2, that gave me scoring opportunity and enough to get me through the heat.
You were so patient, yeah. You got 3 waves, so what was the plan out there?
Yeah, it's just bit hard when it's this small, so you got to try and sit and wait for the sets and take advantage of those. And thought if I went a small one, it wasn't going to score too well, so thought I'd just try and wait for 2 sets, and it kind of worked, which is good.
Great. So, any message to your locals and families and supporters back in your country?
Yeah, thank you very much for watching, and see you soon.
Right, thank you so much, and good luck in the next heat. And back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Di. Well, straight into it. That is Jack Thomas on his backhand, getting a couple of nice connections. And Shohei Kato out behind him as well. Shohei just, that one kind of fades into nothing. Love Saxon. I think we've seen him for a couple of interviews already during the event.
So funny. You know, so many people, thanks mum, hi nan. Got people speaking in, other languages, Saxon. Thanks for watching us this week.
Cool. Oh, wow, Raiha.
Nice and simple.
Yeah, absolutely. But Raiha just getting busy with it. Unfortunately, doesn't get a finish. That could cost him. Although we saw Shohei fall on a pretty decent looking wave a couple of waves ago as well. So we have a bunch of scores to lock in, but someone who's been really quiet in this heat, Oscar Berry, waiting for potentially a ramp. He knows what waves he wants. So looking forward to seeing Oscar take off on his first wave. Sometimes patience is key out there, but sometimes it's not. Looks like his patience may have worked out for him. Oscar Berry up and riding on this one. Nice opening carve to start this one off. And again for another one. And has to kick out of that one, that board. I believe he's on a LSD Noah Dean model. Looking really good under his feet. A few scores to lock in though. This is a few replays, Jessie.
Yeah, we heard big cheers for this wave, and I was expecting something great just like that. So Shohei, he's been super dynamic the last few events, and I believe it's surfing like that we saw him travel so far into the draw over at the Philippines to get a third place. Raiha on his last wave tags that first section. Love his just composure from bottom to top surfing. Lays back. So this wave, unfortunately, not being finished. And then Oscar opening up his account. Love that carve. It's kind of John Florence-esque. The way he just draws his whole body around. So scores to come through for Oscar. Shohei, last wave, 6.33. So best wave we've seen in the heat so far. Jack with a 4.57 and a 0.5. Raiha in second with a 4 and a 3.3. And just waiting for that first one of Oscar. Oh, there it is. A 4.43. So we have a first situation on our hands.
Yeah, well, Shohei Kato, as you said, Jessie, just a bit of deja vu there on that wave, to be honest. Looks like a wave that he got in the quarterfinals at the Siargao International Surfing Cup.
27th edition.
Yep, 27th edition. There'll be a 28th next year, hopefully. But scores in 4.43 for first of Oscar Berry. Last wave for Jack Thomas, a 4.57. That last one of Raiha, a 3.3. And Shohei has the lead with that 6.33. Best way the heat so far. So not really a whole lot separating second and fourth at this stage. Shohei does have that 6.33, so it sets him aside. Looks like we've got a bit of split peak action. Shohei up and riding on this one. Solid end section snap. Riding out. Wow, Shohei. Finishing that one. Looks like Jack Thomas did as well, and out behind him, a bunch of waves. Raiha has to kick out of that one, but I tell you what, Shohei getting a solid wave. Looking forward to seeing what Jack Thomas got done on his as well. We've got a heat on our hands here, Jessie.
Yeah, we sure do. That last wave for Shohei, really impressive. He's just looking so comfortable in his own skin and just kind of having fun, experimenting with the type of competitor he wants to be. And he's going to lock in another pretty decent score. Going to get a replay, so we'll stick with Jack on this one. Good looking left-hander, strong first turn. Gets that second carve. This is where we have to hope that he gets a finishing section. And yeah, he belts it for a third. So good looking wave for Jack. Raiha, just a quick up and out.
And this is the replay of Shohei. So got the 633 for the air reverse on the last one. Carves, this section's coming at him, lays it all on the line. And rides out super cleanly. He just looks like he's having so much fun. A 5-4-3 for the last of Shohei. Waiting for that last of Jack. And I believe that one of Reinhardt. Not going to factor into his top two.
Well, looks like that last wave of Jack Thomas, that's going to be his best, a 5.93. So 3 good-looking turns, 2 solid ones and a carve in the middle. But got a good finish. Binsy's just nails. He's going to have no nails by the end of this one with the West Oz surfer in here. But, yeah, so Jack in second place right now. That last wave of Shohei, a 5.43. 12 minutes to go. Shohei's just kind of, setting the standard. Oscar Berry needs a 6.07. Raiha chasing a 6.5. Really close. Still, Raiha is more than capable of 6.5, and we all know Oscar Berry, he can pull out some pretty solid scores as well. So it's...
Yeah, Oscar's got a full bag of tricks.
Absolutely.
And he actually has a background of skating and being a competitive skater. He's very talented, but then decided that he wanted to be a surfer.
Wow.
And hence why he's got such a big bag of tricks, because he probably learned it on a skateboard first.
I did not know that about Oscar.
There you go.
He turned 21 a couple of days ago.
Yes, and it's his dad's birthday. He turns 50 a week later.
Oh,
so our
wow.
first surf here was on Friday. So dad's birthday, 50 on Friday. Tomorrow.
We won't forget that one. We both did forget Oscar's birthday.
Sorry, Oscar.
Sorry. We made up for it, though. Yeah. All right, well, Jack Thomas unfortunately comes unstuck on that one. Just floating down the line, but it didn't look like too much consequence coming up after the rest of that wave. Oscar holds first priority right now, and he needs a 6.07. Here is the current heat leader up and riding. Goes to the air. Oh, wow.
That looked painful.
That did. Jack Thomas up and riding on this one. Flying down the line. What's he got? Quick float there. Looks like he's a little bit too far behind the section. Gets around it, but has to pull off because not much going on from there. So 10 minutes to go. Shohei, if he had have made that, that would have been pretty solid. Looks like he is making his way back out, but Oscar Berry and Raiha, you can see them just making a paddle, but maybe for a bit of a phantom set, maybe not. You can see, we all know that Oscar has a really solid air game, so maybe Shohei just trying to squeeze that out of Oscar as well in this heat. I'm sure he saw the last heat that Oscar had with Saxon Reba. Raiha not taking that one. Neither is Jack Thomas. A little bit of a smaller inside wave. 9.5 minutes to go. Last few waves don't factor in.
Yeah, Oscar, just touching on what you just did as well. He's, like I said, he's got such a big bag of tricks. He can take to the air. He's got great rail surfing, as we've seen display on that 4.43. I also love his backhand. He's not scared. He charges big waves, can surf on a barrel. So he even had a bit of a taste of the Challenger Series last year. He got a pretty good result over there at Snapper in the opening event.
That's right.
Yeah,
he did too.
And he's just an all-round great person as well.
Yeah, he sure is. He's a good egg, that one. Shohei up and riding here. Straight up into the lip. And again for another one. Looking for a finish, and he will get it there for Shohei Kato, but I don't know if that's going to factor in. It was a smaller looking left. I mean, the surfing was really good, but I don't know if that's going to factor into his top two. But, nonetheless, still really good surfing. A great wave. I'd be happy with that. 8.5 minutes. Oscar being nice and patient.
Yeah, this is the type of competitor Oscar is, though. He waits for those better looking waves and then really opens up and attacks once he's on his feet. Unfortunately, that first wave, we saw it kind of be a bit of a tapered wall. However, he did surf it to the best of his ability. 2 turns, 4.43. Needs a 6.07, so we know that if he gets the right wave, he's more than capable of that score. But, you know, it's just a bit of a waiting game. He lets this inside left go, looking like there might be a set out the back.
Is there a paddle here from any of our surfers? Looks like Oscar having a solid paddle. What's he got for us? He's got a wall ahead. Nice opening carve. Brings it around again for another one. And goes straight up into the air. Can he get the rotation and the finish? Holds on to it. Needs to ride out. Oh, wow. Really, really close. I don't think that that's a ride out. I don't know.
That was so great. That was exactly what he had to do. It was hard because he had the 2 waves coming at him. And then where he needed the power of the 2 waves coming at him to push him through in front of the foam, it kind of just went kabootz on him and just died.
Yeah.
So
kabootz. I don't think in the 21 years I've known you have I ever heard you say the word kabootz.
Kabootz. That wave went kabootz. Is that the term? Looking at Binzi. Binzi's looking at me funny.
Yeah, Binzi's like, the Starling girls have lost it.
They're not rostered on tomorrow.
Well, a couple of scores to lock in. One for that last wave of Raiha. He got a 6.5. Looks like there was a bit of a split peak situation. This is a replay of Oscar. Unfortunately, doesn't look like he... Yeah, definitely doesn't get a finish there. Unfortunately for Oscar, his board didn't come out in front of the whitewash, which is what the judges deem a ride out. But Raiha must have been a bit of a split peak situation. Regardless, that last wave of Oscar Berry, a 3.5, he still needs a 6.08. So, okay, right now...
Jack and Thomas.
Yeah.
Jack and Thomas.
Jack and Raiha. You can go.
God, it's been a long day. I need to leave.
Jack and Raiha tying for second place, but Raiha takes second place because he has the higher wave score, highest single wave score of a 6.5, and Jack Thomas has a 5.93. So that's why Raiha is sitting in second, for the viewers that maybe don't know that. But 5.5 minutes to go. Jack Thomas needs a 4.58. Oscar Berry chasing a 6.08. Jack has first priority. We can see there Tully Wiley. He's making his way out for the next heat. He'll be taking on Mike Clayton Brown, Sheldon Simkus, and Jin Suzuki. Wow, what a heat.
Yep.
This round of 32 is just stacking up to be really, really solid. We're going to finish the day off with heat number 4, which will be Kian Martin, Axel Carrotta, Tim Bain, and Joel Vaughan. That's another good-looking heat. So
Oscar Berry up and riding on a good-looking left. Buries the nose.
No pun intended.
What?
Don't worry. Well, Vincy's like, they really lost it here. Get them out.
4 minutes 30 to go. Raiha up and riding, trying to defend his second place. Wow, solid second turn. Looking to better a 4-point ride. Not even sure how he got over that section, but anyway, those 2 turns, they need to better the 4. That is backing up his 6.5 to make Jack's life a little bit harder. Jack sitting out there with priority, needs a 4.58 right now, and Oscar a 6.08. But Shohei kind of sitting pretty right now.
Yeah, Shohei, he's just been on fire for this whole heat. 6.33 and a 5.43. Pretty good scores, 11.76 combination. I mean, that on a day like today, you know, with the conditions as they are, it's expected. But in round of 32s and even round of 16, sometimes that's just not enough to get you through. You really need to get that 12 points and above. So you got to step it up for each round. But looks like he's potentially booked himself a ticket. But 3.5 minutes to go, still tentative. Jack Thomas right now holds first priority, needs a 4.81 because Raiha locked in a 4.23 on his last wave. So Jack chasing a 4.81, Oscar looking for a 6.31. It's really, really close between Raiha and Jack. 5.23 between them. 3 minutes to go. Daiha having a look here, trying to better that 4.23. He's up and riding on his backhand. Nice first connection. Again for another one. Will he get a third? Trying to combine this wave. Getting another combination there. And again for a third one. Gets a finish. Stands tall. Okay, will that better the 4.23?
Yeah, is that the 5.26 he needs to take Shohei off the top position? Here we go. Jack Thomas up and riding. Needs a 4.81 at this point in time. Bit of a floater for that first one. He knows it's not the rhythm he needs on that wave. He's going to hunt down to that wider peak. 2 minutes 15 to go. Eyes out the back. Here's a wave. Oh, Oscar saying no.
Wow. 2 minutes to go. Waiting on a score for that last wave of Raiha. Needs a 5.26 to go to first. So will that wave challenge for the lead? And if it does, Oscar's going to need a pretty decent score. And so is Jack. We'll have a look at the replay. Jessie, talk me through it.
Yeah, when he paddled in, I thought, why is he going this way? But it really bowls up for him. Nice first two turns. Gets a little bit hung up there. A bit of downtime between that turn and this one, but gets up for a nice 12 o'clock hit. Carves back here and just keeps on going for more. So the score's in a 4.43. Ever so slightly increases his position. Stays in second place. Now Jack Thomas needs a 5.01. Oscar Berry looking for a 6.51.
Yeah, really close between second, third and fourth right now. Particularly second and third. We're coming down to 1 minute remaining, so will Jack and Oscar get another opportunity? Oscar holds second priority, Jack in third priority, but Shohei holding first priority and the lead right now. 6.33 and a 5.43. And 45 seconds to go. Is there going to be another opportunity? I guess we'll find out. 35 seconds. I tell you what, regardless, this has been a really great heat. The next heat is on paper looking really good. 3 Australians and a Japanese surfer. Jin Suzuki put on a great display of surfing yesterday, launching into the air, challenging Joel Vaughan in the air as well. It was a great heat to watch. Coming down to 10 seconds, it doesn't look like Oscar Berry will get another opportunity, but Shohei using his priority pretty strategically right there. Goes to the air. And you can see Oscar out behind, trying to get another wave, but doesn't look like he will get it just in time. You can see Shohei just really stoked with that win. So he's got a score to lock in, but regardless, he's moving on through to the round of 16. So is Raiha. You can see how stoked he is right here. Huge efforts from both the Japanese surfers. We've got Heat 3, Mike Clayton-Brown, Sheldon Simkus, Tully Wiley and Jin Suzuki coming up right after this quick break.
You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination. You want to embrace the true nature. You want to explore the beautiful world beneath the sea. You laugh and sing songs. It is a surfer's paradise here. Whenever you're ready to undertake a different kind of travel experience, Taitung is your next destination.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to Taitung County, Taiwan, for the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is Jinzun Harbor. Mike Clayton Brown is in the water up against Sheldon Simkes, Tully Wiley, and Joe Suzuki. What a heat. Jin Suzuki, sorry.
I know. Pretty good heat to be watching. The last two heats of the day feel like they're going to be pretty solid. Even that last heat was super exciting with Shohei and Raiha.
Shading the two Aussies. Unfortunately, Jack Thomas and Oscar Berry bowing out. Would have been good to see Jack Thomas in this heat. You could have had all four corners of Australia covered between, well, you'd have 4 states anyway.
Yep.
Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, and West Oz. Speaking of Victoria, here is Tully Wiley on his backhand. He's got a very bright, colourful quiver this week, does Tully? And I'll tell you what, the fluoro pink number is just looking divine.
Isn't it? What? And looks like Sheldon having a look at this one. Oh, nice first opening turn. Wraps it around for a second one. And again for a third. Wow, really sharp, crisp surfing from both Sheldon and Tully. Tully taking out the NIAS Pro, getting 5,000 points, leading the rankings for the QS Australia-Oceania region. And yeah, that was a good wave to start off Sheldon's campaign as well. Looks like Mike Clayton Brown has had a couple. He's up and riding on this one. Nice first connection. And again for another one. Doesn't quite maybe get the hit that he was hoping for, but unfortunately that wave gets a little bit weird. And he has to get out of there. But excited to see these scores come through for Sheldon and Tully because they look like two really nice waves to start off with.
Bit of silence.
I know. It was weird.
It's not bad. Don't mind it. The ocean's looking quite peaceful at the moment too. It's serene.
Tranquil.
Late afternoon shimmer. See, this is where if we were on a west coast now, we'd be dealing with the glare that we had to deal with earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Here goes Jin Suzuki. Bit of a flat fin toss on his first turn. And not much to report on his second. Last score for Tully Wiley, a 5.33 rockets him into the lead. Mike Clayton Brown, he's got a number to come. And while we're waiting for the judges to add up their sums, we're going to cross down to Daiwako, who's having a chat with winner of the last heat, Shohei Kato.
結構スローヒートな展開だったと思うんですけど、どうでしたか心境は。
まあ試合する前からまあスローだなっていうのは分かってたんですけど、まあでもスローに合わせて自分もスローになっちゃうとちょっと自分のペースが崩れちゃうんで、まあ選びすぎずまあどんどん波に乗っていこうっていう作戦だったんで、はい良かったです。
So his original plan was to get as many as he can. He knew that the condition has changed and it's a little bit slow, and that plan worked out well. このいい波を乗れたと思うんですけど、その波に乗った時はこの点数出るなっていうふうにはもう確信があった感じですか？
そうですね。自分が思ってた点数ぐらいのスコアだったんで、まあなんていうんですかね、結構他もやっぱりみんな上手い選手なので。まあどんどんもっとスコアを上げたいなっていう思いでしたね。
So in the water, he just wanted to build up the scores because he knew that everyone else surfing great, and so he was doing that, and he was happy with that. では台湾では何をよく食べてますか？ 台湾ではいろんな食べ物があると思うんですけど、美味しい食べ物がたくさんあると思うんですけど、特に何食べてますか？
毎日肉まん食べてます。まあでもすごい中華の料理は好きなので、最高です。
So he really loves the Chinese here and he's having fun. And 最後にじゃあ、たくさんの方が見てくれてると思うのでメッセージの方をお願いします。
I just wanna say skit!
Thank you so much and good luck in the next heat. Back to you guys.
Shohei Kato. Couldn't have said it better myself. Just throwing a cheeky skeet out to the greater surfing community. He's pretty proud of himself too.
Yeah, he's stoked. I was not expecting that.
Don't mind it.
Yeah, bring it on.
All right, this is the Prince of Rainbow Bay, Sheldon Simkus. Whoa, bit of a jazzy slice, that one. Got the old tail slide out. That was like kind of 90s move you'd have seen in a Taylor Steele movie back in the day. Didn't mind that at all. Score drops in for Jin Suzuki's last wave, a 7.33 into the lead. MCB, Mike Clayton Brown, has a 3 and a 2. He won't be happy with those scores. Sheldon's got a 5.57 and Tully has a 5.33. They don't have a second score. This is what Jin Suzuki did to garner his 7.33 points. There it is. No doubt fired up by Shohei Kato's little skeet from the beach. And yeah, there you go. A little bit of housekeeping. Tully Wiley came second in the NEAS Pro. He's leading the Oceania Australia rankings on the QS. He also had a pretty good result. He came 13th at Cruy. Morgan Siblick is actually coming second. He won't need a QS ranking because he finished in the top 20 on the Changers. Caius King, I'm not sure why he's not here. He perhaps suffering an injury, do we know? Or?
Yes, so Caius has been, I don't want to say battling, but he's just been nursing a bulging disc in his back.
Yeah, I remember he had that. He was dealing with that at Cruy.
Yeah, so he's still suffering with it. Doesn't feel 100% yet, so that's why we don't see.
Here's Sheldon looking to back up his 5.57. He got a 3.17 for that previous slice and dice and slide. And a 4.24 would put him into the lead. Mike Clayton Brown is chasing 5.08. Tully Wiley has priority, just the one wave ridden, a 5.33. Something similar would put him in the lead. Anything over a 4.24 would put him into second. And that's they're the various vendors out the back. And if we keep going, that coffee shop, that's where I got my surfboard from.
Oh.
Yeah, I just went and picked up a demo. Been buying my coffees from the crew at Belong every day.
Yeah, give me a report on the coffees.
The coffee's great.
Great.
Yeah,
awesome.
great.
Love it. Could be hitting that up tomorrow.
Yeah. It's the only place out here where you can get an espresso with some frothed milk.
Thank you very much.
They don't have the varieties. It's just cow juice, but
okay.
Yeah, no oat, unfortunately. But
oh, really?
We'll survive. We'll battle on. Yeah. And they do, for some reason, also have a range of Sharp Eye surfboards available to demo. So I've picked up a carbon fibre Inferno, the Jack Robinson 72 model.
Oh.
In my DIMS.
It's like it was meant to be.
Yeah. So thanks to Singapore Airlines for trashing all my other boards on the way here. And now I get to sample the wares elsewhere. Bring it on. 14 minutes to go. Score drops in for Sheldon Simkus' last wave. It was a 4.93. He moves into the lead. And just want to say hello to everyone who's tuning in on YouTube. I accidentally ended up in the comments section on the side. Actually, those guys have been behaving themselves rather well for people on the internet. They were just having a bit of a chat about the waves and Taiwan and Get them in amongst themselves, everything they've been up to. So, g'day, YouTubers.
Not a whole lot to watch right now, but it's been, I mean, Jin's, that 733 was pretty next level. Oh, here we go. Tully. Up and oh, solid surfing. Into it again. And has to kick out. Just the 2 turns for Tully. But he's got such a powerful backside snap on him. He's so good on his forehand as well. 13 minutes to go. Last wave of Tully, a 3.4. He still needs that 4.48, so he is looking for a score. Mike Clayton Brown chasing a 6.14. Mike, or MCB, is from the Port Stevens area. Saw Tully take out Jin Suzuki in that last heat. Sorry, not Jin Suzuki, Joe Azuchi. He took out Joe in that previous heat yesterday afternoon in the round of 64, which was a pretty insane heat. But here we go. Jin Suzuki up and riding, needs a 3.17. Nice first turn. And again, wow.
He is a live wire, isn't he?
Isn't he what? That was next level.
He surfs like, he's shoved his finger in a PowerPoint or something. It's just like electrified.
Yeah, I was super impressed with his surfing yesterday, challenging Joel Vaughan in the air, which we saw Joel get a 10 at Brazil, doing a huge alley-oop. Yeah. So it was super cool to see that. So I'm interested to see where this one comes in as.
God, he's all fast twitch fibre, isn't he? Just whipping it down the line. Ah, second big turn. And, yeah. Solid. So that was a 4.93. It's enough to put him up into the lead. Interestingly, Sheldon Simkus' last wave was a 4.93. And he's going to add another score. It's just going to be a minor. Throwing that one into the backside tail slide. So Shelley is spending as much time riding backwards as he is forwards in this heat. Could be a new strategy.
Yeah, love it. Bring it on. Mike Clayton Brown being a little bit quiet in this one. 6.83 is what he needs. Tully looking for a 5.18. And, just under 11 minutes to go. Looks like Tully going to make the most of this one.
Love that little moment of pause. The glide as he flies in. Oh, that was a big turn. Not done yet. Oh, surfing so fast, he's going off the screen. We've seen that a few times today. And links this one all the way through the inside. Got that nice little bend back convergence section to schwack. And that's going to replace his 3.4. If it's a 5.18, he'll move into second place.
I love when waves do that, when they kind of bend back at you.
Oh.
It's like my favourite thing ever. So I was getting excited to see Tully just absolutely tag that end section.
It's just, you hear that's kind of one of the complaints about wave pools, right? Is that it doesn't bend back because all the energy is so close to where the tube or the white water is. As it dissipates, it kind of bends away from itself, and you sometimes struggle to get out and do a turn.
Yeah.
But then if you ever surf one of those little horseshoes, it doesn't matter. It can be tiny, but if it just bends back at you, it's so fun.
Yeah.
Okay, that was good from Wiley. Got a little bit stuck coming out of it. Oh. That turn was huge. That was the money. And not bad either. And here he's working through the turns really, really nicely, and then got the bonus where that wave did come around the corner and steamroll towards him, and he got to belt it, and it's a 5.7. That's his best wave in this heat, puts him up into second place. So Jin Suzuki out in front by about just over a point at the moment. 7.33. He's definitely in the box seat. He's got 9 minutes to try and replace his 4.93 and really put this one to bed. In which case, it'll be a bit of a battle for second place between the three Aussies. Tully Wiley has a 5.7 and a 5.33. Sheldon Simkus has a 5.57, needs a 5.47 to get up to second. Mike Clayton Brown yet to really fire a shot in this heat. He has priority at the moment. He's got a 2 and a 3. Currently chasing a 7.36 to get up to second. He'd love to do that right now, cash in his priority. But even then, you think he's still going to have to catch another wave, because I reckon Jin, Tully and Sheldon will all upgrade their 2-wave totals before this heat is expiring in 8 minutes' time.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jin, Tully and Sheldon are looking really solid right now. Mike has just been a bit selective, I guess, out there, just kind of patiently waiting for something. And sometimes you can wait a whole heat and something just doesn't come. So you've got to pull the trigger on something that looks like it's got at least 2 steep sections. 736 is, well, it needs to be the best wave of the heat as well. So that is the requirement for the Port Stephens surfer, Mikey Clayton Brown. And no takers on that one, just smaller inside right. Looks really fun though still. Coming down to 7 minutes to go. We have the last heat of the day coming up next. Kian Martin takes on Axel Kuroda, Tim Bain and Joel Vaughan. Wow, that's a really good looking heat. All these heats are solid for the round of 32. Coming in fourth in this round, you get equal 25th place, 720 points, walk away with $400. The third is equal 17th, 800 points and $500.
Oh, here goes Tully Wiley.
Oh,
Oof,
oh my.
Big open face carve. Unfortunately, the wave didn't give him much more beyond that. But we saw the big burly Victorian opening its shoulders and kind of ran away a little bit. So, oh, be nice to me. So, yeah, all the points there just for that one big hook. It's a big meaty hook from Tully. Really lent on it. Just went, rah! 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, he's so good at doing that as well.
Vaughan Blakey. A bit early for Christmas carols, isn't it, mate? Not sure what he's watching on his phone, but there's definitely bells in there. Last score for Tully, a 3.77, just for that one turn. Yeah, fair enough.
Solid, like, pretty decent score for the one turn.
Sheldon, last minute decision to go on this one. Third priority, why not?
Oh.
2 turns, nicely done so far. Up into the lip, releases the tail. And the Aussies on the deck, right on the other side of the wall next to us. Loved that one.
Wow, so Sheldon getting a couple of solid snaps. Again, under Mike Clayton Brown's priority. 3.67 and a 2.67 he has right now. Needs 7.36. Scores to come through for that last wave of Sheldon Simkus. He needs a 5.47 to overtake Tully Wiley with 5 minutes to go. And Sheldon come off a year on the Challenger Series as well. Been travelling with K-Ball, who we unfortunately saw get knocked out this morning. Dylan Moffat, Joel Vaughan, Alistair Reginato, a bunch of others that I know I'm forgetting, but they're all awesome humans. And last wave of Sheldon, a 5.13, so just not enough.
Oof.
Wow, still looking for that 5.47. Wow, super close between Tully and Sheldon right now, literally 0.33 between them. But Jin Suzuki just undercover leader, 7.33 and a 4.93 right now.
Mike Clayton Brown on the move, having a look I thought he was going to have a sniff of the left. Instead, he's gone deep and he's heading right. This will be a one-hit wonder. Throws it up. And I thought for a second there he was going to ride away from that one. Here goes Sheldon Simkus staying very busy under priority. Why not? He's on his backhand. That was a big turn. Oh, second one through a lot of water as well. And he'll stick with this, get the finish. And I think Sheldon Simkus liked that one.
And you could hear the crowd as well, just cheering after each turn. I can feel them all jumping up and down on the deck out there. So Sheldon has the score to lock in, 5-4-7. I think he gets it there, Binsey.
Yeah, well, a little bit more than that. He needs about a 6 to move into the lead as well. We did a post-heat interview yesterday, and he very graciously said, I hope I get to talk to you again.
Oh.
Because that means he's winning heats.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it was the highlight of his day was that we had much of a conversation. But, still, if the judges liked that one as much as we did, maybe Shelley and I will get to have a chat again.
Yeah.
In 3 minutes' time.
Nervous moments for Sheldon and Tully.
If the judges hate him, maybe Jin Suzuki will get to talk to Dai.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Well, there's 5 humans sitting in the tent next to us who know.
Yes.
They'll be punching in some numbers shortly. As we see Mike Clayton Brown, this is a very small insider, but you never know. Some of these smaller ones, they bite the bottom and they run nicely. No. And, well, there's the body language that suggests I've had a fun trip to Taiwan. I think tonight I'm going to go eat my body weight in dumplings because this one might be over.
We heard from Alistair Reginato earlier today that he has eaten, or last night he had about 50 dumplings, they reckon. Well, not him, I think his group. He said in his post-eat interview that he had 50 dumplings. I was like, whoa. I think I might explode if I had 50 dumplings, but they are just too good.
I think our own Dai Wacko was claiming he had 30 for dinner last night.
No. That's a lot.
Oof, they're taking their sweet time with this last score of Sheldon's. You can see him looking around going, come on, crew. And there it is, 5-1-3. So identical to his previous wave, he has a pair of 5-1-3s. And Sheldon, with a minute to go, here goes Tully Wiley. He's looking for a 6-5-7 to get the lead. Not sure that's going to happen.
I think that might have been a bit of a mistake from Tully as well, taking off in that average wave and handing priority back to Sheldon.
So Sheldon has first priority. So Jin, not sure if we saw it, but he got a 4-6-3. As Kenny Powers goes flying past in the background. 40 seconds to go. Sheldon Simkus has priority. He's hunting a 5-4-7. Can he do it on this wave? Releases the tail. Lightning quick reverse. Another strong carve. He's whipping this one through to the inside. It needs a big finish. He's got speed to burn. That wasn't really the big finish, but did he do enough? He's still sticking with this one. He is going to be right at the base of the tetrapod break wall. We'll need to look at the replay to analyse that wave of Sheldon's. His last 2 waves have been 5-1-3s. He needs a 5-4-7 to...
I don't think it's going to be the 5-4. I liked his other waves more than that one, but goes dynamic on that first turn, a little bit of a carve there, and then you can see him just racing down the line. And he needs that 5-4-7. It's going to be really close.
Yeah, they're going to take a fair while to have a good look at all these replays. Jin Suzuki is in the box seat. There it is, a 4.1 for Sheldon. Not enough. He bows out. So Dai Wacko is going to go and have a chat to the winner of the last heat, Jin Suzuki. We have one more heat left in the day. Kian Martin, Axel Carrotta, Tim Bain and Joel Vaughan. They're coming our way in the Taiwan Open of Surfing right after this quick break.
welcome back to Taitung County here in Taitung, Taiwan, for the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Fawn Blakey, True Starling, right here with you to call the last heat of the day. G'day, True.
Yeah,
hey, well done today.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Very close heat. Oh, man, oh, man. But what about that left you got at the end? You just went kapow! You just snapped it. What did that do? Well, it did nothing to you.
Oh, I know.
Like you said sorry.
Yes, absolutely. So
But that was
sorry.
cool, eh? What a good heat.
Thank you.
And who was that Coral Durant you were surfing against?
Yes.
And Nixie Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Nixie surfs so well.
I know.
Must feel so good when you get through those close ones. Eh?
Yeah, it feels even better because Cos and I are now roomies. So it's nice. We're both 1 and 2. And we can go and not have an awkward household.
Is she going to, when you guys get back to the house tonight, is she going to be looking at you, just like kind of raising the eyebrows, going, well, what did you think of that?
Yeah.
Run along to the fridge, fetch me a water.
I know. I think we'll both be making our way straight to low pressure for dinner. Bit of
Excellent.
a burger. Had too many dumplings.
What a heat we've got on our hands. It is, that man up and riding, Joel Vaughan, Axel Carrotta out there as well, Kian Martin from, he's kind of all over the shop, Kian. He's Swedish, is he? And then also lives in Bali, and geez, he rips. And Timmy Bain,
Sunny Coaster.
the Sunny Coaster, the big man. He's a big unit.
Yes.
Power player. How do you see this one playing? I mean, Joel Vaughan is obviously fresh off the Challenger Series. I think he surfed like 3 or 4 of the best high-scoring waves on the Challenger Series. That's not bad for his first ever crack at it. But let's, before we get into that, let's throw it down to Dai, who's with the winner of the last heat. Dai Wacko. Who is it, bruh?
お疲れ様です。ありがとうございます。前半から飛ばしてましたね。得意のエアーとパワフルなリッピング、シャープなカービングを入れながら、かなり自分のペースでこうできてたのかなっていう印象だったんですが、どうですか、ヒートは。
そうですね、かなり波がちょっと難しいコンディションになっていて、数も少なくなっていたんですけど、本当前半に2本目に7点のスコアをできたので、あとはもう落ち着いて、やるだけだと思ってたので良かったです。
So he knew that the condition is changing and there's not many opportunities coming through, but he's so lucky that he got this 7-point ride and he's happy with that. ここ試合の前にこういう作戦にしようかなっていうのはあったんですか？
そうですね、とりあえずいい波待つというよりはもうエアができる波を最初から探してやる感じでした。
So from the start, he was just looking for the ramp where he can do the airs, and that's exactly what he did. ちなみに台湾は何回目ですか？
台湾は2回目です。
どうですか、台湾の波とか、食べ物とかどうですか？
そうですね、ご飯も美味しくて、波もいろいろポイントも多くあっていい波なので本当に好きな場所です。
This is his second time in Taiwan and he's loving the food, waves, all the atmosphere going on around here. So he's loving Taiwan so far. ではたくさんの方が多分見てくれていると思います。コメントを一言ではなくて二言でもいいんでお願いします。
はい、そうですね。今回すごい準備もしっかりしてきて、調子もかなりいいので、このまますごく好きな台湾で優勝できるように最後まで頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。お願いします。
Thank you so much and good luck in his next heat. And back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Dai. And Jin surfing extremely well. There's been some good Japan versus Australia battles. Both regions competing on different tours, but all the points they get go to that tour. So, a lot of these competitors, Japanese competitors, will be coming down to Australia once the QS resumes in the new year.
Yep.
And I'd say there'll be a few little revenge tales going on from both the Japanese and the Australians for, for pretty epic battles that have gone down. In this one, Jolly Vaughan, he's got an 4.83, staying kind of got the hustle on the inside. But yeah, as we were saying, he's just far out. Of almost all the surfers who have gone to the Challenger Series, he seems to have gone to another level.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like he's just really grown into himself and into his surfing. And someone who's also done that is Axel. Axel has made a lot of heats this year. He's looking solid. That was a really nice second calf from North Stain.
Oh, yeah, the Stain.
Yep.
And calving here. Charlie's trying to stay busy. Let's see him just looking out over the back. Yeah, a couple of representatives from North Stain, a couple of from Queensy. Had a text before when we were talking about Winter Vincent.
Oh, yes.
Crew blowing up. Don't get them wrong. Do not get them wrong.
No.
Oh, goodness.
Which...
Call someone a North Stain surfer when they're a Queensy
well,
surfer.
yeah.
You're gonna cop it.
Winton's Queensy, isn't he?
Yep.
Okay.
And I mean, you're from the Northern Beaches.
Yes.
You know.
Oh,
True,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
If you get it wrong, especially, you're going to have wax all over your windscreen next time you go surfing
Oh, honestly,
down in the Manly zone.
Yeah, I know that Axel's from North Stain, but I have to double check every single time because I want to make sure I get it right so no one gets upset.
It's true.
It's pretty funny. I love how...
It's like if you call a South Narrabeen surfer from Northie.
Yeah, no.
Because, I'm a Southie boy. I'm actually in LR. My Sydney club is Long Reef.
Yep.
Got a soft spot for the Northie crew because I love them all. But deep down, way down in the core of my soul, I'm Southie for life, mate.
Good banks. I reckon when I first... no, years ago.
No, you're right. Yeah, there's one good bank there once every 10 years, pretty much.
Yeah, I remember maybe one summer surfing that particular bank every day, the whole summer. Had the best time.
Oh, well, you're welcome. Come on down anytime. Don't bring your friends.
Yes, no way.
Nah, look, it's a funny old beach, South Narrabeen. It's been through some changes in the last couple of years. Controversial seawall down there, which we will not mention. Here we go, Axel Carrotta. And nice carving here. And out behind him, Kean Martin. Nice little snaps. Get to see Kean surf quite a bit. Just whenever I visit Chungu, the beachy, Echo Beach. The surfers bar down there. Nice place to spend a sunset. And you watch people who haven't given up on their surfing and decide to go out in the water instead of just sit there watching.
Yep.
He's one of them, and there's a good little team. Shout out to the crew. Bang Bang Boogie, Jimmy Jazz James, Noah Collins. Familiar faces. Charlie. Hey Charlie, how are you, bro? Bet you're watching. All the onboard team down there. Legends.
Love that.
Yeah.
Kean's he's had a pretty good run on the Challenger Series as well. I think he
did well through the Indo League.
Yeah, and he got second in India at the Tamil Nadu QS 3000, which Tenshi Iwami won.
That's right, yeah.
That was actually a really clutch final for Tenshi. He came out the gates at the end in the last minute or so, but Kean was just on fire all event. 5-3-3 for his first wave, so he gets the best wave of the heat.
It's no small thing to win a QS. I mean,
no.
Even a one-star is something to fly the flag for because it's an international surfing event. People are coming from all over the place. You're often doing it in a far-flung country. I mean, that was India's first ever WSL event, so a history-making event. He's part of that history now. That'll be locked in, never to be removed.
Yeah.
Big win for Asia, big win for India, big win for Japan.
Absolutely.
And, awesome stuff for Tenshi there.
It was actually...
Have you won a QS?
No, I've got second.
Ooh, see? So this could be the one.
Close. We'll see. Heat by heat, wave by
wave.
wave.
Yep. Yep, that's all we can do. I mean, you have the good fortune of growing up in one of the most competitive wave zones on Earth. We talk about that a lot. What that can do for your surfing. So I get the feeling when you're paddling out in heats, there's just no one who can really rattle you. It's just you versus whatever's going on in your head, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, exactly. There's certain things that I like to do, but Axel live action.
Nice. Yeah, real nice. I thought that was going to grab and fully pull through back into the whitewash, but it actually just bogged. for Axel Carotto, but he's sitting in second. So Jolie Vaughan, really, like, he's been hunting and scrapping, and he's almost like a little truffle pig just trying to sniff out a gem, and he's out in front without really having found one yet.
I know, and Joel is one of those competitive surfers where, you know, he can perform under pressure. He was part of the winning team, North Shelley Board Riders, for the ABB a couple of years ago. I'm pretty sure he was a power surfer in that team, and the amount of pressure that you get for those events is next level. And then as well, putting down some huge scores on the Challenger Series. So we know that he's got big surfing. We know he can perform under pressure, but it's always nice to see him get a good start and build from there, because I think that's when we see him
For
do
sure.
his best.
Yeah, Tim Bain's a guy I actually don't know a whole lot about, but I have seen him surf a lot, you know, in the Tweed Coast Pro, Surfest, ABBs, all those sorts of things. And it always strikes me just how hard he attacks it. Actually, I think I saw him even in a couple of junior comps. It wasn't this year, it was last year. So he's still super young. And just such a, you know, when he hits the lip, stays here. He blasts it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's such a powerful surfer. I love watching Tim surf. I think in that last heat that he had, I was just blown away. I was like, wow, it was a really hard heat, and he was just looking so solid as well, and just...
And it was a stacked heat too, from memory. He really came out.
Yeah.
Went off okay. Joel Vaughan now. He's found a little one, 2 vertical re-entries. No, we all know what's coming in a year or two as well. We've got the other Vaughan brother.
Yep.
We've just seen 2 more brothers qualify for the CT with Crosby Colapinto getting on there with brother Griffin. And this is Axel Carotto. Nice finish. And now Kean Martin, what's he got? Sitting on a 5.33.
Oh.
Ooh.
Wow, that was unfortunate for Kean. That was a good-looking wave.
Not a whole lot on the end there, but, you know, work done in the early stages.
Yep. Wow. I think, you know, Kean, he's such a solid surfer, but sometimes you can, especially before he qualified for the Challenger Series, he got into his head a little bit. There was a couple of mistakes, but now it seems like, you know, like Joel, grown into his surfing.
Here we go. Lots of speed. Flies down the line into an air rev. Greasy as. I mean, that was smooth.
Yeah.
Never even had a kink. Didn't get the full rotor, but nice tail high. Nose pick drift, nonetheless.
Yeah, he does them so well. He can pull them pretty much out of his back pocket whenever he wants to. So for Kean, that was a pretty good wave. I wonder where that's going to go. We saw that last heat with Jin Suzuki. He got a 7.33 for one, and then a couple of turns after it. So, yeah, it was good to watch.
Carotto flying back towards the whitewash. Gets on the tail, starts to build speed. He's going to take to the air, and he will get the completion. Yep, out in front. Wow. That's what the judges want to see. And, yeah, very cool. I like where he positioned himself there. He stayed high. He stayed on the tail so that when the wave built back up, he could launch it. Couple of air revs there.
Yeah. I feel like that's just going to challenge Joel right now as well. Joel, I notice he watches this, like the waves and sees what people do, and I think that Joel's just going to come into the party. Maybe, but Tim Bain, no waves with 8 or just under 9 minutes to go.
Here's the speed. This is a nice pull-back angle. You can see. Oh. And when you pull back a bit like that, you can see how fast the surfer's moving on the wave. When you're tight, you're kind of moving with the surfer, so it sort of sucks a little bit of the drama out of it. But, you know, that air of Kean Martin is going to score well.
I agree. That last one of Axel, 4.73. I think he still has that air to lock in as well.
Yeah, he does.
So, and then we saw Tim take off on his first wave just then as well. Get a couple backside snaps. And that leaves Jolie Vaughan out there with priority. But I feel like we're going to see, here he is. Oh, not really getting the connection there for Joel.
No speed. You know, these kids can throw pretty much airs on anything. Kids, young men, these young warriors. But yeah, they can throw an air just about anywhere, except you know, when you've got no speed, it makes it hard.
Yeah.
Just got to be careful. Sometimes those little like nothing airs, they're the ones that can buckle your ankle or do something just annoying. You know, not a major injury, but they just. You could see the way that he bobbled as he came down with the shockwave, so be careful.
Yeah.
I mean, the good thing about the waves here is there's not a whole lot of punch. Oh, this is nice. Timmy Bain, here we go. He gets going. And this thing is standing up nicely for him. So a couple little opportunities. He's waited a long, long time for this wave. But just looking at these scores, no one's gotten over a 4. So, you know, anything is going to help him. He's still within one wave. Even with just 7 minutes to go, he could do it with a 10. But now he'll, you know, whatever he gets is going to help him.
Yeah, absolutely. Kian's last wave of 4.77. Axel's last wave of 4.6.
That little fish or a bird. Oh no, it's a surfer. Yeah, it's the last heat of the day. So generally around this time, you start seeing all the frothers just lurk around the edges.
Yeah, I think Binsy's probably the closest one to the area. He was keen to get out for a paddle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a wonderful day of surfing here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. This is such a great place. I could easily see myself coming back here when there's no event on, when there's less sort of fanfare and just having a good old-fashioned holiday. It's just so beautiful. It's always got waves. I've never been here when there's no surf.
It's next
crazy.
level, isn't it? Honestly, it's just... I didn't know what to expect here, and yeah, I agree. I could come back here for a holiday, for a surf trip. This wave is so fun.
And there's so many setups all up and down the coast here. Here he is, Jolie Vaughan. He gets the first up and over. Slice, wow, big power hack, and gets another. And oh my goodness, wow, it's just what is it? It's a guy who is in complete control of what's happening. He's so confident. You know, he's taken off. He does not take his foot off the gas 1 second. And it's almost as if, you know, the wave has to catch up to him. He's just like ripping.
Yeah, this carve, I love how hard he drives through that. That was next level.
That had such a touch of the AIs about it, that too.
Yeah.
You know, that took me back.
Yeah.
Andy Irons used to love a big laceration like that. He'd pull it so tight in the very, very top of the wave so that when he came out of the turn, he was basically just taking the drop into the next bottom turn, you know?
Yeah.
Not having
Love
to generate
that.
one bit of speed. Here he goes. Timmy Bain. Well, he's already got a 4.93. He goes for the reverse. He gets it. Little hung up. But look at Tim Bain's scores now. Oh, wow. We've had all sorts of movement here in the last little bit. Big score drops. I think we're waiting on a pretty good score for Jolie Vaughan. There it is. It's an 8. So straight back to where he wants to be.
Yep.
At the top of the pile with a 4.83 as his backup. Keon Martin in second. Axel Carrotta in third. And Tim Bain scored at 4.93 for his last ride. So even though he waited a long time, getting the job done, True.
Yeah, he's getting himself back into the conversation, that's for sure. His backhand is so solid as well. He just looks like he's not going to fall. You know, he looks glued to his board, which for Tim is great. This is a stacked heat with Joel and Kian, 2 Challenger Series surfers, and then Axel and Tim Bain. They've been on the QS for a couple of years, nudging that Challenger Series qualification. So, you know, it's a good heat, this one.
Pressure starting to build. You can really see that, you know, as we work our way through these rounds, the level just obviously gets better, but there's an intensity that starts to twist into it as well. It's not just about the performance, it's about the desire, you know, and you can see it starting to happen. Like towards the tail end of heats when people are needing scores, there's definitely a tension and energy that we haven't seen in these early rounds. And I think, you know, in the early rounds, I guess you don't want to showcase too much. You want to sort of start to build momentum. You want to get the job done. It's not like you're taking it easy, but there's definitely like a nice energy in those opening rounds as everyone's sort of feeling their way around it.
Yeah.
But things are ramping up here.
Yeah, I agree. It's, you know, the
At what point are you and Coral going to stop talking in the house?
Never.
If you
I feel
keep
like-
getting through heats,
I know.
at some point you're going to be looking at each other and going, that is my enemy. That's who I've got to take down.
How can I get in your head?
Yeah,
No,
what am I
just
going to
kidding.
do?
I
What about just the old Kelly Slater one where as she picks up her board to walk out, you're going to, oh, you're going to ride that? Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. Yep, good luck.
But
best of luck on that.
the best thing about Cos is she'll just, yeah, I am. It's a great board.
And then it's
it just
backfired.
bounces back, and then it's like, oh, I've got to react to that swing back.
You need like 5 quips ready to go.
Yeah, and I'm not
Yeah,
that.
good. Well, good. I'm glad you're riding that board then.
Awesome. Stoked for you.
Yeah, stoked for you. Oh, that board works really good for you. Is that the ultimate burn when someone says, oh, that looks so good on you, instead of just that looks so good?
Yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like, there's definitely... I hate playing mind games with people. I just want to focus on myself. So when people do it to me, I actually ignore them.
Do you think you're too nice, or have you got actually like secret competitive mongrel deep down that you pull out when you need to?
No. Oh, I definitely have mongrel for sure.
Good on you, true. That's what we like to hear. Here goes Keon Martin down the beach. Snaps it. What's he getting rid of here? A 4.77. He's claimed that. So there must have been some action out the back. Well, we were talking about mongrel.
Mongrel, yeah.
And he's in second, 4.77. Get rid of it.
Yep.
Axel Carrotta and Tim Bain. This is it. This is their time to shine. There's only mid-range scores that they need. And here goes Axel. This will be probably his last throw of the dice. First turn's nice. Got a bit of speed out of it. Second turn's really nice. Third turn up and over. Then he's feeling good. I can hear a huge cheer out there in the competitive zone. And Kian, well, that's his worst nightmare, paddling out and seeing that. He's got 50 seconds to get back into position.
Wow.
We don't really know what he scored on his last wave yet, do we? Yes, it's in.
Yeah.
So
4.43. So
not enough.
Yeah. Didn't go into the top 2.
What do you think? Axel Carrotta, a 5.37. I'm calling it's going to be there.
I reckon, yeah. I definitely think it's challenging, that number. 3 really solid backside connections, super fast, gets the finish.
26
it'll come
seconds.
close.
Yeah, let's have a
Wow.
look. First turn, he got a lot out of that, considering what it was, but that was
Yeah.
sweet. And then that, especially the way he gets the tail up and over.
Yeah.
And he pumps the board because he is feeling it. 10 seconds. Tim Bain might be left stranded here.
Wow.
Oh, no. Oh, that's frustrating when you don't even get a shot at it.
Yeah.
That is the end of the heat. It's the end of the day. The Taiwan Open of Surfing will wrap. Right now, we are waiting on a score for the surfer in blue to find out whether he will continue on in this QS 5000. It looks like Joel Vaughan is sitting pretty. That's for sure. And waiting. Judges are really going to have a close look at that. Wasn't the biggest wave.
No.
It wasn't the most critical surfing, but he only needs a mid-range score. And you compare it to a lot of other rides in this heat, which they're going to do, that's where the number will come from.
Yeah, I really liked it. I think it's going to be close. I thought that it was really solid surfing, that second and third turn particularly.
Let's watch Axel's reaction here, because this will be either triumph or heartbreak. I'm with you. I think he might have just got it. Oh, the judges, they're definitely going to be comparing scores here. They're going to be looking at everything else that's been scored in and around that 5.37 mark, because this is what's going to basically tell us the fate of Axel Carrotta from North Star. Look, he's still waiting, and also waiting out the back is Keon Martin, because this score is huge for him as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's a huge score for Axel. It's an important progression heat for Kian.
Crew in Bali, crew back in Sweden, his friends, family. They're all waiting to see where this is going to go. The score is... What's he need?
Wow, it was a 5.1. It was just not enough.
Not enough! Oh, heartbreak for the surfer from North Stay, and he put everything into it. And Keon Martin will continue in this event with Joel Vaughan getting it done, and you can just see, oh man, well there's not much he could have done. not much he could have done more. So
Yeah.
congrats there for a really good last effort. But it's Jolie Vaughan and Keon Martin moving through tomorrow, folks. We'll be back with Heat 6 around to 32. But let's wrap it up right now from Taiwan with Vaughan Blakey and True Starling signing out. Some highlights from the day for you to enjoy as we wait for the next hooter.
Chicas, que nunca se les olvide, las mujeres lo hacen mejor. They say there's something in the water that got them all acting so crazy. Don't know why they even bother showing up, calling me mommy. Can't get that summertime body for free. Why you be calling, we don't wanna speak. Yeah, if you want it better, listen carefully. We don't go running if you wanna know what we need. Locos cuando vienen, somos lo que quieren, no se lo merecen, como no entienden. We know that we can do it better, lo sabemos. We'll have them throwing the dinero. Velos, we always do it right. No, we don't waste no time. Show them that we got it, then we leave them with an appetite. We know that we can do it better. Lo sabemos. Throwing it down, loving the crowd. We know we're up in the million crowns. Getting them loud, taking their clout, so one day I can buy a house. Sabe que nadie nos puede parar. Somos la reina y se enamora. Ven a mi cama, te vas a agotar de lo que te va a hacer. They say there's something in the stuff we're drinking. You crawling on your hands and knees, I'm sipping. I bet you never had your head so spinning. Te veo corriendo aquí, corriendo pa' acá. Locos cuando vienen, son